I see nowadays I'm paranoid, hooded up, ducking out the way that the cameras point, disgraced by the tabloids, cause they say we don't have a choice, but who are they to tell us what's fact from fiction? A rise in gas emissions, see rash decisions, malnutrition and maddie pictures. They say it'll change when they catch the villains, well with Saddam it didn't, still Bin Laden's hidden, it don't make a scrap of difference. The UN still dictate to the Palestinians. Tanks are driven and relieved of their ammunition. Bombs ain't bad for business. 17 years and now half of Iraq is missing. Do not be surprised by bombs in the pipeline. Watch when the time's right. You're gone bye-byes. Welcome to the zeitgeist. Modern day Einsteins. All seeing eye signs. Stay within the guidelines. The ID card ain't far from the microchips they plan to implant inside your wrist. And what really are alliances are dominant nations. They're calling the council on foreign relations. Get used to the fact they got troops in Iraq, and they're gonna be there till they removed all the gas. The larger degrees have commander-in-chiefs and private militaries that are armed to the teeth. Men in white coats that shoot particle beams, annihilate any single target they please.
Ladies and gentlemen, David Icke.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, what an amazing day, what an amazing event. We've got people here from India, Finland, Sweden, Canada, America, and all over Britain, and all that stuff. Iceland, yeah. And I'd like to thank everyone for coming. I'd like to thank all the crew who've made this possible, to JP and Sean. Thank you, and to Dave Elliott and all the crew that have made this possible. And also to Bill. Bill has come all the way from America. He's an American professional TV cameraman, and he's come over here to work on this event just because he believes in what we're trying to do. So thanks for Bill for coming. Thank you. And also in the audience, somewhere out there, because it all looks black to me, is a lady called Yava. Are you there, Yave? There, she's over there. Yeva used to travel with me back in the days when I used to arrive in an event. I'd put the chairs out. Yave would sit to take the tickets from people. She wouldn't take many tickets, you know, sometimes 8 or 9. They'd sit in the seats. I'd talk for hours, and then they'd leave, and I'd put the chairs out, and me and Yave would go and have a little chef or something, saying, "What's it all about, Yave? What's the point, Yave?" Well, this is the point. Because if you keep going and keep passionately moving forward for what you believe in, the tide or the sea does tend to open. It's when you think, "Oh, no, big problem, feel sorry for myself, I'm out of here." And on that very subject, before I start, 37 years ago this month, I met a lady called Linda, who has been my rock ever since, right to this day. She's the one that organized this event. And I stand on the stage and do the words, but she makes it possible by working her socks off day after day, week after week. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the fantastic work that she's done and the contribution she's made to my life, never mind to the work that we're trying to do. So thank you to Linda. Now, free your mind. I can't hear you, so there you go. Free your mind is what the whole theme of this event is about. And, well, free our minds, because it includes mine as well. And free your mind doesn't mean believe what I say, or believe it because I say it, or take it as read. Free your mind just means opening the mind to all possibility, and then deciding what part of all possibility we choose to accept as reality. So what I'm not doing is standing up here today and saying, "I've got all the answers, here you go, here's another belief system." It's information, it's what I've compiled, it's conclusions I've come to over the last 20 years of full-time research in about 45 countries, but it's information. It's not there to be believed just because I say it. And I think I can sum it up really by what this man said. Wilhelm Reich, who was a philosopher and an inventor and what have you, and he said this: "Am I a spaceman? Do I belong to a new race on Earth bred by men from outer space in embraces with Earth women? I request my right and privilege to have such thoughts and ask such questions without being threatened to be jailed by any administrative agency of society. In the face of a rigid, doctrinaire, self-appointed, ready-to-kill hierarchy of scientific censorship, it appears foolish to publish such thoughts. Anyone malignant enough could do anything with them," and they did. Still, the right to be wrong has to be maintained. We should not fear to enter a forest because there are wildcats around in the trees. We should not yield our right to well-controlled speculation. It is certain questions entailed in such speculation which administrators of established knowledge fear. But in entering the cosmic age, we should certainly insist on the right to ask new, even silly questions, or apparently so, without being molested. 20 years ago, nearly, I decided I was going to take that right. And I'm going to continue to exercise that right to the day I leave this reality. Because if we don't defend or express our right to go into these areas that are beyond the norm, then we put ourselves in the prisons, the mind prisons, and therefore the physical prisons that those norms impose upon us. I would say this as well. This event today is not about demanding the right from authority to give us our freedom. My freedom all freedom is our natural and eternal right, not the gift of some dark suit or uniform to decide if it's going to give it to us or not. And so this is also not a day for being intimidated and frightened by this big brother crap and all these goons in uniform who seek to impose someone else's will upon us. It's just about exposing the way they're seeking to enslave us so we can see the game and therefore not play it. In fact, my attitude to Big Brother can be summed up thus. Oh, Big Brother, oh my God. God, sod that for a lark. As Gandhi said, an error does not become truth by reason of multiplied propagation, nor does truth become error because nobody will see it. Put more simply, in his words again, even if you are in a minority of one, the truth is still the truth. And throughout history, we have seen small minorities of people who have pointed out flaws in the norm of belief, or at least questioned it, who've turned out to be so right that now, with hindsight, we go, how could anyone ever believe the earth was flat? Or that if you went far enough, you would go off the edge. But people did, and it was the norm of the time. And we have norms now that are just as blatantly stupid, with not even the benefit of hindsight, the benefit of what we know now. This is today's flat earth. The fact that we live in the cutting edge of human evolution, the cutting edge of how far humanity has come, turning a planet of enormous beauty into a shite hole ain't the cutting edge of human evolution. We're also being asked to believe, as Orwell said, war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. And we are at the cutting edge of human understanding. As Michael Elner said, just look at us. Everything is backwards. Everything is upside down. Doctors destroy health, lawyers destroy justice, universities destroy knowledge, governments destroy freedom, the major media destroys information, and religions destroy spirituality. I think there's more to know here. And it's all true. As H.L. Mencken said, the men the American people admire most extravagantly are the greatest liars. The men they detest most violently are those who try to tell them the truth. We live in topsy-turvy land. Why is everything upside down? Everything back to front? Why are there billions of bewildered people who don't understand who they are, where they are, what the whole business of life is all about? The world seems such a ball of confusion and complexity and bewilderment. But it is when you don't have the coordinates to connect things together. Because when you connect the dots, you start to see that apparent complexity as it's played out, an apparent bewilderment as it's played out, has a very seriously clear picture that emerges. Because as you connect the dots between different people, organizations, places, religions, history, suddenly the picture starts to form. Oh, so that's it. If you don't connect the dots, it's just a mass of what's all this about. When you connect the dots, you get the elephant in the living room. You can start to see daily life and the daily news, or passes for it, and all this stuff in a completely different light. And suddenly, what seemed to be incomprehensible starts to make clearer and clearer sense. And that picture, as the dots are connected, the debts too, it's all part of it, is that there are two prime realities that we are experiencing. We're experiencing the movie. That's the movie version of reality that we're given by the mainstream media, by what passes for education, and all the other sources of mainstream information, which explain away events in the world in a certain way. But behind that, it becomes clearer as the dots join up that there is another agenda behind that, which the movie is simply there as a cover story to obscure and hide. And the foundation of that cover story, or the foundation of that secret agenda, is to get billions of people on this planet to wear a mask and play out a false identity that they don't even know is false. You know, we can talk about banking scams and political scams and secret societies, and we should and we will later on as we go through this. But what those involved in the research of all this whole conspiracy stuff, I feel, need to appreciate is if that's as far as you go and no further, then you too are playing a kind of movie, because you are looking at how it's playing out instead of the real foundation from which this whole conspiracy is based. And that is manipulating people to believe they're something they are not, and to forget what they really are. And what we really are is consciousness. Infinite consciousness connected to all other consciousness, the seamless ocean of infinity. And we can move our point of observation around that consciousness and express and celebrate its uniqueness, but we are all of one infinite mind, one infinite consciousness. And the illusion of apartness is an experience of this reality, and its extensuation or accentuation by the manipulators is to get us to see ourselves and everything in terms of apartness instead of as a connected whole. This is symbolically, even more than symbolically, the situation that this whole conspiracy is designed to put us in a bubble of consciousness, which I call body consciousness, which is disconnected from its awareness of the full magnitude of what it is, to the point where it operates on a fraction of its true self and its infinite potential. So in that sense, you can get all that has been, is, and ever will be reading the frickin' sun and believing the date. That's how deeply disconnected we can get. For people watching this in other parts of the world, the Sun is a newspaper, and I use that word in its widest possible sense. You know, my brother said to me years ago, he said, you know, Dave, what's it all about? He said, you're born. He said, and then you kind of get older, and then you die. I mean, what's it all about? I mean, what is it all about? We're born into this world. We go through these kind of situations of going older and doing this and doing that and doing the other. And then we get older, and loads of people in the world, vast numbers of people, it's a struggle and it's an effort and it's a daily grind, and am I going to survive another day? And then at the top there, oh, you know, what will God think of me? You know, I mean, it's a great line, isn't it? Hey, you might some travel agent on some other dimension. Hey, great vacation holiday, mate. What you do is you go into this dimension, you're born, you struggle all the way through it, lots of emotional upheaval. Then you get older and your body starts to break down. And then some guy on a cloud decides if you're going to go and sit next to him, or if you're going to go to hell and stoke the fires forever. I mean, you think, yeah, I'll have 2 tickets, wouldn't you? What's it all about? I mean, there's got to be something else. If there isn't, I'm out of here, and I'm staying. So, we are struggling to understand the world because we don't have the coordinates, which I'll come to. And it's obviously a world with some major problems in terms of its operation and the way it's run. Doctors destroy health. Doctors destroy health because health is not about health, it is about wealth. It's the transnational drug corporations controlling the medical system, so the scalpel and the drug is the only response, overwhelmingly, to human dis-ease. And you know, some of the side effects of these drugs, if you've ever been to America and listened to the drug adverts is one after another in America. They pay for American television, these things. And because of the law there, they tell you what the drug does, or supposed to, and then they have to reel off all the side effects. But they're not side effects, you see. That's another little con. Oh, these are the side effects of this drug. No, they're the effects, mate. Not side effects, the frickin' effects. And I was watching one, this is a true story, last year. I was watching one, and it was for a form of Viagra, right? And it said, it told you what it was going to do, treat erectile dysfunction or bloody something. And then he starts reeling off breathlessly, trying to keep the money down, all these side effects. And this is not kidding you. He said at the end, and if you have an erection for more than 4 hours, consult your doctor immediately. Said it. And I'm sitting there watching the telly, and I'm thinking, what's he going to do? I mean, excuse me, doctor, I've got this problem. What do you want me to do? World's mad. God, I tell you what, if I had an erection for 4 hours, I wouldn't consult a doctor. I'd thank bloody God, me. 3 hours, 55 minutes, bigger than my bloody record already, I'll tell you. So Big Pharma runs the health industry, and it's not about health, and that's why doctors destroy knowledge. Doctors destroy health. Lawyers destroy justice. Of course they do, especially those that represent the state. And I love this one. When the state takes you to law, the people taking you to law have their legal bills paid by the people. The people who are being taken to law have to pay their own as well as the others. And then when someone wants to take the government on for something the government's done, the government defends itself with the money through the lawyers paid for by the people, and the person taking the government on has to pay their own as well as that. Universities destroy knowledge, of course. The one thing you don't want, if you want to create a centralized dictatorship, is a thinking, sharp-minded, open-minded, aware population that can see through your crap. So you sell them from cradle to grave the belief system you want. You just program their minds to see the world the way that suits your agenda. All over the world, we must have education. Yes, let's try it. Let's have some education instead of indoctrination of a belief system. Governments destroy freedom. Of course they do. I mean, governments are not there. Let's get this sorted out. Governments are not there to serve the people are there to serve the government and the forces that control the government. That's the relationship, and we need to understand that. You've got the dark suits who orchestrate, front up this political agenda for the Orwellian state, and they come from certain bloodlines, which I'll come to, and these people are such frontmen. You can have an idiot in power as President of the United States. It doesn't matter, because he ain't calling the shots. He's just signing the legislation into law. So much so that when he's doing press conferences, he's got this wire in his bloody ear telling him what to bloody say if he gets in trouble, which is most of the time. And this world is at the cutting edge of evolution. Mr. President, okay, that's good. Okay, now what we're going to do, Mr. President, we're going to have the big finish, the big Churchillian finish. Okay, go. Our enemies are innovative and resourceful, and so are we. They never stop thinking about new ways to harm our country and our people, and neither do we. Did you get that? Did you get that, Mr. President? True quote. And now we have the choice between three people who are all controlled by the same force. It's called democracy. Which front man or woman do you want? Here you go, cross there. And these are the people who are fronting up the destruction of our freedom of expression. Then the media. The media are there to tell the people the version of life and events that suits the agenda. And those real journalists who don't will tell you how hard it is to get other kinds of information into the mainstream. And the worst kind of censorship is self-censorship, where you know it ain't worth crossing that line because A, you'll get yourself in trouble, and B, it won't get in the paper or on the news, so you edit yourself. That's going on all the time. Religions destroy spirituality. Get into this in the second half. All the religions come from basically the same source, and they're worshipping the same gods that the secret societies worship. And what my father used to call bricks and mortar religion is there to enslave the minds of the people and divide and rule the people, not to open people to the true infinite magnitude of who they are. You can't say that! Pope will go mad! Couldn't give a shit, mate. It's a mad world which is sold to us as sanity and rational. And it's held together by what my friend Mike Lambert, who's in the audience today, calls repeaters. People just repeat facts because they've heard them from someone else, and then it becomes conventional wisdom, conventional knowledge, and everyone believes it. As Oscar Wilde said, most people are other people. Their thoughts are someone else's opinions, their lives are mimicry, their passions are quotation. And Mark Twain, I love this one, in religion and politics, people's beliefs and convictions are in almost every case gotten at second hand, without examination from authorities who have not themselves examined the questions at issue, but have taken them at second hand from other non-examiners whose opinions about them were not worth a brass farthing. There you have where the conventional knowledge, wisdom, this is how it is, mate, comes from. It's a war on the human mind and human perception so we see the world and ourselves in ways that allow this conspiracy to go on. And also, society is structured to keep us busy, moving. Oh, mortgage. Oh, my God, rent. Oh, my God, job. Oh, my God, what's happening? Oh, it's a credit crunch. Oh, my God, food prices. So no one goes, so that's what's going on, because you're too busy trying to survive. That's the idea. And it starts with the kids now, younger and younger. Oh, you've got to pass this exam. You've got to pass this exam. Oh, my God, what will happen? Oh, you've got to get good grades. Oh, my... Hey! Have some bloody fun. Have a bloody laugh, mate. We should have happy lessons. What makes you happy? Okay, we're going to do that today. What makes you fulfilled? What makes you feel good about yourself? We're going to do that today. No! Algebra. Algebra. What the bloody hell is all that about? I could never work it out. I never tried, really. What does X equal? Couldn't give a shit, mate. Whatever you say. Ain't bothered. I've lived 56 years, right? I've never used bloody algebra. I've never entered my mind. Shh. Get that one. Delete file. So we have this world of apparent confusion because of the way that it operates. We turn out shite that we don't know what to do with. We reach a level where we can create amazing technology, and we use that technology to pepper bomb cities full of civilians. And you know, we've at the cutting edge of evolution. We can kill more people in one go than ever before. Hey! Isn't it great to be human? And this is what we do in the name of freedom. We think it's okay for children to sign their names on bombs which end up on children just like them in the Lebanon. But we don't want to talk about that. Hey, here's a game show. Watch this. Shut up. Hey, honey, quick. She's going for the car. Quicker the bloody better, I say. People around the world get bigger while people die because they've not got enough to eat. Massive amounts of food available, thrown away, while others, I've seen this live once, it's unbelievable. People living off rubbish tips to survive. But we don't want to talk about this. Oh, no. Hey, quick, honey. There's a picture of Paris Hilton naked in the back of a car. Quick. Was that the car that lady just went for? Watch this. Shut up. Don't let's talk about this and get all moral about it. Let's talk about Janet Jackson's breast at the Super Bowl. Hey, the moral fiber of America is collapsing. Oh, no, that's the moral. This is fighting for peace. This is just collateral damage. Don't worry about it. As Gandhi said, what difference does it make to the dead, to the orphans and the homeless, whether the mad destruction is wrought under the name of totalitarianism or the holy name of liberty or democracy? None whatsoever. They're all tyrannies when they do that. Then we have the money. What you do is you go to the bank and you borrow money that has never, does not, and will never exist, called credit, and then you mortgage your house to it, you mortgage your car to it, your land to it, your business to it, and if you don't pay back money that doesn't exist, called credit, then the people that have lent you that non-existent money get your car and your business and your house. Yes, that makes sense. And this money scam, where they get us into debt by borrowing money that has never, does not, will never exist, is in the very DNA of society. It controls choice, controls maneuverability, or if we allow it to, controls society. And who controls money? Controls society. Who controls money? A tiny few people, as we'll see. But you don't want to talk about that. Hey, honey, quick, on the Jerry Springer Show, this man's going to hit his girlfriend. Quick, quick. Watch this. Shut up. Then there's the new religion of celebrityism. Go to the supermarket. Hey, get on with your life. There's the goddess. And then, if you want to know what's going on in the world, that's no problem, because these people will tell you everything that the people that control and own their industry think is fit for you to know, so you'll believe and see the world the way they want you to see it, called the news. And then be afraid. It's a world in which we must be afraid all the time. Must be afraid of not having enough money, afraid of what's going to happen in all areas of our lives, afraid of the future, afraid, survive, we must survive, or we must always be in a state of fearing not surviving. It's a crazy, crazy world. But why? Why is it an upside-down, lunatic world that we live in? People might say, oh, it's all a coincidence. It just happened like that. Well, I would say after 20 years of this, that it is coldly calculated to be like this because of the outcome that it gives those who are manipulating society in this way. And it's not just one level. There are multi-levels to this conspiracy. Yes, there's dark suits sitting around a table and orchestrating this to an extent, but they're still the gophers playing it out. It goes much, much deeper, and we'll go there as we go along today. The reason we are confused about the world and everything that goes on in it is because we don't have the coordinates. We don't have the coordinates from which to see how things fit together. I remember I was on the Isle of Wight ferry once, and what it does, it comes out of Portsmouth Harbour, it goes along the coast a little bit, and then it turns out and goes across to the Isle of Wight. Well, it was so foggy on this day that you couldn't see the land here, as you normally could. So you're going along, and you just see fog. And after a while, it seemed to me, and others, that it was just going straight. And I thought, this sodding thing's going to France, what's going on? And I said to one of the crew, what's happening? This is not going the right way, is it? And the next thing you know, the Isle of Wight pier appeared in front of us. It had actually gone absolutely the right way. But because I didn't have the coordinate in which to make sense of that, I was completely lost in the direction I was going. That was so symbolic of the way it works. So I'm going to go through a lot of coordinates today. Because when the coordinates are put into place, then what happens becomes, or what is happening becomes totally blatant as the dots connect. It's a duck. You're a journalist, aren't you? Yes. How did I guess? Coordinate number one. Who are we? How few people kind of seem to ask that question, in my experience anyway. I live in the real world, mate. I've got to get on with my job and my life. Yeah, but who are we? What are we doing? Oh, don't bother, we're going to get on with my life. But without this knowledge, this key coordinate, how the hell can we understand what's happening and our part in it? Coordinate number one, we are consciousness. We are not the body we think we are. And the idea is to put us in these eggshells of consciousness, and it's a doddle if we don't hold on to an understanding or have an understanding of who we really are and the magnitude of it. Just a quote from one of my books, only when we know who we are can we know freedom. Of course. Unless we know the nature of reality and who we are and our part in it, how can we understand the world if we don't understand the reality that is the world? No wonder we're bloody confused. What is reality? How about that question? Oh no, that's just for scientists, it's not for you. We'll watch the football. Nazi propaganda minister, Goebbels. It thus becomes vitally important for the state to use all of its powers to repress dissent, for the truth is the mortal enemy of the lie, and thus, by extension, the truth becomes the greatest enemy of the state. And the truth that is most suppressed, the biggest lie of all of them, on which all the others are based, is it's all an illusion. This physical world is not physical, it's not even out there, it's in here. It's a holographic projection. So I'll come to as we go along. It's an illusion of physicality, an illusion of solidity. We are consciousness. And it's so easy to trick the brain to see reality in ways that are not actually what it's looking at. This is this amazing bloke who draws pictures on flat pavements, and yet the mind reads them, the brain reads them as three-dimensional. Does some great stuff. There's another one. We can look at that as, 7 compartments, or we can see that as a box. Depends on how the brain reads it. These color reds are both the same, but because of their interaction and placement with other colors, they look totally different because the brain reads them differently. We are decoding reality, and how we decode it decides the reality we experience. Major point we need to understand. Einstein, reality is an illusion, albeit a persistent one. Why it's a persistent one we'll come to before we finish this first section. But reality is an illusion, and we need to understand that. We think that we are physical bodies, and that's who we are. I'm Ethel Jones, Charlie Smith, I'm a taxi driver, I'm a doctor, whatever. No! They are what we are experiencing. They're not who we are. There are many multiple levels to us. This is just one that allows us to experience this reality. If I want to pick that up, my consciousness could not pick that up because it's vibrating too quickly. It's not in sync in the frequency range of that, so I couldn't do it. I take on this outer shell that operates within the frequency range that I want to experience. Now I can interact with it. Simple as that. We are consciousness working through a physical body. All life is consciousness and energy animating a holographic forms, including plants, everything. We are consciousness. I was in the bath the other day, playing with me duck or something, and I got this picture in my mind, real clear, and my great friend Neil Haig, a brilliant artist, and anytime you see a picture with this style throughout this next 7 hours, it's from Neil. He's out the front there if you want to talk to him. And he painted this for me when I told him what I saw. And basically it's this. This is consciousness, symbolically, that infinite consciousness that we are. And I saw an eye appear in the consciousness there, and out of it came this telescope. And it was looking into this world that we're experiencing. And as the telescope appeared, so it morphed into a human body. And that's what the body is. It's a telescope that allows consciousness to experience this reality of apparent division, and have the experience of that. But we've got trapped in the belief that that is the totality of who we are. Consciousness and the body interact during an experience here, but the body is not who we are. It's interesting, this energy field we call the aura, whatever, you have energy coming down through the top of the head and out and going the other way, and it's like an electrical burst of energy going through the body, which throws out this electromagnetic field that we call the aura. And interestingly, when you do the same with electric wire, you put a current through the wire, it throws out an electromagnetic field. And in the same way that this happens to us, so it happens to the earth, because everything is a reflection of everything else and works in basically the same way. And this combination of the genetics of the body and the electromagnetic field I call body consciousness. And we have a choice of connecting that body consciousness level of our experience to the great infinite all that is, in which case we will have access to a massively expanded level of awareness and perception and be able to see through what we can't see when we're stuck in the body reality. Or, and that's what this is basically, this eggshell I talk about, it is the body consciousness, the auric field working directly through the body. And if we get isolated in that, then our level of reality perception and what we can perceive and expand our mind to understand is massively suppressed. And this is the situation that we face in this world. People who are infinite consciousness operating at the level of body consciousness. And that's exactly where the manipulators want us. Because if we are not connecting out there and getting our insight, inspiration, intuitive knowing from out there, then where do we look to get a fix on who we are and what's happening in the world? We look that way, through the ears and the eyes. And who's controlling that information? Those that control the media, education, etc. Gotcha. The body, I call it a genetic spacesuit. And it's kind of funny, you know, if you were on the moon with someone and an astronaut started thinking he was his spacesuit, I mean, crikey, can you imagine? Hey, Houston, we got a problem. Bill thinks he's his spacesuit. He's bloody mad because he's not his spacesuit. Yeah, but we think we're our spacesuit. And what would there be in that situation on the moon? There would be chaos. Well, that's why there's chaos here, because we believe we're our spacesuit. That's what makes racism so insane. It's like saying, I'm better than you because my spacesuit's different colour. Bloody ridiculous. But the cutting edge of human knowledge, so why should I complain? We are consciousness working through the body. Now, I got a real amazing feeling for this. About 2 years ago, just before I last spoke here, when my mother died, Barbara, and I went along to the funeral, obviously, and my brother had organised it, and he said to me, do you want to come and see your mum while in the mortuary or at the funeral parlour? And my immediate reaction was, no, I remember as she was, because it's just a body anyway. But something said, no, go. And for some reason in my life, I've never come across, the first time I've seen a dead body was my mother. And I turn up, and I walk in this room, and there's this body in this coffin, this open coffin. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but it was dead. There was no bloody life there whatsoever. Dead, unbelievably dead, took me aback dead. And next to it was this picture, which my brother had blown up, which was going to go and be used in the funeral, which it was. And there was my mother's absolutely dead body, and there was this picture of my mother absolutely full of life, full of energy, full of sparkle. And I stood there and I could see in those two images what life is, what consciousness is. Because that was alive, that was dead. We are consciousness. And we've got confused. And in identifying who we are with the body, we've seriously buggered up our sense of perception and therefore our ability to be free. The energy that or the reality that we are experiencing, that we apparently see with our eyes, is just a frequency range. That's all it is. And it is minute. What we call visible light. According to current mainstream science, the electromagnetic spectrum is 0.005% of the energy known to exist in the universe. 0.005%. And visible light, which is the only frequency that our eyes can decode into this reality, is a fraction of the 0.005%. We are basically visually blind in terms of what exists in the same space that we're experiencing. It's just a television, holographic television station we're experiencing. Tiny frequency range, visible light that we are experiencing. And what we are is, at this level, receiver transmitters of information. And the range of frequencies that we are accessing decides the range and perception and awareness of reality that we experience. So the more you can close down the range of frequencies that we are accessing, the more you close down the perception and the sense of infinity of the people you are targeting. The body is a biological computer. Biological in the sense that, unlike a desktop computer, it has the ability to an extent to think for itself and work things out for itself. That's what we call evolution on a physical level. The computer is constantly receiving information, vibrational information from its environment, and it is reacting to that. It does it all the time. If we go into a place where it's cold, it will react to that. Where it's hot, it will react to that. And it's the same with things like animals, that over a period of time, their environment changes. That information is being received by the computer and analyzed by the computer, and it's making changes. And if those environmental changes, habitat changes, happen slow enough, that is why you see animal bodies evolve to fit the new environment. But if it happens really quick, we call it extinction because it can't change fast enough. It's a computer working. And we are receiving vibrational information which we're decoding into this reality. Get into that more shortly. We are interacting with this infinite consciousness, but how much of that consciousness are we reacting to with? That depends on the range of frequencies we're accessing. And we're a bit like a dodgem car in a fairground. You know, you've got the dodgem car, it's going round, it's doing everything, lots of energy, and then once the power is switched off, it's, hey, my car's gone dead. Yes, because its energy source is gone, and that's what we call death. Not death at all. It's the movement of consciousness out of this reality. That's all. What we call near-death experiences have enormous amounts of common stories about what they experienced when they left the body and then were returned when their body was revived. Stories that support massively what I'm saying here today about the fact that we are consciousness and the body's just a vehicle. They talk about going through the tunnel into another reality and how limitation disappears, how the emotional intensity disappears, because a lot of that emotional intensity, if not all of it, is body consciousness. This is what one near-death experiencer said about what he experienced when he left the body. Everything from the beginning, my birth, my ancestors, my children, my wife, everything comes together simultaneously. I saw everything about me and about everyone who was around me. I saw everything they were thinking now, what they thought then, what was happening before, what was happening now. There is no time, there is no sequence of events, no such thing as limitation, of distance, of period, of time, of place. I could be anywhere I wanted to be simultaneously. That is who we are, and we need to remember it so we can sort this place out. What do you mean there's no time? That's stupid. Oh, right. So, manufactured time is on my wrist. If I cross a certain invisible point in the world, I enter yesterday or tomorrow. Ridiculous. It's a decoding illusion, time and sequence. As William Blake said, to see a world in a grain of sand and heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. Everything is everything else happening at the same time. It's a decoding process. If you are watching a film, movie on a DVD on the telly, where you are in the movie, you think is the present. The scenes in the movie you just left or watched is your past, and the scenes you've not seen yet are your future. But all of them still exist in the same moment that you're experiencing what you perceive to be the present. And if you run back, bingo, you're in the past. You run forward, you're in the future. No, you're in the same now. As H.M. Tomlinson said, we see things not as they are, but as we are, because as we are decides how we decode reality. And this conspiracy might play out as banking scams and political scams. Yes, it does, and we should know that. But this conspiracy is about manipulating our sense of who we are so we decode what they want us to experience. And what that perception is one of division, apartness, because that creates the fault lines through which they can divide and rule us, when we are oneness, all connected at different points of perception and observation within that whole, therefore expressing glorious diversity, but still connected. And that's the point, you know. I understand it. When you're talking about oneness, people think that it's like everyone therefore becomes one clone blob, like this. I'm oneness and also am I, oh yeah. What is oneness? What is this oneness I'm talking about? It is all possibility. That's what it is. It is everything that has, is, or ever will be there to be experienced. So there is no contradiction between being in a point of awareness of the connectedness of everything and at the same time celebrating and expressing your glorious diversity and uniqueness of perception. Indeed, the uniqueness of our expressing of our lives is honoring, if you like, the oneness that is all, because it's all possibility. What you get, ironically, when you disconnect from that into that, is you get a situation where you do get people who are, you know, I'm not oneness, neither am I, I'm not oneness. You do get uniformity, because people start operating on the same tiny range of frequencies, and therefore they start acting and seeing the world the same. Everyone thinks the same, everyone's tuning to the same bloody station. That's why we think, when we experience the world, and understandably it seems like that, and the way we decode it, that the world is out there, that something's out there. In fact, it's just a projection. It's all going on in our minds, in our heads, as we decode reality. As the great Bill Hicks, the American comedian, said, what a great man he was, great man. All matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. We're all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There's no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. And that's the foundation of the conspiracy. Manipulating our imagination of ourselves. Infinite love is the only truth. The existence of an infinite consciousness is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. Everything else is the imagination of that consciousness made manifest and experienced. This is who we are. This is what we think we are. We think we're the body that we see in the mirror. Humans are a software program. It's like playing on the computer a certain piece of software. We call it genetic inheritance and all that stuff. And from that we get what we call personality. We get all the other genetic traits, and we think they're who we are. It's a software program. Cultures This different cultures, they're software programs. Nothing wrong with them. Love them, experience them. Illusions only control you when you think they're real. When you know they're illusions, play with them, have a laugh. But they're software programs. We're not human. That's our experience. It's not who we are. Even my body's the same. Even mine. Lost a bit of weight, you know. Been off the booze for 3 months, that's why. This is an article in the San Francisco Chronicle. DNA is a universal software code. From bacteria to humans, the basic instructions for life are written with the same language. Even the cutting edge of mainstream science is now beginning to turn its mind to the fact that this is computer, and this may well be a illusory, almost computer game. If you look at the codes that make up DNA, A, C, G, and T, or in my case, G and T, G and T, G and T. Oh, no, I've given up. I gave it up 3 months ago, sorry. These 4 codes, depending on where they are in relationship to each other, decide so many things. They decide if your body's a mouse or if it's a human. And the difference in the coding, compared with the difference in how it expresses itself in the different physical form, is minimal. And if you look at those codes in the Matrix movies, very, very similar, because the principle of that movie is correct. On one level, we are a digital, energetic construct operating beyond human sight. And the reason now they're talking about what they call human-computer interface, where they can get the computer to be worked by the brain without any movement of the hands, is very, very simple. They're connecting 2 computers. One immensely, staggeringly more advanced than the other, but still the basically same principle. What they don't tell us is that's how it is. When you look at the human body from a point of view of a computer, it ticks almost every box. Well, it does tick every box I've come across so far. When the computer has a virus and it gets out of control and eventually it won't switch on, what do we say? My computer's dead. Why? Because it cannot connect to its energy source. What do we say when people die? We say the body's dead, the computer's dead, the energy source has left, that's why. We talk about putting computers into sleep mode where they just tick over and slow down and shut down to a very large extent. So do we. Then we've got Norton antivirus and all these other antivirus technologies. And what do? They are programmed to attack viruses and threats to the body, to the PC computer, desktop computer's functional system. We've got a Norton antivirus, we call it the human immune system. Does the same basic principle, because it's a computer. This is a picture, an enhanced version of a picture taken at the Necker Hospital in a research process in Paris. And this is a motherboard. That is the motherboard of the body computer. And that's the system, the meridian system, the circuit board, that acupuncture and other alternative forms of healing work on. Why? Because this chi energy, as the Chinese call it, going around the body and these lines, is information passing around the computer, just like information passes around the desktop computer. And they found in their experiments that when this energy is moving too slowly compared to optimum, the body starts to show signs of dis-ease and disharmony. Why? Because the information going around the body and being processed is being processed too slowly for optimum health. What do we say when we've got a virus in our computer on the desk? My computer's bloody slow today. Same thing. And the acupuncture needles and other forms of Chinese acupuncture healing are there to reharmonize the flow of this energy so the information's passing around to optimum and we become well again. Then you've got the brain. The so-called brain of the computer, as they call it, is the central processing unit, the CPU. The brain of the body is the CPU of the body computer. It's the main processor of information, receiving and sending out. And it's decoding information all the time, and therefore creating our reality. The DNA and the genetic structure is like the hard drive. And the hard drive is passed on through what we call procreation, which is like, on a computer level, two hard drives fusing to create another hard drive, which is a combination of the two. And together, the genetic structure and the auric field make up body consciousness, which has an awareness of its own and can function in this world pretty well, even without connection to out there. Pretty well, I mean, it can survive. But it's a manipulator's bloody dream. All these things we call cultures and races and people and personalities, they're software programs. This is a guy called William Sheridan. He was in a New York hospital waiting for a heart transplant, and he went on an art therapy course. And he's meeting the mother of the person who donated his heart there. This was his art when he went on the course. He then had the heart transplant, and when he was recovering, he went back on the art therapy course and started doing things that were much more sophisticated compared with the real basic stuff he was capable of before. He had no idea where it was coming from. The art therapist had no idea where it was coming from. And he asked, because through various means he managed to talk to the mother of the donor, he asked her if her son liked art at all. And it turns out her son was crazy about art from a very early age. He wanted art materials rather than toys from the age of about 18 months. And doctors who have studied this connection between attributes appearing out of nowhere and personality changes in the recipient mirroring the personality of the donor, that research is now pretty extensive. People like the lady who had lungs transplanted, who was frightened of heights, and then started climbing mountains. She didn't know for a long time when she was doing this, but the lungs came from an avid mountain climber. And it's kind of, oh, this is strange. How can this be strange? How can this happen? It's because it's a computer download. The recipient organs and the energy field that goes with it are downloaded into the recipient's computer and then become available to affect the personality and to affect the abilities and attributes of the receiver. My great friend Cradle in Africa, the Zulu shaman, he told me when I called him, I talked to him about this some years ago, and he said, oh yes, he said, in Africa when they used to eat people, he said it was a golden law that the people who they were eating had to be boiled to a certain temperature and for a certain time, because the legend was that if you ate them without that being done, then you became them. You took on their personality. Now, one of the great ways that we identify with being this is I'm a man or I'm a woman. And nothing wrong with that, it's an experience. They're very different experiences. Great, fabulous, it's an illusion, enjoy it. But we get caught in the illusion that they're who we are. Suddenly we are in a place where we can get manipulated and diverted. Now, how can who we are be a man and a woman when the nature of that can be changed by chemical change? This is not, but it's a chicken indicating the story I'm going to tell. Freaky the chicken. You might have heard that story a few years ago. Freaky the chicken started out life as a hen, laying eggs, all that stuff. And then suddenly, because something happened in the chicken's body to create massive amounts of testosterone, it grew a comb, it started crowing at dawn and chasing the hens. Why? Because it had moved from being a woman, female, to a male purely by a chemical change. Because it's the computer changing, not us. I got this from BBC News recently. Scientists have been able to take control of flies' brains to make females behave just like males. Researchers genetically modified the insect so that a group of brain cells that control sexual behavior could be switched on by a pulse of light. The team was able to get female fruit flies to produce a courtship song, behavior usually only seen in males. Why? Because it's a computer program, it's software. Sometimes I get up early in the morning in the winter, before dawn, and I sit there in the office working on the website and stuff, and then the sun starts to come up and the bird song starts. And I'm thinking, you know, is there like a conductor with a stick waiting for dawn? I'm going, cue! No! They just start singing, just like Freaky started crowing at dawn when the testosterone came in. Because it's a body-computer program, a software program. Then we talk about personalities and emotions. It's no accident, I would suggest, that so many, enormous numbers of near-death experiences tell the same story, that when they've left the body in that period, they don't feel emotion like they feel it here. They're not cold, but they don't feel that intensity of emotion that we feel. Why? Because that's a body consciousness software program. This is why psychiatrists and people, they say, some of them, they can break down human personalities into about 12 archetypes and combinations of them. You can't do that with infinite possibility, but you can do it with computer programs. We had that lady in Britain a few years ago who had been in institutions, in and out of them, with real manic, deep depression for 40 years. And her personality, people say, oh, she's a manic depressive. That's who she is. That's her. 40 years later, someone said, what happened about the time this started? Can you think? Did you do anything? And she said, the only thing I can think of is that I had something like 19 tooth fillings, mercury. It was pointed out that maybe that could be a connection. She had all the mercury teeth fillings taken out, went on a mercury detox. After 40 years, manic depression, gone. Because it was a computer level of operation that was manifesting it due to a chemical imbalance. We're not even our emotions most of the time. We are consciousness, and we've forgotten, and therefore these computer programs, these software programs, take us over and we think we're them. And so instead of driving the bus, we're sitting at the back thinking we can't drive it. The brain is two halves of the brain. There's the right brain and there's the left brain, and they have very, very different roles to play, especially in personality. And between them is this bridge called the corpus callosum, which bridges the information, again, information between the two. Now, this is another picture that Neil Haig did for me recently. Symbolically looking at what the right brain and the left brain do. The right brain is out there. It's creativity, it's inspiration, it's the maverick, it's the connection to all that is, it's the greater awareness. And the left brain is about structure. It sees things in parts, not as wholes. It wants things to be structured. It's about language, and it's about organization in a physical way. It's about being what we call, though often that's not what it is, rational thinking. And both sides of the brain are necessary. If you get a right brain person, we've all met them, they're fantastically creative, but they're out on another cloud. There's nothing going on down here. But you get a really imprisoned left brain person, they can't see the connections with anything. They're here. Boom, boom. I'll tell you a story. Sound like Max Bygraves. I'll tell you a story. Not many people reacted there. Who's Max Bygraves? Shows me bloody age. Yeah, he's just a bit older than me. Anyway, what happened was I was asked to speak at the Oxford University, right? Now, there are whole brain people at Oxford University. I'm not knocking it, but because of the nature of it, there's a hell of a lot of real left brain people at Oxford University. And I had this bizarre situation. When I do something like this to open-minded people, I just give it, there you go, there it is, make of it what you will. But when you're talking to a real left-brain audience, even at the elite Oxford University, where they've passed all these exams to get there, he's clever, I'm sitting in the hotel room before I'm going to do it, and I'm thinking, how do I put this in baby steps so they'll get it? Why? Because the left brain is what I was talking to there, and it doesn't get this wider picture. I'll come more to that in a second. Now, I want to give you an idea of this left brain thing. If you go to my website, davidicke.com, and you go into the What is Reality Research Archive, you can see this 20-minute clip of this lady. It was sent to me a few weeks ago, and it was like a eureka moment because of what she experienced. This is a lady called Jill Bolte Taylor, who's a neuroanatomist, brain scientist for short, and she had a stroke which shut down her left brain, and instead of conking out, she spent hours experiencing what was happening while it was going on. And she talked about the fact that she got up, she was having this stroke, she didn't realize it immediately, and she got onto the exercise machine. This is how she describes what happened. So I got up and I jumped onto my exercise machine, and I'm jamming away on this thing, and I'm realizing that my hands look like primitive claws grasping onto the bar. I thought, that's very peculiar. And I looked down at my body and I thought, whoa, I'm a weird-looking thing. And it was as though my consciousness had shifted away from my normal perception of reality, where I'm the person on the machine having the experience, to some esoteric space where I'm witnessing myself having this experience. I looked down at my arm and I realized that I can no longer define the boundaries of my body. I can't define where I begin and where I end, because the atoms and the molecules of my arm blended with the atoms and molecules of the wall. And all I could detect was energy. And I'm asking myself, what's wrong with me? What's going on? And in that moment, my brain chatter, my left hemisphere brain chatter, went totally silent. Just like someone took a remote control and pushed the mute button, and total silence. And at first I was shocked to find myself inside a silent mind, but then I was immediately captivated by the magnificence of the energy around me. And because I could no longer identify the boundaries of my body, I felt enormous and expansive. I felt at one with all the energy that was, and it was beautiful there. Then all of a sudden, my left hemisphere comes back online and says to me, hey, we've got a problem, we've got to get some help. So it's like, okay, I've got a problem. But then I immediately drifted back out into the consciousness, and I affectionately referred to this space as La La Land. But it was beautiful there. Imagine what it would be like to be totally disconnected from your brain chatter that connects you to the external world. So I'm here in this space, and any stress related to my job, it was gone. Again, stress, body consciousness. And I felt lighter in my body. And I imagine all of the relationships in the external world and the many stresses related to any of those, they were gone. I felt a sense of peacefulness. And imagine what it would be like to lose 37 years of emotional baggage. I felt euphoria. Euphoria was beautiful. And then my left hemisphere comes back online and it says, hey, you've got to pay attention, you've got to get help. And I'm thinking, I've got to get help, I've got to focus. So I've got to get help, I've got to call work. I couldn't remember the number at work, so I remembered in my office I had a business card with my number on it. So I go to my business room, I pull out a 3-inch stack of business cards. And I'm looking at the card on top, and even though I could see clearly in my mind's eye what my business card looked like, I couldn't tell if this was my card or not, because all I could see was pixels. And the pixels of the words blended with the pixels of the background and the pixels of the symbols, and I just couldn't tell. And I would wait for what I call a wave of clarity. And in that moment, I would be able to reattach to normal reality, and I could tell, that's not my card, that's not my card, that's not my card. It took me 45 minutes to get 1 inch inside of that stack of cards. In the meantime, for 45 minutes, the hemorrhage is getting bigger in my left hemisphere. I do not understand numbers, I do not understand the telephone, but it's the only plan I have. So I take the phone pad and I put it right there, right here. I take the business card and I put it right here, and I'm matching the shape of the squiggles on the card to the shape of the squiggles on the phone pad. Eventually the whole number gets dialed and I'm listening to the phone. And my colleague picks up the phone and he says to me, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa." And I think to myself, oh my gosh, he sounds like a golden retriever. And so I say to him, clearing my mind, I say to him, "This is Jill, I need help." And what comes out of my voice is, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa." And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I sound like a golden retriever. So I didn't know that I couldn't speak or understand language until I tried. What's happening is the left brain, because of what's happening to it, has stopped decoding vibrational information into human language and vibrational information into this reality. Therefore, it sees pixels, which is the next level of reality to this one. When I awoke later that afternoon, I was shocked to discover that I was still alive. When I felt my spirit surrender, I said goodbye to my life, and my mind was now suspended between two very opposite planes of reality. Because I could not identify the position of my body in space, I felt enormous and expansive, like a genie just liberated from a bottle. What a wonderful expression of what it is. And my spirit soared free like a great whale gliding through the sea of silent euphoria, nirvana. I found nirvana. I remember thinking there's no way I could ever be able to squeeze the enormousness of myself back inside this tiny little body. But I realized, but I'm still alive, and I found nirvana. And if I found nirvana and I'm still alive, then everyone who is alive can find nirvana. And I picture a world filled with beautiful, peaceful, compassionate, loving people who knew that they could come to this space at any time, and that they could purposely choose to step to the right of their left hemispheres and find this peace. And then I realized what a tremendous gift this experience could be, and what an insight this could be in how to live our lives. And it motivated my recovery. So who are we? We are the life force of the universe, with manual dexterity and two cognitive minds. And we have the power to choose moment by moment who and how we want to be in this world, right here and now. I can step into the consciousness of my right hemisphere where I am the life force power of the universe and the life force power of the 50 trillion beautiful molecular genuses that make up my form. At one with all that is, or I can choose to step into the consciousness of my left hemisphere, where I become a single individual, a solid, separate from the flow, separate from you. I am Jill Bolte-Taylor, intellectual neuroanatomist. These are the we inside of me. Which would you choose? Which do you choose, and when? I believe that the more time we spend choosing to run the deeper inner peace circuitry in our right hemispheres, the more peace we will project into the world, and the more peaceful our planet will be. And I thought that was an idea worth sharing. Quite bloody right. And that is someone experiencing what I'm saying here, that we are decoders of information, and this is an illusion. It is a decoded holographic illusion. And this bridge, the corpus callosum, is a target for those that manipulate us big time. When we take psychoactive drugs, I did it twice, about 2003. It was quite an experience, but I don't feel the need to do it again. What is happening is it's affecting the way our brain, mind, bodies decode reality. And it is opening up a wider range of frequencies. And that's why we experience extraordinary things. How can this be? This is not real. No, it's not real here, but it is real. And other times you access frequencies that are so far out there, the left brain can't work it out. I call it bugger me time, you know. Bugger this, I can't work this out. And you get these kind of amazing concepts and energies and consciousness coming at you, and the left brain's trying to work it out. Well, you've got to decode it into something, you know, and it's like, all right, it's a turquoise eagle eating a Big Mac. Okay, I'll do that. And then you go, hey man, I had an incredible trip last night. I saw this big turquoise eagle. It was eating a Big Mac, you know. No, that was bugger me time. It couldn't work it out, mate, what was going on. And this is the target. The left brain, the soldiers on the door, This is a key to understanding this conspiracy. The whole of society is structured to turn people into left-brain prisoners who experience reality through that version of perception. Apartness, division, I am Charlie Smith. I must jump over everybody. To succeed, I must be a success. People must say you're successful. That's my identity, that's my sense of self. And so what they do, look at the system. If you want to progress within the system, this left-brain society we live in, then you have to be very, very good at passing exams. You go to school, you pass exams. And what are you doing in exams? You're taking information given to you, you're putting it in the left brain, you're holding it, you're regurgitating it out on an exam paper by telling the system what it's told you to believe. If you're very good at that, you go to university. If you're really good at that, you go to Oxford University or Cambridge or Yale or somewhere, unless you've got a few quid, in which case you go anyway, like George Bush. Anyway. And then you choose your speciality. If you're very, very good at university at passing exams, boom, 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 then you get great degrees, and then you get your speciality, and you go into being a doctor or being a scientist and being even a politician, all these people. And therefore, all these people that are in the positions of power within the institutions that control and dictate the reality and direction of society are all, by the time they get there, fully paid up prisoners of the left-sodding brain. That's why scientists can't get it, most of the mainstream ones, because they're so in ear. How can they understand concepts of reality in ear? They can't. That's rubbish. I can't see it, taste it, hear it, or feel it, so it can't exist. But it does. No, it can't exist. And I'm a scientist. I'm clever. And so, if you look at society, you'll see more as the months go on. You are looking at a society designed to put the centuries across the entrance to that. So this doesn't talk to itself, and they don't become whole-brain people. We become prisoners, and that prison is the prison of the left brain. That's what it is, essentially. René Descartes, the French philosopher and mathematician, said this about finding a way to express self-identity. I think, therefore I am. I would take it a stage further, and I would say at the body consciousness level, I compute, therefore I am. What we're being subjected to is mass hypnosis. Mass hypnosis, just like the stage hypnotist and the stooges on the stage, where the hypnotist puts into the stooge a programmed version of reality, a belief in reality. And then what happens is that belief edits reality to fit the belief. So suddenly they see an elephant in the audience. There's no elephant in the audience, but there is in their reality. They taste a potato and eat a potato and taste an apple, because although the electrical signal of the taste of the potato has gone to the brain, the imposed belief, the program, recodes that signal into the taste of an apple. The person is tasting an apple while eating a potato, because this is what MSG does in food. They call it a flavor enhancer. What is it? It tricks the brain to decode more taste than is actually in the food. That's what it is. And we're dealing with a mass version of hypnosis on the people of this world. Paul McKenna, he's a hypnotist and works with the mind of people, television shows and stuff like that. I watched, maybe I saw this, it used to be on the internet, I don't know if you can see it now, but it was from the Top Gear program on BBC. And if you haven't seen it, what happened was this guy, Richard Hammond, he was put under hypnosis by McKenna, and the first part of it was they were out filming at a racetrack. And of course, once you're put into a trance, a programmed reality, you lose the memory of being put into the programmed reality. That's how it works. Nothing's happened to you in your mind. So Hammond's just about to get in a car to drive McKenna around the track, and McKenna just went like that. with his fingers, and Hammond went, boom, gone. And McKenna said to him, when I bring you back to a waking state, or worse to that effect, you're not going to be able to know anything about how to drive a car. He's come back, he has no idea that's happened. Sits in the car, got the key in his hand, doesn't know what to do with it. Completely lost. Doesn't know the first thing about driving a car. So they come back to the studio live here, and they have a laugh about it and everything, and Hammond thinks it's all over, but, you know, McKenna's sitting there and everything, and then McKenna does the same thing in the studio. Hammond, And he tells him that this car, this toy car, is actually his real Porsche 911 Turbo or something, some flash bloody car. And he goes over and he gets into it, thinking this is his real car. That's what's going on in his mind as he decodes reality. And then Jeremy Clarkson drives this one into the side of this one. He reacts as if he's just pranged his real car. Why? Because reality is being decoded in his mind. And to him it's real. And that's what's happening to us all the time. We're asleep. We're in a trance. And that's why it's so appropriate when people say, I'm waking up now. I can see it. As Voltaire said, so long as the people do not care to exercise their freedom, those who wish to tyrannize will do so. For tyrants are active and ardent and will devote themselves in the name of any number of gods, religious or otherwise, to put shackles upon sleeping men. And of course, first, you must have sleeping men and women, and that's what the whole deal has been about. You are getting sleepy, 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 sleepy. Good evening! Now tonight's news. These people are hypnotists, they don't realize it. They're programming a reality by repetition of a version of reality that they pound out on their mainstream news all the time. We see things not as they are, but as we are. The conspiracy in a line. The idea is to get us to think that we are the person we see reflected in the mirror. No, that's the vehicle we're using to experience this reality. This is who we are. Division is what they want. A sense of oneness is what they don't want. And oneness, not just between humans, but between everything. You know, the ancients talked about, and some people still talk about today, about going and experiencing the spirit of a mountain or something. And of course, the left-brain scientists, you can't experience the spirit of a mountain, it's a pile of rock. Because that's what the left brain sees it. And yet, a mountain is just energy consciousness, and that's a holographic version of it that we see on the physical level. So you can interact with that, just as you can interact with plants. This is Virginia, Credo Mutwa's wife, and she's got a herbal garden, and she talks to her plants. And she puts little coins next to them in thanks when she's taken bits off them to use in herbal remedies and stuff. And of course, the left brain is to go, what's the plant going to do with the money? Is it going to buy beer? Stupid, you know. No, it's energy. It's a representation of energy. Oh yeah, I get that. Oh, stupid. We are consciousness, we are energy, we are all one consciousness. So, where are we? Where are we? We are in our own minds, basically. We are in our own heads, symbolically. We are decoding reality in our own minds. It's not out there, it's in here. We are taking frequency fields and vibrational fields, and we are, through the brain, turning them into a holographic reality that does not exist out there. Holograms appear to exist in space, but they don't. Holograms you buy in the shops. This hologram doesn't have space either. We are decoding it into a holographic television station within the frequency of visible light. We talk about seeing is believing, but it ain't. Believing is seeing, because what we believe affects what we decode and therefore what we see. There's that great line in the Matrix movie where the Neo character is saying to the Morpheus character, what is real? And Morpheus says words to the effect of, what is real? If you're talking about what we can see, touch, taste, hear, etc., then real is just electrical signals interpreted by your mind. That's absolutely what we're doing. Because the five senses decode vibrational frequencies, and then send those signals to the brain, and it's the brain that decodes them into the reality we think we're experiencing. It's how hypnotists can manipulate reality in their various forms. The visual cortex areas of the brain do it in relationship to the eyes. What we think is out there actually exists, symbolically anyway, in our head. As the neurons fire in a certain sequence, they create reality based on our belief. Now, if we've got open minds, we can be decoding vast, vast realities and be multidimensional in our perception and awareness. We can be in this world physically, but not of this world in terms of our point of perception. Therefore, we're going to see the world in a completely different way to those stuck in left brain consciousness. Or we can get caught in the eggshells, in which case we are decoding a very small band of frequencies, which makes us think we live in a world of limitation. We exist as an energy construct. These are the vortex points, the colors here, call them chakras, wheels of light in the Sanskrit language. The vortex points in the body. When this goes through the decoding process, it becomes the holographic image we see as a human being. But it only exists, we only exist in this form when we've been through that decoding process. In this book, The Holographic Universe, great book where he pulls together, Michael Talbot, the scientific information supporting the idea that this is all a great hologram. He tells a story in here, which is so brilliant. That's why I do tell it quite often, because it's so symbolic of what I'm talking about. He attended a party which his father had, and he had a stage hypnotist along to do party tricks for the guests. There came a point where the hypnotist is dealing with this guy called Tom, and he said to him, he's doing through the tricks, and then he said to him, when I bring you back to a waking state, you're not going to be able to see your daughter in the room. At which point the hypnotist led the daughter to stand right in front of the father who's looking in her belly. He brings him out of to a waking state, or apparently so, and he says, Tom, can you see your daughter? Tom's looking around. No, I can't see her. She's giggling, he can't hear her. The hypnotist went behind the daughter, put his hand in the small of her back and said, I'm holding something, Tom. What am I holding? He looked bemused because it was so obvious to him. He said, you're holding a watch. He says, there's an inscription on the watch, Tom. Can you read it? He peered forward, read the inscription. His daughter standing between him and the watch. Now, from a left brain perspective, Professor Richard Dawkins at Oxford University or something, that's impossible. You're one of these charlatans. But of course, from a left brain perspective, it's not possible. But when you realize the nature of reality, it is possible. Why? Because his daughter is an energetic construct on that level, and unless her father decodes her energetic field into a holographic representation he sees as his daughter, she ain't going to exist in his reality. Everything else in the room is, because he's doing that to everything else. But the hypnotist has implanted into the brain the belief that the daughter is not in the room. So just like in China, where they firewall off the internet, his brain gets firewalled off from decoding that field. So she doesn't come into holographic reality. She doesn't occupy what we call space. He's going to be able to see what's behind her, because in his reality, she ain't there on that frequency range we call the physical world. We think the world is physical. Let's come to that physical. Oh, it's so solid. Oh yeah, walk into a wall, bang, it's solid. Don't tell me it ain't solid. But it can't be. It can't be, because it's made of atoms, scientists tell us. And atoms have no solidity. How can an atom that has no solidity make up this solid world? It can't. And it doesn't, because the world isn't solid. This is why when scientists have this bewildered conundrum between non-physical atoms making up a physical world, how can it be? Well, I can help them out. There is no physical world to make up. The atoms are part of the decoding process of turning vibrational fields and vibrational information into holographic form in our heads or in our minds. We make holograms, of course, in studios like this one. And for those who haven't come across it, what happens is you've got an object that you want to do a holographic photograph of. You have a laser beam. Part of it is diverted across the object you want to photograph. Part of the beam is taken away and hits this photographic film, where it meets the other part of the beam carrying the vibrational information of the image. It's like two waves in water coming and colliding. When you have, they call it interference, an interference pattern in holographic terms. When you throw two pebbles in a pond, where the waves they make collide is a vibrational representation of those two stones, their weight, their size, and where they dropped in relationship to each other. And that's the same principle as holographic film. It looks like fingerprints and stuff. It seems to have no form, no clarity, but you then fire a laser beam at this and bingo. An apparently three-dimensional image of what's been photographed appears before your eyes, appearing to occupy space, but not. These are all holograms. Some of them, the best ones, can look as solid as you and me. These are all holograms, with no space, no 3D, just the appearance of it. There's the Queen, holographic photograph of the Queen. Very appropriate when we get to the second half. Queen's a lizard, you're mad. These are not very good holograms, but you see how they can appear three-dimensional. Planets. You know, we can have three-dimensional things now on computer games. And that's what we're doing. Taking vibrational information and decoding it into a holographic world that appears to be out there, but isn't. So, in a decoded state, this is what the world looks like. In an undecoded state, they are energetic vibrational fields. This reality has a number of levels, the coded and decoded levels. So we're living in a virtual reality game, basically, of great sophistication. And when we know that, we can enjoy it. When we don't know that, we can become enslaved by it, and we have been. And scientists, it's funny you see, because these scientists, the left-brainers, there are now some real cutting-edge mainstream scientists in some parts of the world who've opened up the right brain, and they're very impressive people. But, and they're starting to get this now. But the left-brainers, I mean, it's like, you know in the pantomimes, where someone's standing on the stage and someone, like a monster or something, comes behind them, and the audience is going, "He's behind you!" And they turn round, and the other person turns round with them, and they're going, "There's nobody there! He's behind." It's like that with science, because they're trying to work out these realities, but of course, as they're trying to work it out, their brain is decoding it into a holographic, apparently solid world. But they can't get at it, because everything they touch, everything they look at, boom, it's hologram, boom, it's hologram, it's solid, it's real. So this is why scientists have to open their consciousness if they're going to get to the deep levels that we're talking about today. The other great characteristic of a hologram is that every part of the hologram contains a smaller version of the whole. Extraordinary characteristic. So if you cut a holographic print, those wavy frequency fields, the interference pattern, into four, and you fire a laser at the four pieces, you don't get a quarter-size part of the whole picture, you get a quarter-size version of the whole picture. Everything is a smaller version of the whole. And that is why this works, and what it's based on, if people started to realize it. Things like reflexology and acupuncture and these other alternative forms of healing, they can find parts of the body, this is reflexology, acupuncture is the same, that reflect in different parts of the body, the bigger parts of the body, so they can treat the heart from a point on the foot or the hand. Different parts of the ear, you can treat different parts of the body from a point on the ear. Of course you can. It has to be like that because the body is a hologram, and so the ear is a smaller version of the whole in the way it works. We have this thing, this line that people say, oh, everything's as above, so below. Yes, because it's a hologram. So, this is why the human energy field is mirrored by the Earth's energy field, because it's a hologram, and every part of the whole, at all the different levels, is a smaller version of the whole. What we're living in is a holographic internet, as I call it. If you look at what we call the internet, which we use on our computers, the only place the internet exists in the form that we perceive the internet, websites and graphics and colors and texts, is on the computer screen. It's the only place it exists in that form. Everywhere else, it's electrical circuits, mathematics, on-off electrical signals, all the rest of it. Same with television. The only place that television exists as we perceive it is on the screen. Everywhere else, it's frequency fields, mathematics, and electrical systems. And it's the same with us. Jean Fourier, a Frenchman, he developed something called the Fourier transform, which allowed pictures to be turned into frequency fields, broadcast, and then decoded into pictures. That's basically what our brain is doing on a vastly more sophisticated level. So what is the matrix, this holographic internet we live in or think we live in? We are part of its projection. It is energetic information. That's what it is. And we decode that information, and what we decode and how we decode it decides our experienced reality. Decides what we experience. We are crystals, basically, and so often, of course, in receiver transmitting, you see the use of crystals. The membrane of every cell, and we have trillions of them, is a crystalline substance. DNA is a crystalline substance. This is the membrane of a cell, and electrical signals make these gates open and close, letting in what's good for the cell, keeping out what's bad for the cell, etc., etc. Which is why when we get involved in disruptive electrical and electromagnetic situations, these can open and close at the wrong times and lead to ill health. But we are crystals, and we are transmitter-receivers of information. And this was an article on DNA that I read. From the characteristic form of this giant molecule, a wound double helix, the DNA represents an ideal electromagnetic antennae. Yes, of course it does. On one hand, it is elongated and thus a blade which can take up very well electrical pulses. On the other hand, seen from above, it has the form of a ring and thus is a very magnetical antennae. Don Juan, I think his name was, the shaman source of the Carlos Castaneda books, is quoted as saying this: "We are perceivers, we are awareness, we are not objects, we have no solidity, we are boundless, we, or rather our reason, forget this, and thus we entrap the totality of ourselves in a vicious circle from which we rarely emerge in our lifetime." And we don't do that because we're not meant to. Society is structured to keep us there. And these influences programming information, sense of belief, the poisons we get in food and drink, religions that mess with our minds and close down our awareness, education and all this other stuff, medical drugs are affecting the decoding of this information, what we decode, how we decode it, and what range we decode. And at the level of the real manipulators, that's coldly, calculatedly done to put us in a vibrational prison we call a world. Bewildered world, going through it. What the hell is it all about? I don't understand. This is symbolic of the world we live in. For a body, computers. And we tap into this World Wide Web, you might call the cosmic internet, the holographic internet. And it's not, this is symbolic, the wires between them, because it ain't like that. It's like this. This Brixton Academy has wireless internet. It's here, everywhere, around us. We can't see it, it's not affecting our perception at all. But if I tune this computer to that Wi-Fi wireless internet, on that screen will suddenly appear that internet, that reality. And what we're living in, where are we, is a holographic internet, and that information exists everywhere around us, and we're decoding it unknowingly, though not now, increasingly, into this reality we think is the world. And so you had that scene in the Matrix movie, the first one, where Morpheus says, the Matrix is everywhere. It's all around us, even now in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth? That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell, taste, or touch. A prison for your mind. And the Matrix is everywhere because it is like a wireless internet which we're decoding. And we can decode vast areas of this internet. Or, as they do in China, that internet can be firewalled off so we only access that which suits those in control. And that's basically what's happened to us, not least through genetic manipulation. So what is reality? It's the frequency range that we are decoding, and it's how we are decoding it. So when you've got miracles, there are no miracles. No such thing. There's only understanding reality more than you are when you perceive them as miracles. How can it be that you can walk through fire in a certain state of consciousness and not get burned, and you can walk through fire in another state of consciousness and be in the ambulance in 10 minutes? It's simply your connection, your interaction with reality is different. If you believe, and it's programmed into the software, that if you put your hand in fire it will burn, it will burn. But if you can go to another level of consciousness that's beyond that, then you can walk through fire and not get burned, as many people do. That's not a miracle. It's just decoding reality in a different way. And we have the potential to decode a sodding paradise, which is why this has been kept from us. In the Matrix movie, there is no spoon. It is not the spoon that bends, it is only yourself, exactly. I saw this. Where there is love, there is pain. Bollocks. Bollocks. Only if you believe there is. We are looking at a world of people imprisoned by their own perception of reality. There they are. There they could be. As William Blake said, if the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man and woman as it is, infinite. I think, therefore I am, said Descartes. I compute, therefore I am, on a body consciousness level. I am, therefore I am, in terms of infinite consciousness. That's who we are. What's your name? Everything you can ever think of. And just go through this before. I've kept to time well, purely by bloody accident, mine. On one level, as I said earlier, this is a mathematical construct. This is one reason why things like numerology and numerological sequences are found all the time in secret society lore and stuff. And if you look at the codes of DNA, they've got a very digital mathematical feel about them. Same with DNA when you look at it. We are digital on one level. The Earth grid, as above, so below. The Earth is an energetic construct in the same way that we are, and it has a structure of energy lines called ley lines, meridian lines, whatever. And these are very geometrical in the way that they are laid out. Again, mathematics, geometry. And algebra, I like it, yeah. The Earth grid equals x, y squared. And xy squared, where did that come from? I don't know. Anyway, so here's the grid, and the lines are geometrical. And what a lot of people have now researched ancient structures and temples and standing stones and what have you, they found that they are amazingly, stands back in amazement, in geometrical relationship to each other all over the world. How did they do that? Miraculous? No. If you have that ancient knowledge, and I'll come to that in the second half, or the second section, you know where these vortexes are. If you put a temple or a construction on that vortex, it is going to be in relationship geometrically to these other ones because you're putting it on a geometrically formed grid. And just like we have the chakra system of vortexes, so does the Earth. And like I say, things like Stonehenge and these great constructions of the ancient world were invariably put on these vortex points, which is where the geometrical relationship comes from. Also, because of this ancient knowledge I'll talk about when we've had a break, you find that these great ancient constructions and temples and amazing creations are using classic geometrical and mathematical codes like pi and golden mean. Extraordinary. Also, what comes up a lot is the Fibonacci sequence of numbers, which was attributed in terms of discovery, although it seems it was known long before, to this guy, Leonardo Pisano Fibonacci. I'm not sure, I think he was Italian, I'm not sure. And the Fibonacci sequence is you add the two numbers together to get the next one. And this sequence you find throughout nature and throughout the formation and the relationships of parts of the human body and the human face. You find this Fibonacci sequence because that's the mathematical construct level of reality manifesting itself. The same with how flowers grow and how flowers are formed. This Fibonacci sequence of numbers and mathematics comes up again and again and again. Same with these other golden mean and pi stuff as well. So this guy, Stephen Marquardt, an American doctor who studied the human face and the human body from, I think it was a point of view of cosmetic surgery, started to see this obvious correlation between these mathematical codes and sequences and the human body. And he said this: all life is biology, all biology is physiology, all physiology is chemistry, all chemistry is physics, and all physics is math, or maths as we say here. And he might have added, and all maths is energy, because that's the next level of it. We live in a almost a mechanical construct on one level as it plays out, And through things like money and other things the manipulators have introduced and controlled, they're controlling the way or influencing the way this construct operates and turning us into robots and parts of the machine when we are infinite consciousness. It's the same with astrology. When we're born at a certain time, we pick up energetic vibrational fields that are around at that time that are affected by the relationship of the planets of that time, the sun at that time. And they can influence us because this affects our body consciousness auric field, and as we go through the sequences through our lives, as the planets move, we are going to be affected by them in a different way to someone born at another time in the cycle who will carry a different vibrational field and therefore interact with the planets in a different way. And these forces, these same forces, are what hold planets in the positions they're in. And when those forces change or move, so do the planets. So, as we finish this first section, what is reality? Whatever we believe it is, and more than that, given what we're going to talk about in the second section, whatever we are told to believe it is. This is the foundation of the conspiracy. And I've started with this because from that, as we move through the day, the way society is structured and the way that the whole system that we experience every day works starts to make dramatically more sense once we realize what we're dealing with, and also have the knowledge that those in the shadows, not the bushes and people like that, the ones with the real power, they understand all this, and they've structured society with that knowledge to control us through this knowledge. So it's not, the world is not controlled by men in dark suits sitting around a table. It's massively influenced by them because they're playing out this conspiracy. They're not the origins of it. This is where a lot of conspiracy researchers go so far and stop. They think this is it. It's the Bilderberg Group. It's the Council on Foreign Relations. It's the Freemasons. No, no. This is one level of it being played out. Behind that are the shadow people, the human shadow people, who operate behind the scenes, who control those people who are apparently in power and appear on the news and sign the legislation, but the real power's here, and they in turn are controlled by the other dimensional shadow people, which I'll get to big time in the second section. So, this is it. This is what it is. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. It is a mind game. And that's great news, because we, with this knowledge, and with the knowledge of who we are, the dramatic, infinite genius of who we are, can take that power back. Thank you very much. 30 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back David Icke.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Thank you. I got a present. Okay, so the next section is how that knowledge we looked at before is used to create this Orwellian state that's unfolding. The one that makes us believe, or wants us to believe, that war is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strength. All of which is based on selling us fear. This is the basic structure that they want. I'll come to that more in a minute. But basically what we're looking at is the centralization of power, incessant centralization of power, for a simple reason that if there's a few of you and you want to control the many, you have to centralize decision making. The more diversity there is, the less control you're going to have over it. So you want to centralize everything. And that's why the world has been hurtling towards centralization of power in all areas of our lives for centuries. And it's got faster. Why has it got faster? Simple equation. The more you centralize power, the more power that you then have to centralize even quicker. And this is where the momentum of speed has increased and increased. But before I start this section, again, I want to emphasize the information from the first part, which is we live in an illusory reality in terms of solidity. We are decoding reality. It's a kind of a virtual reality experience that we're having. We are consciousness. They want to put us in that state of detached consciousness and limit the frequencies that we are decoding and therefore control the reality that we experience. And so what I'm looking at here in this section as I start a chronological story is I'm looking at a timeline. One reality within what even mainstream scientists are now talking about, these different realities, parallel universes and stuff, which interpenetrate each other. This is one timeline. That's all. It's the timeline that we are decoding. But there are many other timelines, many other realities interpenetrating this one, and also there's a hell of a lot more to know than I've got so far. It's an interim report. It's always going to be. So, we go back, we can pick this story up in this timeline in ancient times, prehistorical times, in terms of official history, where there were, it would appear, two great civilizations which made together a global civilization, one based on a landmass which has become known as Atlantis, and one which has become known as Mu or Lemuria. And these were advanced, very advanced civilizations with, in many ways, knowledge beyond what is available in the public arena today. And they went to great technological lengths, great understandings, for instance, in how you can create a magnetic field which then makes vast stones basically weightless, and you can push them along and maneuver them around. Great technological advancement, at least among the elite. These civilizations came to an end, it seems, with great cataclysmic events. It's interesting that when you've got studies which put together the ancient folklore around the world describing what the Bible calls the Great Flood, but that's just one version of the same recurring story in every ancient culture. And then you look at the geological and biological record of the Earth, the two correlate in terms of great cataclysmic events which cause fantastic geological upheavals. Of course, the story of Noah in the Bible, which is a rewrite of a much older Sumerian story, which probably is mirrored, in fact is mirrored all over the world using different names for Noah. That is the most famous one of the Great Flood and the Great Cataclysms, but it is just one. The survivors of these advanced civilizations, and indeed before, moved out into other lands, and they took with them this advanced knowledge that was part of that once global society. But now these societies became isolated, and that original knowledge started to go its own way. Same knowledge, but it started to be expressed in different ways, using different symbolisms, different tools, different names, etc. And this story is also why, when historians and others have gone into these places, like the Maya and South America and the Maya in Central America and other places, they were astounded when they first apparently discovered these civilizations, these groupings of people, that the same basic stories that they were telling, religious stories and other stories that they were telling in Europe, were being told by these other societies that apparently had no connection to Europe whatsoever, because we've just discovered you. Well, these original stories come from the original knowledge that's just got isolated. They're the original stories from the pre-historical times of the global society, the Golden Age, as some accounts call it. And I started to see this as I've traveled around the world, where you see the same knowledge expressed in different ways, because it's just gone its own way because of the isolation. Cradle Mutwa, the Zulu shaman, he throws carved bones in different symbols to read energy fields, to predict the future or read the future. And what you do is you brought this basket of these bones and you put your hands over them. What it's doing, you're impregnating your energy field into these bones, the energy fields of the bones, because everything's energy. And then he throws the bones, and where they land in relationship to each other makes him read the signs. Because what he's doing is reading your energy field. Because as I kind of saw as I was watching this happen, when you put your magnetic field into those bones, the vibrational state of your magnetic field is a vibrational pattern or imprint of you, your state, and also the deeper levels of consciousness that you have that have an awareness of what is to come. And these bones have an energy field, and their energy field reflects what they symbolize. So if they symbolize a certain concept, then they will carry the energy of that concept. So when you put your hands in, or your energy in, it makes a magnetic connection. These different energy fields, called bones when we've decoded them into holograms, connect into your energy field and sync with the magnetic patterns that you've got, and they fit in where their magnetic patterns fit into you. And so where the bones land and how they appear on the floor is decided before they're thrown. It's decided in the basket by the magnetic connections that have been made. And this is also why you get the same thing with rune stones, because rune stones are just exactly the same knowledge expressed in a slightly different way. This is where tarot cards come from. Why do you pick that card and not that one? Magnetic connection, same thing. And it's the same knowledge, that same original global knowledge. Also, as these peoples with these advanced knowledge and understandings went into other areas of the world, not just after the cataclysms, but also before it, they were the people that had the knowledge to build these fantastic ancient structures that even today people say we couldn't build that now, or we'd struggle to. How did they do it, these primitive people? Because they were working with this advanced knowledge. But history just shuts this stuff out because it doesn't fit the song sheet. In Peru, you've got, this is just one example, these stones are hundreds of tons. You couldn't get a cigarette paper between them, they're so brilliantly put together. These are the Nazca lines in Peru, in the Nazca Plains, and these depictions of animals and insects and birds that are created by scoring the top surface of the land away, they can only be seen in their entirety, some of them, at 2,000 to 3,000 feet. or in planes of considerable height, because they're so vast. Primitive people did that? No. Great knowledge did that. And this is a very significant area of the world in terms of the recovery from the cataclysmic events and the resettlement of these peoples from this global society. People in conventional history, they call, for instance, Sumer, Mesopotamia, what we now call Iraq, the cradle of civilization. No. It wasn't the start of civilization. It was one of the major points of recreation of a civilization after the cataclysmic events had brought an end to the old one. And what we're seeing now, and what's happening, is this global society is now re-emerging in another way as these formerly isolated societies start to connect together again. In fact, it's been going on, of course, for a very long time. And another connection that you have between these areas and many other areas in the world is of an interbreeding between a non-human race, force, whatever, and humans, creating a hybrid bloodline, a fusion of the two DNAs. Even in Genesis, we have one version of this, but you find this all over the world, in every culture. As the Bible says in Genesis, there were giants on the earth in those days, or in the earth as it puts it, and also after that, where the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. These hybrid bloodlines, this interbreeding, produced the kings and queens and the elite royal families of the ancient world, where they claim their right, their genetic right to be the king or the queen or the leader because of their connection to the gods. And all over the world you find this. And what do we have today? We have the queen as head of state of this country purely because of her DNA. She had a different DNA. She might be cleaning the throne, not sitting on it. You know, that's how ludicrous it is. And this is where it comes from. These people claim to be elite and special because of this hybrid bloodline nature connection to the gods. And in Sumer you find the same. Sumer, which became Babylon, which became Iraq, has ancient texts and tablets which describe the same recurring global story of this interbreeding to create this hybrid race. The hybrid race became known as the demigods, part human, part God, because of this interbreeding connection. And from here, they went out all over the world. So the invasion of Iraq and the occupation of Iraq now is not just about oil. It is about oil on one level, yes. It's about many things. But it's also because that area of land, Mesopotamia, the land between two rivers, is considered of great significance to these bloodlines for historical reasons, because that's where a lot of them came out of. So this hybrid bloodline went off across the world, up into northern Europe. It became the power behind the Roman Empire and the creation of the Roman Church, which became, of course, global Christianity. Much more about that as we go along. And everywhere it went, it became the royal bloodline, the elite bloodline, the one that became the leaders and the kings and the queens, and also the people in charge behind the scenes. And it interbred with other such bloodlines in northern Europe to become the royal families and aristocratic families of Europe. Then, because of the European empires, particularly the British, but the French and others too, but particularly the British, we had global Babylon, global Sumer, the global elite bloodline expansion, They went all over the world. They said the sun never set on the British Empire, so vast was it. Into Australia, into Africa, all over the world they went through colonization. And then we had this sleight of hand called independence for the former colonies, but it was only independence on the surface. What these bloodlines did was leave out in those former colonies the bloodline and the secret society network, which I'll come to, which manipulates the bloodline and its govers and agents into positions of power. And they've gone on controlling those countries ever since. And so today, these hybrid bloodlines are known as the Illuminati, the illuminated ones, and they're the ones that control the transnational corporations, governments, the banking system, the whole shebang that dictates and controls the direction of society. More of that later. And the idea, of course, because compared with the global population, there's very few of these people. The idea is to enslave the rest of humanity in that vibrational prison I've been talking about, so the few can control the vast majority by controlling the frequencies and the nature of the reality we construct. Oh, Queen's lizard. Now, who are they? Who are they? God. When I first came across this old bloody story, I thought, why me, you know? What are they bloody going to say about this? They thought I was bloody mad before. But I don't care. Who are they? Who are they, the interbreeders? I never went looking for this, but over years and years, starting in about the mid to late 1990s, as I traveled around the world, talking to no bugger at the time, I came across increasingly large numbers of people who told me this recurring story from different points of perspective, and many of them who'd experienced it, a quote on the inside, that this interbreeding was between a reptilian-type race and humans, and they had created a hybrid bloodline. And it was this bloodline that was occupying the positions of power across the world. So not a racist thing in terms of Earth races, because these buggers interbred all over the world. As Cradle Mutwa, the Zulu shaman, told me, a lot of the black political or black leaders and prime ministers that were put in positions of power after the colonial powers apparently left, their bloodline went back to the same source, according to him. It's all over the world. It's not a racial thing from an Earth point of view. Now again, going back to the first section, these people don't see interbreeding like we see interbreeding. They are creating a software program. By interbreeding with humans, they create a reptilian-human software program which has influences on behavior and perception from both, and also influences on what you decode and what you don't decode. And they want to hold this software program because it's the software program they use to control. And so they have obsessively interbred with each other right the way through history. You know, we talk about royal families, oh, they interbreed because to keep the genes up. Well, it's kind of like that. What they're doing is holding a software program which is diluted very, very quickly when it's interbred outside of itself with the general population. And so still today, you have arranged marriages among elite families that are nothing to do with love and affection and attraction, but to do with genetics and producing the next generation of software programs, if you like. And these ancient cultures, they all have their stories of this interbreeding between a reptilian race, and it's not all reptilian, but this seems to be a predominant factor, and humans. In fact, the ancient emperors of China used to claim the right to be emperor because of their descendants from the serpent gods. Everywhere you find this reference in different phrases and names to the serpent gods. And out of here, the Sumer, Egypt, Babylon area, came some of the most significant bloodlines, which then moved up across the world to become the ruling, controlling families of today. And like I say, all over the world you find the serpent symbolism, the serpent stories, and the worship of the serpent is the oldest religion. They found, I think it was last year sometime, close to the Kalahari Desert, or around the Kalahari Desert in South Africa, evidence of serpent worship 70,000 years ago. And it does go back that far because these guys have been around that long. When I started coming across this, first of all, in what you might call the Western world, where I was meeting these people who'd had these experiences and come across this information, I then went to South Africa to speak, and I got contacted. This is why he contacted me originally, Cradle Mutwa. And he said, how do you know about the Chitahuri? Because he just read the book, The Biggest Secret, which was the first time I introduced this. Who the hell's the Chitahuri? And it translates as the children of the serpent or the children of the python. And this is a painting by Cradle Mutwa from ancient and modern descriptions of these Chitahuri. Although it's only one type, just like with humans, there's many, many types. And he told me that when he was first initiated into this shamanistic knowledge, long decades and decades ago now, he learned about the Chitahuri. And he said that when the colonial powers came in, here we go again, the British and the Dutch, but particularly the British, through people like Cecil Rhodes, they, in his words, milked the minds of the shaman and then killed them. And they tried to take all this knowledge out of circulation, and it went underground and into their own version of secret societies in South Africa to keep this knowledge alive. And this is where he came across the story of the Chitahuri, although he's seen a lot since to confirm the validity. He also showed me this. This is the necklace of the mysteries, which he, as the inheritor of this shamanistic knowledge, has the right to be given. And it's mentioned in accounts 500 years ago, and he reckons it's at least 1,000 years old. And what he does, because he's the official storyteller of the Zulu nation, of the verbal knowledge, and he has symbols on this necklace of the mysteries which tell the story of Africa and African people and African history. And on pride of place is a non-human figure with a big willy and a woman, and this is their symbolism for telling the story of the interbreeding between humans and this non-human race. Now, interestingly, this willy is now copper, but in the original it was gold before it was stolen for money. And of course then you go back to ancient Egypt, and one of the prime stories of ancient Egypt was of the sun god Osiris with the golden penis. And all that connects into this Sumerian knowledge and this South African knowledge, and it's all to do with the interbreeding. Obelisks, the obsession that Freemasons have with obelisks and stuff, same thing. The phallic symbol, the bloodline. This is the human woman as symbolized, and this is the non-human interbreeder. Now, it doesn't look reptilian, it doesn't look like anything, it looks strange. And I asked him, why does it look like that? And he said, because the Chitahuri said that they must never be depicted as they really are, or they would, anyone that did it would be killed. So he said what they did was depict them as obviously not human, but not looking like they really did, for that reason. Although you still can find some. This is a reptilian baby and woman or goddess, which was found in graves in the Ubaid culture, which preceded Sumer, in that same part of the world that we now know as Iraq. There's some more images of it. Again, the serpent worship is all over the world. So this is Cradle Mutwa's painting, and this is Neil Haig's symbolic representation of this bloodline, which is a hybrid genetics, and it's a hybrid software program. That's what we're looking at, because it's the hologram that we're looking at. And around the world, you see symbolism, and when you start to come across this information, it's like your kind of mind opens and you start to see, hey, what you hadn't seen before. This bloody serpent symbolism's all over the bloody place. And you find the symbolism of the connection between human women and this reptilian race. You see the symbolism of part man, part reptile, part human, part not human. Again, there's another one. These from different parts of the world. You see a lot of symbolism in stories of humans battling the snake, same thing. And of course, in the Garden of Eden, which is a story that's told in different ways all around the world, you have the serpent. And I was on a Christian radio station a few weeks ago, and they were going on about this reptilian thing. And I said, well, hold on a second. You talk about the Garden of Eden. Do you reckon that Adam and Eve, as they are symbolically called, were actually having a chat with a snake? I mean, does that make sense? I mean, am I mad? Am I crazy? What are you talking about? Or is it more likely that the serpent is actually, or the snake is actually symbolic of something else? And a lot of the gargoyles that you find on churches that were built by the secret society, as like the Knights Templar, and the castles of these elite families have a reptilian look about them. So do many of the coats of arms and stuff that you find in the elite families and military and stuff. The City of London, just down the road from where we are, has a very appropriate symbol, because London, as the bloodlines moved across into Europe, London eventually became, and still is, one of the epicenters of the Illuminati, of these bloodlines. So you had, wherever the bloodlines go, the empires go, because they're acquisitive, they want control. So you had the Roman Empire when they were based in Rome, and they're still massively based in Rome. And when they went and located in London, you had the British Empire, and that expansion, and other parts of Europe. And this is known by researchers who know what they're talking about as Baby-London, because this is sort of the new Babylon. I'm not talking about London in general, the City of London, the financial district, which is its own self-governing province in effect, with its own police force and everything. And that is two reptilian figures holding the badge of the Knights Templar, one of the major secret societies of the Illuminati. There's a bigger version of it. Very appropriate. When you enter the City of London, you pass these things on the side of the road. And the City of London connects into the Temple. The Temple is named after the fact that the Knights Templar own that land at their temple there. The Knights Templar still run the City of London and the Temple area, which is the centre of the legal profession. That's where Tony Blair and his missus trained, and the barristers and stuff, and Inns of Court and all this business. They still control that today. And where the Temple meets the City of London, in the centre of the road, is this another reptilian figure. Just a coincidence, nothing to worry about. So what you have all over the world is this recurring theme, which only when you kind of open your mind to this, you start to say, bloody hell, it's everywhere, of the dragon and the reptilian imagery. I mean, in the East, in places like Japan and China, where there was also massive interbreeding in China with these entities, it seems, you have the dragon at the very heart of the culture. The Messiah, the word Messiah, it seems, comes from Mesa, which is the Nile crocodile, because the pharaohs were anointed with the fat of a Nile crocodile as part of the coronation. And it also breaks down as anointed one, which is what the word Christ means, anointed one. All these things interconnect in the end, as we'll see as we go along. Even biblical references to the devil have a reptilian serpent imagery about them. This is from Revelation. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, called the devil and Satan, which deceives the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Over and over, this same recurring theme. This is a painting that Cradle did on the side of one of his huts, which is symbolically telling the story of some of the stories told in the ancient African history and legends. And where do I find this again? But on the logo of Alfa Romeo. Extraordinary. And on the other side of Alfa Romeo, you have the red cross on the white background of the Knights Templar, the very elite secret society within the Illuminati bloodline network. Silvio Berlusconi, who's just got back into the leadership in Italy, has in his garden that same imagery of the serpent with a human in his body. And he's a major secret society operative, he is. He was in the famous infamous P2 Freemasonry Lodge that came to light in the late 70s and led to the guy, Roberto Calvi, the banker connected to P2, being hung under Blackfriars Bridge just down for the road from here. And then around the fairy stories and the other kind of stories and folk stories, you get this recurring theme of the frog prince, the serpent prince, shape-shifting into a human prince or a princess doing the same, and so on. It's remarkable how consistent it is all over the world. And today you've got children's books and stuff which are talking about reptilian morphing into humans and stuff, and what we call shape-shifting. Now, of course, when you're talking about this for the first time, about shape-shifting, I mean, people go, crikey, what is he on? Because understandably, what they're perceiving is a solid body changing into a solid body. Not possible, mate. Yeah, no, I agree with you, but I ain't saying that. Because there is no physical, therefore there's not a shape shift from a physical solid body to another solid body. The Queen is a hologram, like we're all holograms. And if she shifts, it's because the hologram has shifted, the decoding system in the observer has shifted, not her physical body. And what you have are 3 different levels of control, though it goes on further. But that's for another day, another time, and a lot more research. But this is one level of it, which is the dark suits, as I call them. And I found this picture on the internet. I thought, how perfect. They're like hollow shells, holographic hollow shells. Not necessarily all of them, but significant numbers are. Others are just gophers who don't know what's going on and are just play the game without realizing the game they're playing. Behind them are those that operate in the shadows that I talked about earlier, who, no matter who's in power, what party or what name, the same shadow people are orchestrating events. As they say in America, it doesn't matter who you vote for, the government still gets in. And the government are these shadow people who are there, whoever comes in and out with a rosette on or a name of a political party. And then you go one step back and you go out of this dimension, basically, or more accurately, you go out of the frequency range called visible light that we can decode and therefore see as a physical experience. These reptilian entities seem to operate, and again, it's not just reptilian. There are many different kinds of entities that do not have a human form, that operate just outside of human sight, and history has recorded them as demons and all this stuff. But the reptilian part of it seems to be very significant to the controlling systems on the planet today. And they operate just outside of visible light. Therefore, we don't see them in the normal course of events. That's just basically like a ghost. When you're looking at a ghostly figure, most of them don't look solid. because they're operating just outside of your frequency, just enough for you to perceive something, but not enough for them to appear to be, have solidity. This is very similar to having a radio and it not quite being on the station. You can hear the station, but there's what we call interference, and it's not sharp. Visually, that's what's happening when people see these ghostly, ethereal-type figures. So shape-shifting is not the movement from a dense physical body to a dense physical body. It would appear from the endless research that I've done and people I've talked to all over the world and all the rest of it put together, my own experiences sometimes, that what we're looking at are these hybrid bloodlines. Because of the hybrid nature of the DNA, the software program, they have a vibrational sympathy with that which interbred with them. And this doesn't have to be physical interbreeding either, as I'll come to. And so these bloodlines can be, quote, possessed, their emotional, mental faculties taken over much more easily than the general run of the population does not have that hybrid DNA, thus that vibrational sympathy, compatibility between the two energy fields. So what they're doing in effect is using the secret society network they've set up to manipulate these bodies into power, but in doing so they're putting themselves into power because they're controlling the mental and emotional processes of these vehicles. Now, when we look at, say that's a major politician or something, when we look at him with our five-sense sight, we are going to decode that level of him that is operating with invisible light. So what do we see? We see a human. But behind him, just outside of that frequency range, we'd see something very different. And I've met endless people who've seen it, who do have that ability to move their visual frequency range further than the norm. So what is happening is, with shape-shifting, or one way that it's happening, is sometimes that energy field just outside of visible light moves in to that frequency range. It sometimes happens when this vehicle is going through great emotional turmoil. I've had that story told to me many times when people have seen this, the circumstances surrounding it. And at that point, this energy field enters visible light and becomes the prime forward energy field. And then it goes back again. To the observer, who is decoding that energy field through the brain and turning it into a physical experience, what he observes only in his head is human, non-human, human. Did you see that? But it wasn't physical, it was a change in the decoding of the brain of the energy field it's observing. And this interbreeding can happen without coming into the physical, because these are energy fields, and these energy fields can send down genetic codes down into this reality. It's horrible to think about, but I've talked to a number of people around the world, women, who've been in captivity in places like the Mormon network in Salt Lake City, who have been taking part in rituals, obviously forced to take part, who are being raped on sacrificial altars under the Mormon church, other places too, and other organizations, but I'm just thinking of one in particular. And she told me, in the same story I've heard elsewhere, she looked up while this rape's going on, and around the rapist was this ethereal, non-human figure. Through this energy connection, things can be sent through to affect the genetics, the software program of the child that results from that situation. Because to them, like I say, they know it's a computer, and they know the computer software can dictate behavior and perception, and they want puppets. It may sound strange, but I feel for a lot of these people in power on the human level, because they're just puppets themselves, like bloody robots. here you go. A lot of these people are not in control of their own perception. And this is why, you know, what they do a lot is they'll target someone. What they want to know is who's got the bloodline and who hasn't. Because this bloodline genetics won't manifest itself in cold-blooded behavior and all the rest of it that we see unless those codes are open. It's like having a computer. It's got lots of codes, but unless you open them, it doesn't affect the computer screen. In other words, the reality of the computer. You have to open it. And what they do is target a lot of these people this is why they want a DNA database. They want to know who's got it and who hasn't. And that gives them, obviously, a great way of finding out. And then they target these people, and suddenly these people who know nothing about it, they're suddenly sponsored by very powerful people, and they become big in politics and law and all the rest of it. And through that, they get pulled into the secret society network, and they go through these rituals, and they think it's just some, you know, ancient ritual, it's just tradition. They don't realize that what these rituals are designed to do is to affect them genetically to open these codes. And how that manifests itself in experience is of seeing people who, for instance, came into politics with a good intent to try to make a positive contribution, and they end up, after a while, being the absolute epitome of everything they came into politics to challenge, because there's been a process of personality takeover. It's not always for that reason, but that's one of them. So what we're looking at, I would suggest, but you know, people make of it what they will, are fields where we decode the human one, but behind it is another one that looks anything but human. And someone sent me this picture. I don't know who it's of, but he's got very reptilian-type eyes. And a friend of mine has been working recently with someone who's been involved in a big iris scanning technological program. Not something I agree with, I have to say, iris scanning, but what he found, and he's into none of this stuff, what he found as these people looked at very closely at 2,300 eyes, to their amazement, in his estimation, about 4% of the eyes they looked at were of reptilian type and appearance. All over the internet, people have started talking about this now, and these pictures are circulating. This might be probably is just a trick of the light, but it's very symbolic of what we're looking at. That was on the front of the 14 Times, taking the piss out of me. I thought, thank you very much. Nice picture. I love that. Very symbolic. And it's all these other people and all that stuff. And another thing that you find is a number of therapists have sent me pictures. This is a common theme. Therapists working with satanically abused people, trying to get their minds back after all this abuse, and sexually abused people that have been in these mind control projects. And it's a very consistent theme that when these people who've been victims of this, they use a lot of drawing to try to draw out their memories. Again and again, what they draw are people with reptilian eyes. These are actually drawn by a satanically abused person, and these were sent to me with their permission by their therapist. Again, Roman Polanski was talking from knowledge, shall I put it, when he made that film Rosemary's Baby in the 60s with Mia Farrow. And for anyone who doesn't know about that, if you can get hold of a copy, it's worth watching. Mia Farrow is pulled in unknowingly because they want her to interbreed with one of these non-human entities to give birth to a child of the bloodline. And this satanic group get hold of her, and they put her under mind control, and they impregnate her and stuff. And towards the end of the film, when she starts to realize what's going on, she goes into this apartment where it all went on. Her memories start to come back, and she sees the baby she gave birth to in a non-conscious state, and you have a quick flash of it in the movie, and it's a reptilian baby with reptilian eyes. Well, Polanski should know, let's put it that way. All the way through history, you have this theme of possession and of fighting the snake or fighting the dragon and all the rest of it. That's the theme I'm talking about, and it's the software hybrid bloodline, which has led to hybrid people, possessed people, being in positions of power. So you look at the human level, but what's behind it? What's behind it? Now, I know something bloody strange is behind this bugger. I know from personal experience. Just very quickly, because I've told this story before. I was in a television, this is the 1980s, 1989. The Green Party, who I was speaking for at the time, had this one big election result in '89, the European elections, and I was asked to go along to Sky Television to comment as the results came in, because it was obvious we were going to do better than we've done before. And I go in to Sky Television, and I walk in, and they send me into this makeup room, and the door was open, and she leads me in, and I think the place is empty. And she sits me down, she says, "Someone will be along in a moment," and walks off. And as I turn, as she walked off, I'm looking down to my right, and there's Ted Heath, Prime Minister of Britain from 1970 to 74, the man who signed us into the European Union as it became. And he's sitting there, he's just been interviewed apparently, waiting to have his makeup taken off. So, you know, I looked at him, I said, "All right, mate, how you doing?" All that stuff. Never said a word. He's staring at the mirror on the wall, and he just turned his body, his chair, and he looked at me. Never said a word throughout, ever. He looked at me with a strange look, and then his eyes started at the top of my head, and they slowly went down to my feet, and then went back again. Scanning me is all I can describe it as. And when he got back to the top, he turned, and he looked at the mirror. That was kind of strange enough, but when he was doing the scanning, his eyes went completely black. The whites, the bloody lot. I found this picture on the internet, which I think is done by some kind of contact lens or something, but it absolutely encapsulates what I saw. This total blackness. And what I was doing then, when I got into this stuff and I'm traveling around, I started coming across people who talked about these black-eyed people that they'd seen. I think, bloody hell, I've seen that. And I looked on the internet a few weeks ago. I did a little newsletter about this, and I found a number of references to people telling about their experiences of the black-eyed people. Now, when I looked at Heath's eyes in that black state, there was no point where I made eye contact with him. I was looking through him into something else. They were like two black holes. And then, of course, I've gone home to my family and said, you know, you never guess what's happened with me and Ted Heath tonight, what I've seen. But, of course, what is it? I've not got a clue. It's very strange. Then you get on with your life. But later I realized what I'd seen. I'd looked through into another dimension, to the dimension of the entity that's possessing this guy, or possessed him. And this is what is happening with so many of these fellas. Gold, he doesn't have to shift, does he? Cheney. You know, and so you're putting different people into power, but what you're putting into power is the same force. They only appear different because when you decode their 5-sense visible light level, they look different humans, but not necessarily so. And for me, a lot of these people are what I call sentient programs, or what the Matrix movie called sentient programs. Because this is a digital construct on one level, digital people can be put into this construct and appear to be just as real and normal as us, because it's just another hologram. It's just from a different source. So the woman in the red dress in the Matrix movie, which they put into a computer program, and she looked like anyone else, as if she was just a normal person in the street. I think those people exist, the more that I understand this. And some of these people could be them. The more that I look at this, there seems to be three types of people. There's the sentient programs, which are basically software programs playing out their program. And we're not talking about a PC on the desk computer software. We're talking about one that can interact and react and think for itself up to a point. Much more sophisticated. There's other people who are conscious, but their body conscious level is so dominant in the perception of reality that that's basically just a spectator. And then there are others, increasingly more as we wake up in this time that we're living in, that are actually multi-level connected. And those different people will see the same reality in a completely different way. So there we go, the red dress programs, a Neil Haig portrayal. Carl Sagan, the famous American cosmologist, he was so interested in the reptilian influence on human behavior through the reptilian genetics in the body that he wrote this book, The Dragons of Eden, and pointed out that understanding the reptilian history of humans is to understand so much about human behavior. Because the oldest part of the human brain is what they call the R complex in mainstream science, or the reptilian brain. And it is fundamentally influencing our behavior. This is mainstream science, from the reptilian brain, the R complex, we get cold-blooded behavior, no empathy with the consequences for others of our actions, territoriality, control, wanting to own and control everything, desire to control, an obsession with hierarchical structures of power, top-down control by the few, aggression, might is right, winner takes all. These things all come from the reptilian brain. And I have just described perfectly the behavior of these hybrid bloodlines that we call the Illuminati. That's why they can kill and pepper bomb whole cities of civilians, because they have no empathy with the victims and the consequences for them of their actions. You take empathy out, anything goes. The other thing with the reptilian brain, this is really important in terms of understanding how they control us, is this is where, in the R complex, we get our survival instincts from. Fight or flight. And it's great that we have these survival programs, because otherwise we wouldn't last long. It's keeping us alive in this reality constantly, the survival mechanisms. But if you get caught in survival as a state of being rather than a response to a danger, then you are locking yourself into the reptilian brain, which is the genetics and the vibrational structure that these guys completely understand for obvious reasons. And if you look at society, from cradle to grave, we are constantly being given reasons to fear not surviving. Oh, the credit crunch. Oh, the rising food prices. Oh, the war in Iraq. Oh, would Iran do a nuclear bomb? Oh, this stuff. Oh, what about the kids? Oh, my God. And all those feelings of fear, i.e. survival reactions, lock us into the reptilian brain, which is what they want us to do, because then basically we become, to an extent, a hive brain with them. This is another important area to understand many things that I'm going to come through here. They're energy vampires. They vampire human energy of a certain kind. And therefore we are manipulated to produce that energy, which they then absorb. It's their power source. It's their source of energetic power. They operate just outside of visible light, but when we project emotional energy, stress, fear, anger, hatred, you can't see that appear in front of you when you feel those emotions, because they're not operating with invisible light. They're operating just outside of visible light, at other levels of frequency. And so when we are feeling those emotions and generating that energy resulting from them, they are pouring out of us into these other levels of reality, which is where these entities operate, and they absorb that energy. This lady, Giuliana Conforto, is a trained astrophysicist who wrote this book and many others about the nature of reality through the scientific perspective, but with an open mind, right brain perspective. And she talked to me, I had a long chat with her once for many hours. She talked to me about the existence of interspace planes. If you take this here to be the physical world we're in, and this to be the next dimension, she said there are neutral zones between these dimensions, which she said, if you operate there, you're going to need to find yourself an energy source because there ain't one there. I rang Credo Mutwa, and I said to him what she said to me. I said, is there anything in your culture that talks about the same thing? Oh yes, he said, we call them the heaven between heavens. He said, and that's where the reptilians are, or the Chitahuri as he calls them. So here we have the physical world, which, well, quote, that we live in. Here is the non-physical world, and then you have this neutral zone. This is where they operate from, and vibrationally it's really, really close to visible light, and they are absorbing energy from our emotional output into these realms. And I found this in the War Memorial in Canberra, Australia, in the area of the Tomb of the Unknown Warrior. And when you look at who's paid for this war memoriam, it's like a who's who of the Australian Illuminati. And they have these very strange pictures around the thing of soldiers with this energy coming out of them, and just above it are these reptilian entities almost guarding this. And in many ways that's so symbolic of what we're looking at, feeding off that energy. This is another Neil Haig picture of going across these interspace planes and becoming connected without that interference coming from this level. So what we're looking at, it seems, is these entities operate in these interspace planes. They possess the bloodlines within five-sense reality. We are manipulated into the positions of power, and they sit atop these various pyramids with the people. So these guys start wars and stuff like that, which the rest of us fight. We're stupid enough to. And although there appears to be fighting at this level between countries and leaders, really they all answer to the same crew. They're all controlled by the same crew. This is the movie playing out of different people, and they do fight among each other. They bloody do. Anyone who's obsessed with power like that wants power over their associates, but they're connected and operating to the same basic agenda. And if they do get out of hand, well, someone much more powerful knocks their heads together. So like I say, these entities, they can't absorb any energy. They have to absorb energy that is within the frequency range that they're operating on. And they're operating on such a low band of reality and vibration that they can only absorb low vibrational energy, which we give them through low vibrational emotional output, hate, fear, stress, all these things. And there's a guy in Japan, Mr. Emoto, I spent a long weekend with last year, talked to him about all this stuff, and saw him again recently. He's the man that developed this process of freezing water and then photographing the water crystals, which appear for a short time. And so by making different words and vibrational frequencies, by connecting it to the water, like putting words of hate or love on the side of the tank, then freezing it and then photographing it, he's been able to see the different effects of these different emotions upon reality. And this is a water crystal that was from a tank that had the words of love and appreciation on it. This is one that had the words hate all over it. It's a very different energetic structure. And it's this one that these entities want to absorb, therefore what they want us to produce. This again is the love and appreciation. This is a water crystal that had where the tank of water or the receptacle of water had a mobile phone tied to it. So what they want to do, and what they've been doing for centuries, is turning humanity into a war on itself to produce the stress, the hatred, the anger, all these emotions, which then feed into this interspace plane. And of course, a war like the two wars of the 20th century, my God, the energy of that kind that was produced then. I also almost fell off my seat when I watched this Disney movie called Monsters, Inc. Disney being one of these Illuminati corporations, as so many of the others are, most of them are, anyway, perhaps all, could be, probably is. And if you haven't seen Monsters, Inc., the story was that in the monster world, as they called it, they had no energy source, and so what they did, they had a power station in the monster world, and the people working for it used to turn up to work every morning, line up, and then these doors would come up in front of them, symbolic of interdimensional doorways, and then when the hooter went off or whatever, they walked through that doorway and they walked into a child's bedroom in the human world. They went into another dimension. And the monster's job was to frighten the child. When the child screamed, to catch the scream, the fear, in a tube thing, and come back into the monster world to then power that, because it had no energy source. And I thought, sod in hell, I've heard that somewhere before. And of course, in the Matrix movies, the theme was of the machines, the controllers, feeding off human energy. And in the words of the Morpheus character, they have turned human beings into one of these. And that's one major level of what's going on, I would suggest. Another point that people say to me is, understandably, is when they're looking at it from a five-sense level, is why would these people, all the way through history, why would they try to manipulate an agenda for the control of the world sometime in the distant future when they wouldn't be here to see it? Well, that's not the way it works. That's just the way it seems to work when you think this world is quote, real and solid and has a time. If you take this to be the human world, and this to be the line of history, we have a version of time which is just manufactured, which appears to give a sequence of events and all the rest of it. Within the interspace plane, they have movable time. They can move up and down this timeline. So they can come in here and they can control someone from the 16th century or the 15th century. They come in here, they're controlling people from what we call the 20th century, because the time is an illusion. So it's been the same entities that have been moving through what we perceive as time all the way through history. And of course, when you get across here, there's no time. And that's why that near-death experiencer said, there is no time, there is no sequence of events, no such thing as limitation of distance, of period, of time, of place. I could be anywhere I wanted to be simultaneously. So can these to a large extent, and therefore they're moving in and out of this timeline. To achieve this, they want puppet people. And to do that, they have to control the coordinates that people have in terms of their perception of reality. And that's what they've done. And they've confused people into being confused, which is the state they want them to be in. And we look at the world and we think it's so complicated and complex and all the rest of it, but there is a very simple structure behind it. Because of what's been going on with the research into this conspiracy, and indeed our own bloody eyes now, when we look on the news and we see the world the way it is with the centralization of power, it's very difficult now to deny that a few people control the many. It was possible for a while maybe, but not anymore. So what they've done through this book by a guy called David Rothkopf, who worked for the infamous Kissinger Associates and was in the Clinton administration and stuff, he's written this book called Superclass, The Global Power Elite and the World They Are Making. And what it is, in effect, is an admission that, yes, there is a super elite and it does control events, but it's not coordinated and it's not controlled. It's like a fallback position. All right, we can't deny a few control the world now, so we'll have a fallback position. Yeah, they do, but they're not coordinated. It's just a loose connection of interests. You know, bullshit. In fact, it's coldly calculated and it's very, very simply constructed. And I want to go through a few coordinates now of how this group, this hybrid bloodline, with the goals that I've described, how it's structured society to bring about its ends. First of all, how can a few control the world? Well, pyramid power, in more ways than one. But this sort of pyramid I'm talking about now. Most organizations today, in fact, nearly virtually all of them, are structured as pyramids. You've got the few at the top. They're the people that know the real game, what the organization's there for, its real agenda, what it's really trying to achieve. As you come down through the organization, you're meeting more and more and more people in the organization, but every time you drop a step, they know less and less and less about what the organization's really about. They only know their contribution. And the idea through history has been to structure society like this, to keep the people in general in ignorance of what they know. That's why this advanced knowledge has been passed over through the highest levels of the secret society network and been sucked out of the general population through inquisitions and ridicule and condemnation and all the rest of it. But every organization is structured like that. So the vast majority of people who are daily making a contribution to creating this Orwellian state have no idea they're doing so, or at least no idea what the end goal is and who's really behind it. This is Albert Pike, a Freemasonic god in America, and from the last century, or the 1800s actually. We're 21st century now, aren't we? What day is it? What planet am I on? And he wrote this: "Fictions are necessary to the people, and the truth becomes deadly to those who are not strong enough to contemplate it in all its brilliance. In fact, what can there be in common between the vile multitude," that's us, "and sublime wisdom? The truth must be kept secret, and the masses need a teaching proportioned to their imperfect reason." So, what they're doing is that ancient knowledge, that ancient advanced knowledge I talked about, they have sucked it out as much as they can out of circulation through inquisitions and all the stuff, but they've passed it on and more across the secret society network. So at that level, not Joe Bloggs, the Freemason, goes down the lodge, they do a nice dinner, not that, right up the top. They're working on a knowledge of reality that I talked about earlier, and they're using it to manipulate the masses, who they keep from that knowledge. And pyramid power works like this too. We think presidents and prime ministers and stuff are at the top of the decision-making process. They're not. They are positioned lower in the pyramid, and they are just vehicles for the shadow people to introduce changes in society through them. So you have an idiot like Bush, and he turns this stuff through legislation into law just by signing his soddy name, when he can remember it, on the bottom of a piece of paper. That's what they're there for. They are vehicles. They're not the source of the power. People say to me, "So you say George Bush orchestrated 9/11? Can't tie his shoelaces, mate." No, I'm not saying that. No. Ridiculous. You're a journalist, aren't you? Yes, I thought you were. You thought that elephant was a duck, right? Yeah, I got you. I remember you now. And these pyramids are like Russian dolls, one doll inside a bigger doll inside a bigger doll, to create this global structure. So all these pyramids of the banking system, the transnational corporations, they're pyramids in themselves, like banks. They go into bigger pyramids and bigger pyramids until there's one that encompasses the whole of the banking system, one that controls all the transnational corporations, the political parties, the major parties at least that have any chance of forming a government, the media at ownership level, the religions, bloody come to that soon. The intelligence agencies at that level are the same agency. Mossad is the CIA, is British intelligence if you go up to these levels. Same with the drug cartel, etc. And so up here you have these bloodline families who are sending down these pyramids, all roads lead to them, the same agenda. And the basis of it is the constant centralization of power and imposition of will of the authorities on the people. And that's why it's happening across all these apparently unconnected areas of society, because they're not unconnected. What you have is one force operating through different sides in the movie. And while we think there are different sides as we experience the movie in visible light reality, we get confused. I mean, he's on that side, and he's fighting him, and he's against him, and he's against her. But in fact, they're controlled by the same people. And you know, if you go into a football match and you control not one side to influence the football match, you control both sides, you know what the score's going to be before the teams go on the field. And this is why they operate like this. They operate by controlling what appear to be sides and antagonists in the five-sense reality, but in fact, it's just a movie. It's part of a game pushing the agenda for Orwellian control. This is what I'm talking about with that image earlier. These people, they might appear to fight in the movie, but actually they're controlled ultimately by the same force to the same end. And some of these will be the reptilian bloodline, some of them might not be. I think most of these probably are. But these are just puppets. Even they might be powerful puppets over people below them in the structure, but they're still puppets of the shadow people who are really calling the shots and deciding what goes on and what doesn't. And because of this genetic situation in the hybrid bloodlines of empathy, lack of empathy, because of the predominance compared with the general population of the reptilian brain genetics, they can do horrendous things that we couldn't even contemplate because we have empathy with the victims of our actions. They do not. Without that emotional consequence, there are no limits, and we see that on the news every day. Another coordinate, the way that we are manipulated through what are mind and emotional manipulation techniques. Problem, reaction, solution. It was a term I came up with years ago to describe something that is known as the Hegelian dialectic among people with, who like long syllables. And makes you sound really clever, you know. It would never make me sound clever, bloody hell. Crown Hill Secondary Modern. Third window on the left with the best view of the games period. That was me at school. Problem, reaction, solution. The highest official level of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry is the 33rd degree, and it has this motto, Ordo ab chaos, order out of chaos. And it translates to me as problem, reaction, solution. It works like this. You want to change society in a certain way here. You know that if you announce that openly, you're going to get an adverse reaction from the people. Imagine if the changes that have happened since 9/11 in terms of the destruction of freedoms and civil liberties had been proposed without 9/11. What you doing? We're doing. We're not. This is a fascist state. We're not having this. Oh well, no, we've got to have it because it's terrorists. You know, problem, reaction, solution. So you don't announce it openly. You at stage one create a problem. Terrorist bomb. I'm coming out. Terrorist bomb. I've got a wire loose. I read that in the Mirror once. He's got a wire loose, he said. They're right. And you create a problem. Terrorist bomb, war, run on a currency, credit crunch, rising food prices. Anything that will allow you to offer the solution you want to change society. You then tell the people the version of the problem that you want them to believe, i.e. Bin Laden did this, Lee Harvey Oswald did this. And the pathetic mainstream media, instead of investigating the official version, just repeat it to the people, and the people at stage two are supposed to react, and most of the time they do. React with outrage, with fear, and they say, something must be done, this can't go on, what are they going to do about it? At which point, those who covertly created the problem got that reaction, offer the solutions to the problems they have themselves covertly created. And those solutions are changes in society which advance the Orwellian state and the centralization of power, so the few can have more and more power over the many by this centralization of power. So if you look at the Second World War, these bloodlines were behind Soviet communism, they were behind the capitalist countries, or cartelist countries in truth, of the West, and they were behind, including America, and they were behind Nazi fascism, bringing Hitler to power. They then bring them in conflict, called a Second World War. Massive problem, the Second World War in just a few years, and people were saying, in their desperate state, something must be done, this can't go on. They were open to stop this, no more war. And so we got the solution, we'll centralize global power. So out of this came the European Union, that was justified too, let's trade instead of fight, which sounded good at the time, but actually that wasn't the agenda. The United Nations, and an explosion of centralization of power in banking and business and politics on a global level, justified by the problem. None of which would have happened had it not been for the Second World War, which these bloodlines funded, including the Bush family. The George Bush's grandfather, Prescott Bush, was one of the major conduits for funding Hitler through a company called the Union Banking Corporation that interfaced with the banking and steel empire of a guy called Fritz Thyssen in Germany, who was an acknowledged funder of Hitler. And through that, how does anyone think that Germany went from thousands of % inflation to a war machine that can take on the world in a few years because of outside influence and support, because they wanted that war? There's even another version of this now called no problem reaction solution, i.e. weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. You don't even need a real problem, you just need the perception of it. It's all a bloody mind game. And so when you look at 9/11, the official story is like something from Alice in Bloody Wonderland. It's a fairy story. And all these anomalies come up. And anomalies come up for a simple reason. Cover stories aren't true. There must be anomalies. This is Building 7 as it was falling, with the bloody blasts coming out as it came down, like a controlled explosion. That looks like a controlled explosion to me. You know why? Why? Because it bloody was. That's why. This is typical. This is a BBC reporter who's reporting on 9/11 that Building 7 has fallen. It was in the shot behind her, right? It fell 20 minutes later. And then when you point this out, people say, so you're saying the BBC's in on the conspiracy? No, mate. I'm saying they let the press release out 20 minutes sodding early. That's what. That's why some other people in the media reported it 20 minutes earlier and all. It was orchestrated. Problem, reaction, solution. Yeah, jet fuel brought those buildings down. I love it. This is a picture by a guy called David Dees, who I think is in the audience today, David Dees. David Dees, you may see on my website and rens.com and stuff, does these extraordinarily brilliant compilations of images to make mighty statements in one image. And anything you see like this is a David Dees image today. The one earlier with the Clinton and McCain and Obama was one of his, obviously, as well. This is another one. This is the bandana. They call them bandanas or something close to that. Headscarf to me. Anyway, this was found apparently at the scene of the crash of Flight 93 in Pennsylvania. There was hardly any bloody wreckage. As one person on the scene said, there was nothing you couldn't carry away the size of a telephone directory, and yet they found this headscarf, which in the official story was worn by one of the hijackers. Well, where did he end up? You don't seem to have found him. He's gone missing, but his headscarf survived. Did he demanifest? I mean, bloody hell. Bloody passports that are found next to Ground Zero that have come out of a plane that firebombed a building. Bloody hell. Korans left everywhere. I don't know. Why don't they take them with them? I reckon they were the Islamic version of the Gideons. I think they did it. I think they did it. I blame them. Bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. And more people, even academics, left-brain academics, are looking at the left-brain version of this and saying, don't make sense, mate. And it don't. And this was a poster I found on the internet, which may be real or may be right. It looks real to me with the trees in the background. But on September the 11th, ask yourself, when history repeats, do we notice? It was the Nazis that burnt down the German Parliament building and blamed someone else to justify introducing the fascist state, in effect, in Germany. There you go. The war on terror is a war by terrorists to get us to succumb to the terrorists. Inside job. And more people are beginning to understand that. Hallelujah. And because they're creating problems which they can put solutions to, you find the same people turning up with the problem and the solution quite often. This is 1983. This is Donald Rumsfeld, who on behalf of the Father Bush-Reagan administration was going to meet Saddam Hussein to arrange the shipment from America of biological and chemical weapons to Iraq to use against the Iranians, and these were used against the Kurds. Oh, we've got to stop Saddam Hussein. He used chemical weapons against the Kurds. Yes, the buggers you gave him. This is how it works. Don't take my word for it. This is official documents. This is a report on the release of these documents in 2002, I think it was. Donald Rumsfeld, the US Defense Secretary and one of the most strident critics of Saddam Hussein, met the Iraq president in 1983 to ease the way for US companies to sell biological and chemical weapons, including anthrax and bubonic plague cultures, according to newly declassified US government documents. And then he says, they've got chemical weapons, stop Saddam Hussein, we must invade. He was on the board of this European engineering giant called ABB in 2000 when they sold nuclear technology to North Korea. When he became Defense Secretary in the Bush administration, he said, North Korea is a threat to the world because they've got nuclear technology. This is how it works. Create the problem, offer the solution. Then we've got this guy. This guy was pulled out of Saudi Arabia to front up the Mujahideen fight against the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan, funded by the Saudi royal family, by America, by Britain. The Mujahideen were taken to America to, as I've documented in books and other talks, to be trained in terrorism operations. The British military sent people to train them, and they then became the terrorists that we're supposed to give our freedoms away to fight. And a few years ago, well, actually very much more recently than that, maybe about a year ago, this guy, Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was the national security advisor in the Carter administration up to 1979, or 1980 actually, he admitted publicly that he had orchestrated to manipulate the Soviets to invade Afghanistan because he wanted to cause them a major problem, and then had they started to create the resistance to that invasion which caught the Soviet Union in that spider's web. Guess who the main person behind I'm against war Barack Obama is. Zbigniew Brzezinski. I want change. I wish you did, mate. I wish you bloody did. Another frontman, another bullshitter, another person who's selling you a cover story. But so are the other two, mind. So are the other two. We have choice. We've got freedom. So what we're looking at is the secret agenda unfolding through history, and it's playing out a movie version of events. The past part of the movie we call official history, which is keeping us from what's actually happening. Another connection, or another coordinate in terms of the way we're manipulated to this end, I've called the totalitarian tiptoe. That's when you know you're going there, stage Z, and you're here, stage A, and you know that if you go in one leap, the change is going to be so much. People are going to say, what's going on? What's going on? Never mind Paris Hilton in the back of that car. What's going on? Because the change is so great. So what they do is tiptoe, tiptoe, tiptoe. And as a result of that, in steps, as big as they can get away with, but as little not to cause too much resistance and reaction, they go along the road that they want. That's how we went from a free trade area to the super state we call today the European Union. Stepping stones. And this poster I came across, very true. Fascism. You think it'll be this obvious. But it's starting to get that obvious to awake people, but to people who are not awake, it's not that obvious, because it's done in stepping stones. Although, increasingly, it's not the totalitarian tiptoe, it's the totalitarian sprint these days. Another coordinate. To create this situation where people are locked in this vibrational prison and are not decoding the vast range of frequencies they could, therefore opening their awareness, sell them a religion, or sell them something to believe. Might not be an official religion, bricks and mortar religion as my father used to call it, as long as it's a belief system. But the religions, of course, are the most obvious belief system. Once you take on a belief, that belief starts editing what you decode. And you start to enter a mind prison with the walls of the belief being the prison walls. This is a Neil Haig picture. These represent the different religions, and what they're doing is all worshipping the same God, or gods, in truth. The original religions of these ancient societies obviously went with the people as they located in other areas of the world. Indeed, it was a global society anyway. And it's based, the reptilian religions, if you like, are based on the moon and the sun, the moon goddess and the sun god, overwhelmingly. And they come in many and various forms. All these different religions are based on this same principle while claiming to be different. And these religions came out of these areas of the world that we have seen earlier, is where the bloodlines came out of to a very large extent. This area I've called the religion factory, because that's where most of the major ones came from. Out of this same area came Judaism, came Christianity, came Islam, came Hinduism, and goodness knows how many in between. And these religions, all based on sun and goddess worship and the reptilian gods, when you decode it, went with the bloodlines out across the world, taking this with them. And when they relocated in Rome to form the Roman Empire and the Roman Church, what we call Christianity, was merely the Church of Babylon relocated. That's why when you take the names away and all the rest of it, you find that Christianity in its structure and beliefs is a mirror of the Babylonian beliefs and religious structure. And so the religions again come into this same category, although the followers down here have no idea this is so. In the end, they all, and it's not just these four, this is all just symbolic of the structure, again lead into the same people. And they worship the same gods under different names without realizing it. And I have to say, it's the same with great chunks of what we call the New Age, which is based on the Eastern religions. Now, there's a lot of stuff in the Eastern religions about the nature of reality and vibrations and chakras and all this stuff. It's very, very good. But still, the whole basis of a lot of it is the same story. And when I was reading some articles recently by people who've researched this and indeed directly experienced it, on a lot of these mantras that are chanted in Sanskrit, the ancient knowledge of the Indian area, they translate some of them as giving yourself to the gods or God, giving yourself to the deity. And when you make that choice, that decision to give yourself to the deity, you make a vibrational connection, and the deity can suck you dry and control and take over your thought processes because you've just given permission to. You've opened yourself to it. And these are other dimensional entities. And I have to find it strange that this is the New Age Jesus called Santana or somebody, and this is the Jesus as depicted in Christianity. Well, no one knows what Jesus looked like, and yet these two beliefs have come up with the same bloke. So, you know, the connections between apparently different religions are much more blatant than they appear to be. And in the end, they all lock into these other dimensional gods. Now, this is one key reason why, although there are many reasons. There's this phrase, very true: energy flows where your attention goes. When you focus on something, your energy starts to flow in that direction. When you worship something on a deep devotional level, you seriously focus your energy in that direction. So what happens when you're starting to focus your attention on different versions of the same gods under different names of the same God singular? Energy flows where attention goes. Christianity. Energy flows where attention goes. 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 It's another way that our energy is being milked and vampired by giving our power away energetically, literally, to external gods or a god as we perceive it. The energy is all coming in the same direction, and the two-way flow of influence is coming in the same direction. And my goodness, if you want to focus people on a low vibrational energy, which you can then absorb, how about that for a symbol on which to focus? I saw 9 of these in a church once, 9 of them. Someone being tortured. What are we doing? And of course, and what you get then is the next level of this use of religion in manipulation. In each religion is fighting for its own predominance as the only religion. Dominate, chosen people. Again, the caste system in the Hindu part of the world, they say they're breaking it down now, but the caste system is a bloody unbelievable racism. And I have to say this: don't support the caste system and talk to me about racism, thank you very much. And then you've got Christianity. Only through believers in Jesus can you get to heaven. Mr. 10%. Now, only through another form can you get somewhere. And I control that form, so hey, here we go. It's the same gods that we're feeding. They set up these religions, and they're Puppets did. At the highest level in the religions, they know this. So the rest of the pyramids don't. The idea of religions is to lock people in a belief system that cuts out all other possibility. No, don't talk to me about that. No, I believe in Jesus. No. Well, just have a look at it and then see what you think. No. And that then locks you in to a digital tunnel vision. And the other way that religions are used is divide and rule. And it's all based on the sun-moon religion, the same sun-moon religion. In Babylon, they had a trinity of Queen Semiramis, also known as Ishtar or Istar, Nimrod, the sun god, she was the moon goddess, and Tammuz, who was the virgin-born son of Nimrod and Semiramis. And they said that Semiramis was impregnated by Nimrod as the rays of the sun and gave birth to Tammuz, who was a reincarnation of Nimrod. Now, out of that little lot, you've got the Christian religion. Virgin birth of the Son of God, and Father and Son are one. Semiramis, this is in Iraq today, in Babylon, in Iraq today, the rebuilt Ishtar Gate. She was the goddess of Babylon, and you can see her everywhere. This is an original Babylonian relief depiction of the Babylonian goddess, and she was very much associated with the symbolism of the owl. And as these bloodlines and their religions expanded out into the rest of the world, they started to take different forms, but the same basics, foundation of the religions was the same. No surprise, therefore, that when you go to the Vatican and Rome, which was the Church of Babylon relocated, it is a mass of Babylonian symbolism, because that's the basis of their religion. So when they moved to Rome and created the Roman Church, Christianity, they took all the attributes that were given in Babylon to Queen Semiramis, Queen of Heaven, Virgin Mother, all the rest of it, and they gave them to Mother Mary. Because what they did was they changed the Babylonian trinity of Nimrod the father god, Tammuz the son, and Semiramis the goddess. When they moved to Rome, they made it the Lord God, God Almighty, in other words, Nimrod. The Son of God became Jesus, and the third point became the Holy Spirit, which they symbolized, because they took the goddess out of it, which they symbolized as a dove, which is the symbol that the Babylonians used for Queen Semiramis. So this is why there is the Babylonian depiction of Semiramis and Tammuz, and this is a Christian church. Same again. This is a picture I took last Christmas in Rome when I was there for a television program, and that appears to be Jesus and Mary. Actually, it's Semiramis and Tammuz under another name. This is Isis of Egypt, and Horus, the virgin-born son of Egypt. Again, it's just another version of Semiramis. You find them everywhere. And so Isis and Horus become Jesus and Mary. And all over the world you find this same mother and virgin-born son or child religion. And it's because it comes from the same source, controlled by the same force. This is an ancient depiction of Semiramis with the points in her head here. And here's the Statue of Liberty, which is Queen Semiramis. It was given to New York by French Freemasons in Paris who knew exactly what it really symbolized, and it weren't bloody liberty. Again, just Queen Semiramis. On top of the Congress building, you've got the goddess of freedom. Same bloody woman, or same symbol. The goddess of the French Republic, same thing, Semiramis. As the bloodlines moved up into Europe and France, they took it with them. This is the goddess Columbia, relating to America and Washington, D.C. and stuff. Same. And then we come to Nimrod, who was also known as Baal and Bel in different aspects. And Nimrod was the sun god of Babylon. And his symbol was the lighted torch or the flame. Same as Tammuz, because Tammuz and Nimrod were one, father and son, as I said. And so we've got Queen Semiramis holding the flame of Nimrod, standing on a symbol of the sun god. Isn't it great to have the Statue of Liberty as a symbol of our freedom? This is in Paris. Same because the source is the same. This is the symbol of the torch held by the Statue of Liberty, and that's where, right on top of the Pont d'Alma tunnel, where people take their tributes to Diana, who died just underneath. This is another depiction of Nimrod in the ancient world. He was also the fish god. Again, Jesus, the fish. He had the fish head hat. This is a depiction, actual depiction from Babylon, and that's why we have the mitre in the Pope, because it's the Church of Babylon relocated. And the obsession with the obelisks all over the place is the penis of Osiris, the penis of Nimrod, the bloodline symbolically. And these symbols are not just there, oh, we put them symbols there because it's funny that they don't understand. Symbols represent what they symbolize energetically and vibrationally. And this is a science called cymatics, where what they do is they have bits of, not sand, but that kind of stuff. And then they play sound across them. And what happens is all these different bits and pieces then form into these incredible symbols and geometrical symbols as the sound plays. And once the sound stops, they all go back to the kind of mess. And then you change the sound and they'll form another pattern. And it goes both ways. Everything goes both ways. So a symbol will represent a sound, and you can create the symbol with a certain sound which forms that symbol. But the symbol itself generates a sound. They're both ways. So these symbols are all around us. They're affecting the energy fields that we interact with. That's why they use them. That's why they have street plans to these symbols and buildings and stuff. Nimrod, you find Nimrod again used in the modern world all the time by the people who are behind this knowledge. You have Nimrod aircraft and all that stuff. And then we come to Tammuz, Jesus. Same thing, this is Horus. All these sons of God are the same Babylonian virgin-born son under different names. This is the way the Egyptians depicted Horus, and this is Jesus. The halo around the head was the way the ancients depicted that the person was a sun god. There's the Jesus halo. Well, this is an ancient standing stone of Bel, the sun god, with a halo around his head, depicting he's a symbol of the sun. This is Mithra, another ancient son of God figure. The story that they tell of him is just the same as the one they tell of Jesus, in great detail. This is two others who are different versions of the same story. Dionysus of Greece and Bacchus of Rome. Dionysus was born, this is long before Christianity, was born of a virgin on December 25th, and as the Holy Child was placed in a manger. He was a traveling teacher who performed miracles. He rode a triumphal procession on an ass. He was a sacred king killed and eaten in a Eucharistic ritual. Dionysus rose from the dead on March the 25th, Easter. He was a god of the vine and turned water into wine. He was called King of Kings and God of Gods. He was considered only begotten Son, Savior, Redeemer, Sin-bearer, Anointed One, and the Alpha and Omega. He was identified with the ram or the lamb. He was hung on a tree or crucified. These people are all over the ancient world. It's just a recurring story. It's a story of the sun god. Symbols of the sun, not real people. The rising sun was a symbol used for Nimrod, Tammuz and Horus. So Jesus, Christ has risen. Jesus is the light of the world. Revelation, behold, he is coming with clouds and every eye will see him. He walked on water. The sun. And so you'd expect in the home of the Babylonian church in Rome that you'd have the same symbolism. This evergreen tree, symbol of Nimrod in Babylon, that's an original obelisk from ancient Egypt in front of it. This is above the chair of St. Peter. The sun and the dove, Semiramis, in the middle of it. There's sun symbolism all over the place. Again, the sunburst in the dome. In the other religions, you find, this is Mormonism. These are the symbols you find around the Mormon temple in Salt Lake City. The sun, the rising sun. This is from Ur in what is now Iraq was Babylon Sumer from about 2000 BC, and it is a symbol of the sun and moon goddess of that area of Mesopotamia. This today is the international symbol of Islam. You go into the other areas of the world, you find the same sun god, moon goddess. They're the same religion, and they get their followers to feed the energy into the same gods that have created those religions. Vampiring that energy, closing the mind, creating a prison, dividing and ruling. Which brings us to secret societies, and of course religions are against secret societies, except another coordinate. The secret society network and the religions worship the same gods as each other. Guess who they are? This is the Eye of Ra, or the Eye of Horus, it's also termed. It's a massive symbol of the Illuminati, these bloodlines that sit atop the secret society network. That's why you have the all-seeing eye on the dollar bill, put there in the 1930s. It's the eye of CBS, Columbia Broadcasting. Columbia comes from a name meaning dove, Columba. AOL, the eye and the pyramid, from these corporations controlled by these bloodlines using the symbolism that the religions are based on. There is the rising sun in a Freemasonic lodge. There's the rising sun in the Vatican in Rome above one of the old popes. This is a picture taken inside a major Freemasonic temple in Boston, which I've told over the years I walked into with a few people, and there was no one there, so we kept walking and ended up in this bloody temple. It was like the Mary Celeste. Took these pictures. There you go, the rising sun. And this is a building just down the road from the White House. It's the Supreme Headquarters, the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, and there's the rising sun again. And these are the same symbols you find in religion. Washington's chair. This is above the door of Downing Street in London. The rising sun. CBS News logo, rising sun. Side of that Boston Freemasonic temple, the sun. This is the Mother Lodge of Freemasonry in London, which was the base from where Freemasonry was introduced into the new United States and the colonies, and it's in Great Queen Street in London. Great Queen is an old name in Babylon for Queen Semiramis, and so the state of Virginia was not created or named as a result of the Virgin Queen Elizabeth. It was the Virgin Queen of Babylon, Semiramis. So you've got the secret societies and the religions both worshipping the same gods while thinking they're all different. And it's possible because of this structure where all roads lead to the same few. That's how Freemasonic and other secret societies structure themselves. Most Freemasons are down here. They never get up here. And up here is not the end for the chosen few. Because the secret societies we hear about feed into another pyramid, the chosen few, the bloodline few, into the Illuminati pyramids, which are also fiercely hierarchical. And that's where the real deal is in terms of control. You can also symbolize the structure as a spider's web, with a spider in the center and different strands, different organizations, different secret societies. The closer to the spider you are, the more elite the secret society. The further out from it you are, you start to hit the organizations that directly interact with mainstream society. Somewhere here might be the Bilderberg Group. Further out might be the Council on Foreign Relations and stuff like that, which are acknowledged to exist in America. But the real deal is here, which just dictates the policy down the spider's web. One of the secret societies near to the spider is the Jesuits. The Jesuits, which connect into the Church of Babylon, of course, in Rome, started by Ignatius Loyola in the 16th century. They call themselves the Illuminated Ones. Adam Weishaupt, who started a version of the Illuminati called the Bavarian Illuminati in 1776, or he was the frontman for it, was trained as a Jesuit. You find that over and over. It was the Jesuits that led the conquest of places like Africa and further afield for the colonies that followed. many of the people, significant people in the world, Clinton there and Mugabe and George Tenet, head of the CIA at the time of 9/11, are Jesuits or Jesuit trained. This is the new guy at the head of them, Adolfo Nicolas. He's known as the Black Pope and has more power than the real one. The Knights Templar and the Knights Hospitaller of St. John of Jerusalem, ancient secret societies, the second one's now known as the Knights of Malta, they lock into this structure pretty close to the spider, and they manipulate events behind the scenes so the right people get the positions of power, the right decisions are made, the right legislation is introduced. And it's the Knights Templar, there's their symbol at the heart of the City of London logo, held by the reptile figures. They control the City of London to a very large extent. This is their original Templar church made famous by the Da Vinci Code, and just down here somewhere was where the Blairs were trained as lawyers. And again, they also have massive influence, the Templars, in the Temple area of London, which controls law, not just in Britain, but much further afield. Another coordinate, the Illuminati and the secret societies connect into what we call Satanism. They're just different faces on the same network. This structure connects into the satanic ritual structure and helps to cover up and stops it getting into the public arena on the scale that it could. They have been doing these rituals to their gods for thousands of years, and so why is it a surprise that the people who are the bloodlines today do the same rituals as their ancestors always did? People like Dracula exist. Certainly they existed with this guy, Vlad Dracul, Vlad the Impaler, on which Dracula was based. He was a bloodline from the area we now call Romania, and these people are not just energy vampires, they're blood vampires. They drink human blood. These bloodlines have always done this, and they still do it. People you see on CNN. A direct descendant of Vlad Dracul's sister is Mary of Teck, who's the grandmother of the present queen. This is from a B movie, but these things exist, these rituals involving kids, these sacrificial rituals. The scale of child abuse and child torture in satanic ritual and child murder is staggering. But because of the structure, where the power structure locks into this, it's covered up and not allowed into the public arena, and it's not investigated. All through history you have had the sacrificial ritual, more than a few times connected to the demands of the dragon that the sacrifice be made to the dragon. This is a dragon in Slovenia, which is from a story there of the dragon demanding that young children be sacrificed for its benefit. And these rituals that they do, this is from the movie Eyes Wide Shut, which was very accurate in the way it portrayed what was going on and what is going on. They use these rituals. I've talked to many people who've taken part of them or observed them, to create an energy environment in which these interspace plane entities actually manifest in the ritual, in the circle, in the energetic structure that these rituals create. And the reason they're doing the same rituals in the same way now as they've done for thousands of years is because those rituals have an energetic reaction that they're looking for. So of course they're going to keep doing the same ones. Bohemian Grove in Northern California, 2,700 acres of redwood forest, are another more famous place where these people meet to do their strange rituals. This is the 40-foot stone owl, Semiramis symbolism, which they do their rituals to at Bohemian Grove. And we're talking the Bushes, the presidents, the leaders of the transnational corporations, the Rockefellers, all these elite families that dictate society on all levels are taking part in these rituals to this bloody owl, Semiramis. There you go. And this is why the road system around the Congress building in Washington has the Congress building in its belly and it breaks up into an owl. Semiramis, or the bloodlines of Semiramis, controlling American politics. I mean, how much symbolism do you want? Now, I drew the lines here to make it look like an owl around the road system, but here's one that hasn't been touched. It's an owl standing on a pyramid in the road system of Washington. And these are the kind of people that end up at Bohemian Grove. Moloch is another name they use for that owl. This is a Bohemian Grove picture in the 1950s. Glenn Seaborg, who gave the world plutonium. Cheers, Glenn. Nice one. And here is a B-movie actor. Here is a career politician, as became Tricky Dicky Nixon, and Ronald Reagan. 1950s, both very different people from very different backgrounds, both go on to be presidents of the United States because they're selected, not elected. And like I say, the sacrifice of humans and stuff has gone on for centuries, and it's still going on. That's the point. And you see it around you, amazing things. Like this is Sydney, Australia. This is a Sydney official memorial to the war dead in the First and Second World Wars. What's that? Someone being sacrificed over the sun. They know what it means. You get this symbol in Satanism for the devil, for the evil force. People say, "Oh no, it's the sign for love in sign language." No, that's with the thumb out. With the thumb not out, it's the sign of the horned god. And so you see it in Satanism, and so you see it all the time among these people too. Now they say, oh no, that's the sign of some football team, Longhorns in Texas it is. Well, does she support the bugger then? Do these support it? Does he? Amazing the number of times that turns up. So, the agenda today. Where we are. It's reached a point where there's another coordinate we need to address. The goal is a centrally controlled global fascist dictatorship. That's what they want. Everything that Orwell talked about in 1984 and then some. And this is the structure they want. A world government that would make all the major decisions in the world. A world central bank which would control global finance. A world currency which would not be physical money, eventually it would be all electronic, for which there are massive implications for freedom. A world army which would replace national armies that would impose the will of the world government. And a microchip population linked to a global computer. When I first said that 10, 12 years ago, hilarious. Not anymore. Under that they want 4 superstates. The European Union, already well advanced. The American Union. The North American Union is very close now of Mexico and the United States and Canada, although they ain't telling the people that. The Pacific Union, involving the Australia and the Pacific countries, and the African Union, which is already, of course, in existence. And what this is a structure to centralize power into the hands of the few and take it away from the many. And to turn the people into microchipped, barcoded zombies. And of course, we wouldn't allow that, except that we have, and this is China today. The computer can be programmed to do that if we detach ourselves from consciousness and allow it to happen. And it's all possible because of this structure of pyramids within pyramids and the shadow people that control those in power that come and go. And behind it all is this, and then something beyond that. This creates or instigates this to hide that's going on. So the superstate agenda. Of course, like I said earlier, if you want to control the many and you're the few, you have to centralize decision-making. So that's what the European Union, all that stuff is about, and the North American Union, that structure. And how interesting that this circle of stars is a Babylonian symbol for the goddess. That's why you have the 12 stars around the head of Isis. That's why you have the 12 stars around the head of Mary in some depictions. It's a symbol of the goddess, and it's the symbol of the European Union. Another name for the goddess is Europa, of course, from which Europe came. Nimrod was symbolized as a bull, and Europa, the goddess, in that way. 2005, the European Union had this commemorative coin produced of Europa and the bull, Semiramis and Nimrod. This guy, Otto van Habsburg, one of these bloodlines, big time, is behind the Pan-Europa movement. This is their symbol, which created the European Union as it's become, and instigated it from the start. And the idea, these are maps that have come out of the European Union, is to break up countries, including this one, same with the United States and Canada, they want the same, and around the world, into different regions to de-unify in a unified response to the dictatorship at the center, the European Union. And that's why they're breaking up Britain into different regions in their maps, which are connected into other regions of other countries, and you're de-unifying the authorities and the orchestration of those countries. They want this become the American Union. They're already starting to organize the road system to take goods from the Mexican ports up in through America, into Canada, turn it into one union, just like Europe. And this is another thing. The reason they're opening borders and allowing people from all different countries to come into other countries, and indeed go the other way, why there is in many areas no Mexican border with America anymore, why there is a great movement of peoples into other countries, is behind all this. And that's not racist, because those coming in and those affected by those coming in are both victims and pawns of the same force. We need to understand that. If you want to break countries up, I mean, let me say where I'm coming from first of all. I was born in Britain because if I wasn't born on a piece of land, I would have drowned. Simple as that. I don't care. I'm infinite consciousness like everyone else. I ain't British. It's just an experience. I ain't into all that stuff. But a lot of people are, and fair enough. Good luck to them. And while there is an identity of a country and a culture, that is a resistance to allowing your country to be broken up into the system that they want. So what they're doing is opening borders to bring in and cross-match people all over the place, to break down. It's all systematic. We might agree with it, we might not agree with it, but it's systematic where it's coming from. To break down a sense of culture, to break down individual culture, to break down a resistance to that structure, that sovereignty, that culture being broken up. It's being systematically done. They'd have never got away with this years and years ago, but now we've got all this movement, now they can get away with it. I keep reading articles, what is it to be British anymore? That's the idea, that's what they want to bring about, because then people will say, well, there's no country anymore, there's no culture anymore, they might as well change it, don't matter. And they're doing that in America and all over the world today. It's total cynicism of the way it's done. Now, it's kind of funny. Some of the people on the left in politics kind of dismiss what people like me say about a conspiracy, and they say there is no conspiracy to create an Orwellian state. It's rubbish, you're mad, you're stupid, all the rest of it. And the next thing they do is they pick up a banner and they say, stop globalization, stop globalization. What do they think globalization is? Globalization is the centralization of global power in every area of our lives. It is the agenda I'm talking about unfolding before our eyes. These different protests need to just come together and realize they're protesting against the same force and the same agenda. And it's an agenda for the centralization of power in every area of our lives. The World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, all these things are just pawns and creations of these bloodlines to control from the center, to create a situation where no one has independence of maneuver in their own sphere of influence or community. It's about cross-matching dependency, so this can't operate without dependency on that, and that can't operate without dependency on that. Dependence. Dependence equals control. Independence equals choice equals freedom. That's why they want to take independence away. That's what globalization is. That's why they move jobs from one country into another country and move other jobs over here, and they move this over there. It's making everyone dependent on everyone else. Free trade, love it. Wouldn't it be great if we had free trade? Free trade, freedom to exploit trade, that's what it should be called. It allows transnational corporations to make things in sweatshops in one part of the world, in horrendous conditions, on horrendous wages, and then ship them across. No border taxes increasingly because it's globalization and it's free trade, and then they sell them to people with the money, and they make on both ends of the deal. That's what free trade is. We don't have capitalism. Anti-capitalist. I'm not anti-capitalist. We don't have capitalism. We have cartelism. That's what we have. And then you hear, to a certain extent, the anti-globalization movement. It's just, no, there's no conspiracy. It's just big, bad, greedy corporations. Yeah, controlled by the same people. The corporations are not the origin of globalization. They are the vehicle for it. And it's all leading outside of the holographic reality to this. Homeland security, military dictatorship. This is Hitler proposing the creation of the Gestapo in Germany. An evil exists that threatens every man, woman and child of this great nation. We must take steps to ensure our domestic security and protect our homeland. I heard that somewhere before, more recently, didn't I? I think so. So, more cameras. And these cameras are not for surveillance of the general population. That's not what they're really going in there for. General population, working through the left brain, hey honey, you know, Paris Hilton's on, all that stuff, they're no problem. No problem at all. This is for people who are waking up. So, this is in London. This was after the bombings in London. They produced this poster for the London transport, secure beneath watchful eyes. In other words, surveillance, surveillance. We're protecting you from the terrorists. And this is from Germany in the 1930s. Same bloody poster, in effect, and the same motivation. And I got sent this one, stands back in amazement. This is Sheffield Bus Station, right? Sheffield Bus Station in England. Spit and run, you'll still get caught. Every bus, tram and interchange has DNA testing kits. Spit at the staff and you can be traced and prosecuted, even if we don't know what you look like, and your records will be in the National DNA Database forever. What? I'm dreaming I'm going to wake up. Every bus, tram and interchange has DNA testing kits. They're now getting people who get the rubbish to look through it, to see what you're doing with your rubbish. And then now we've had traffic wardens turned into civil enforcement officers. I don't know if I told you this, but I will. I got sent a letter by a traffic warden a few months ago now, actually a few weeks ago, but it happened to him a few months ago. And he's a traffic warden. He's been traffic warden for a long time in England. And one day, in the last few months, he was called in by his boss, and he was given out 3 new cards. And one of the cards was giving him authority to be a traffic warden, fair enough. The second card was what they call the PACE card. This is the words that a police officer has to say to when he arrests someone. You don't have to say anything, but if you don't say all that stuff. And the other card was the right for this traffic warden to enter property. And so this is a nice guy. He said to the boss, "What are you doing? What's all this? I don't want these. What's this? No, job of traffic warden, take tickets." And he was told, just take them home, put them away, and until further notice. A few days later, an old friend of his who's a policeman is walking out the police station with his briefcase, and there's a few traffic wardens together, and he came over and he chatted away. And then as he was leaving, the policeman called his mate over, the traffic warden who wrote to me, and he said, look, he said, about 3 or 4 times he said this in the conversation, don't tell anybody, but you're my mate, I want to tell you this. He said, I've been working in this county, and there's someone like me in every other county, and we are preparing for a war that's coming. And they're expecting great civil unrest when this war happens, and the military and we, the police, will be at the front line of dealing with the unrest, and people like you, traffic wardens, CCTV camera operators, private security firms, will be brought in to do the jobs that police are doing. And it was a few weeks later that I picked up the paper and I saw that traffic wardens were being redesignated from traffic warden, just traffic, to civil enforcement officers. This stuff is building so fast. And now they want us to tell on each other. Report your friends and suspicious behaviour. I've got a mate, he went to that David Icke bloody website. Yeah. And what they're doing is they're offering money for people to do it. That must be worth £5. There you go. How to tell if there's a terrorist in the airport. There you go. No problem. Piece of cake. So now we're having surveillance on the internet, shut up, all this stuff, free speech zones, I love that, how Orwellian. And what it's about, oh God, I could talk all night, oh God, the time. What it's about is basically turning humanity into the same situation that you have with laboratory rats and mice, where you have them in a maze, and when you go down certain channels of the maze, they get a shock. When they've been shocked a few times, you can take the electrical equipment out, and that mouse or rat still won't go down that, because he's been manipulated and programmed not to go down there through resistance. And all the time now, we're being told, don't do this, can't do that. Oh, your rubbish is 4 inches too high in your rubbish bin. You go to court. Oh, you've dropped an apple core. Call the police. All this stuff. And I'm not exaggerating. These things are happening. And it's all about bang, 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 bang. All these things. And it's about programming the laboratory rat, as they see it, into conforming through not wanting to meet the resistance, into acquiescing to this agenda. Sod that. And the taser gun is classic. Of course, when they said, oh, the taser's only going to be given to trained fire officers, I thought, yeah, here you go, pull it, here you go. Then this one. And of course what they're doing now is the same, well, they're going to give them to all police. Of course they are, they were always going to totalitarian tiptoe. And what these are to put the police in a different state. All these stories about people dying when they're hit by these things, people say, oh, that's bad for the taser. No, it's not. It's good for the taser. Because once you realize you can die if you're hit by this stuff, or it's a horrible experience, suddenly the policeman has great power over you. I remember one headline when these tasers came out, and someone saw them at work, and the headline was, I'll do whatever you say, officer, just don't use that thing on me. That's what this is all about. Some idiot in a uniform. He's got 2 brain cells to rub together, but he's got a bloody taser, so people do as he says. And then we've got political bloody correctness, another coordinate. That ain't about human rights. That's about taking them away. On my website, I do a lot of stuff at the moment about what's going on in Canada. And some people have said, oh, why do you do so much on that? Because it is an absolute epitome of the way they want every society to be. what is happening is that people are being stopped from saying things if they upset or could upset others or could open people to ridicule and all that stuff. Well, soddy hell, most of the bloody British media should be arrested if they're bloody opening people to ridicule. But anyway, but what's happening? And people say, well, that's good. Well, it's not good. Because, you know, if you don't like people having an opinion about you, well, you know, it's too bloody bad, really. Too bloody bad. You know, get over it. You know, that's all it is, a few bloody words in someone else's opinion. They might even be wrong. They have a right to be wrong, because if we don't allow people to be wrong, someone's deciding whether they're right or wrong, and we've lost our freedom, mate. So get used to it. Now, what's happened in Canada is that Muslims and Jewish people and stuff like that have taken people to this Human Rights Commission, all that stuff. But what they don't realize, some gay activists have done the same, what they don't realize is that the same laws apply to them. So now there's a thing in Canada, for instance, where a woman has taken a gay club to the Human Rights Commission for breaching her human rights, for not allowing her in, because it's a gay club for men, right? So what it's doing, if you look at it, is not protecting human rights. It's using different elements of minorities to take other people's rights away, and so they're cross-referencing again, and everyone's taking everyone else's bloody rights away under political correctness. You know, people say, oh, you can't call someone a cripple. Well, hold on a second. I've got an arthritic hand. The only thing I can do is press a key and type my books, or press that, right? It's crippled. It might not be a modern word, but it's crippled. Tell me it's crippled. Why? Because it is. I mean, let's get over it, for goodness sake. I'm going to take Manchester United to the Human Rights Commission for breaching my human rights in not allowing me to be in their first team. Because it is breaching the human rights by discrimination over someone with a hand they can't do anything with. But that's the ludicrous level it's getting to. And it's not to do with freedom and the rights of minorities. It's to do with destroying everyone's bloody freedom. I love this. This is what it's getting to. I love that. This is where we are now. I love that bit at the bottom. Also, the bridge is out ahead. War is peace. This is all Orwellian language, of course. And it's all to do with that. Who's in your head? What they're doing is programming the computer. That's what the microchip's about. In a desktop computer, the central processing unit, the brain of the computer, is a microchip. Once you get a microchip into this body computer, you can start to affect its mental and emotional processes and its energetic state. That's why they want people microchipped. Yes, on one level it's about electronic tagging, but it's about much more than that. It's about, once you get a microchip inside you, that microchip can be manipulated from afar and can affect you individually or en masse and manipulate the way we think or don't think and emotionally. Say no to the microchip under every circumstance possible, and they're much smaller than this now. The media are constantly programming the computer, programming the kids increasingly. Just read this article about the effect on minds of computer games and stuff, and the way they stop the mind thinking. Exactly. Obey, here we go. And that all affects the reality that we create. The hypnotists on the news and the television, they're all working to the same thing. And then we get computer access, as I call it. I do hope you don't think I'm going on too much, because I want to get as much as I can in here. I mean, I could talk all Saturday night, but we do have a limit, unfortunately. Computer access, David D's photograph. All this shite that we're given to eat and drink, these chemical formulas, are reprogramming chemically, and therefore on every other level, as it moves across, the body computer. Destabilizing it. Stopping it functioning properly. That's what it's about. All this stuff that we get. Aspartame. It's a brain aspartame. It's a brain suppressor. It excites brain cells and kills them. It affects the way we decode reality. They tell pilots not to have aspartame drinks before they fly in the military in America because it affects their ability to fly, because it affects their brain state. And we're giving this in kids' drinks. Who brought it on the market? Donald Rumsfeld, head of Searle Pharmaceuticals, who sold out to Monsanto. That's how it got on through the processes of checking if it was safe or not, and they weren't followed, and it became a general public substance that is used all the time. Fluoride, same thing. Brain suppressant, used in the concentration camps in Germany to suppress the inmates. Genetically modified food, designed to genetically modify us. Monsanto, one of the major Illuminati corporations on the planet. Vaccines. 25 sodding vaccines for kids up to 2 years of age. Beam me up, Scotty, it's sodding mad down here. What are we doing? God, and I'm crazy. What it's doing is bombarding the immune system with poison. We're told it's brought an end to all these diseases. These diseases were in free fall before the vaccine was introduced. We have an antivirus system called the immune system. And when it's just in the process of forming, you are bombarding it with 25 versions of shite, poison, and then we wonder why it affects children's physical and mental state. But it's designed to do so. They don't want the next generation of children growing up with open, aware minds that can see through the bollocks. They don't want it. So get them early, shut them down. Cradle Mutchell was telling me about how difficult it is, much more difficult he's found it is, to get people into that open, aware stage in the shamanistic stream if they've been vaccinated. And then we have this war on the alternative to that, which is the food supplements and stuff like that, which is being attacked by this organization, Codex Alimentarius, who want to harmonize regulations on food supplements and vitamins. Harmonize. Centrally control, brackets, harmonize. And who started this codex, which is short for food code or food book? Fritz Termeer, the highest ranked scientist working for IG Farben in Nazi Germany that was behind the Auschwitz concentration camps, who did 7 years, or sentenced to 7 years for war crimes, and thanks to the Rockefellers came out after 4, and then became chairman of Bayer, which was a constituent part of IG Farben. In the 1960s, he started this Codex Alimentarius stuff, and now it's reaching a point where they want to harmonize it to the point where they're giving control of these supplements to the transnational drug corporations and to governments, so that we no longer have the choice even of using them. And it's all connected. Harmonization. Harmonization. That means this. International law. It's the new great buzzword we hear all the time. International law. What is international law? It's a law that everyone on the planet has to obey. If you want a global fascist centralized state, what do you need to impose that? International law. That's why it's being talked about all the time. We have this electromagnetic soup that we're living in. Even some of the mainstream newspapers are talking about this. All these sources of electromagnetic and microwave, these are some of the places that they hide these microwave transmitters and phone transmitters and communication transmitters. So we don't even know how many are really there, because not all the ones we see are all the ones that are. Tetramasts in Britain and such like. And this is what happened when purified water was used on a plant for 9 days and microwave water was used on the same plant for 9 days. I won't go into that, but the effects of these electromagnetic fog is affecting the pituitary glands and the pineal glands, which connect into psychic sight, other dimensional sight, third eye, and all this stuff. It all comes back to the same thing, closing people down. That's what it's about. The chemtrails, full of metals, which I believe which are poured out into the sky. You see them crisscrossing in the sky. Everywhere I go in the world, I either see them or people tell me it's a regular occurrence. Even I went to see Cradle near the Kalahari Desert. There were the bloody chemtrails going across the sky, pouring out, creating these crisscross. And contrails, which are the condensation trails coming out of planes, they disappear immediately because it's to do with heat and temperature. These, they hang about and then just get bigger and bigger over the sky, because they're not contrails, they're chemtrails as they're called, and they're full of crap, including metals. And I think, it's my view, I think they connect into this HAARP operation in Alaska, and there's other expressions of this coming around the world as well. And what HAARP is doing is bouncing radio waves off the ionosphere and back to the Earth, and they're basically creating all these things together, this micro reality world, energetic world, to try to disconnect us out there. And of course, if you want to affect all the fish, then the easiest way to do that is affect the sea. And then you've done it, and this is our sea, this energetic area that we're looking into, to create that. And that's how it's possible. Now, I'll go quickly on this, but I've got to get through this before we have a break. This has taken over from 9/11 as one of the great excuses for changing society and scamming us for money and taking away choice and all the rest of it. The carbon con. The greenhouse effect. Carbon dioxide accumulates in the atmosphere, heat can't get out, planet warms up. For anyone that has not got it yet, I found this. There you go, it's really easy. Right. Okay. Global warming. Well, this is the guy behind it. Al Gore. You pick up different little understandings as you pass through life, and one of them I picked up a long time ago: if Al Gore's involved, it's a scam. That's a good one. There you go. He cares. He cares. You know, I mean, vice president in one of the most corrupt administrations, the Clinton administration in American history, and now he cares about the planet. Okay. Now, we have a lot of these agendas, like global warming, are supported now by these mass concerts. We had this Earth Day, and just being kind and caring for the planet. We have an Earth Day, Live Earth, Global Warming Survival Handbook from David de Rothschild. Thank you to the Rothschild family for that. Thank you very much. It must make their hearts sing that they're helping humanity so well. Now, computers. There's another kind of thing that people understand about computers. Shite in, shite out. Okay? So, that's summed up global warming for you. No. I'm not saying that the planet's not, the climate's not changing and all the rest of it. But it's always changed for a start. It just depends on what point of the cycle you pick it up. I read newspaper headlines. It's the hottest temperature since records began. Okay, when did records begin? 1862. What? That's 10 seconds away in weather cycles. Talking about, man. Well, he told me to put crap in. He wanted crap out. I gave him what he wanted, yeah. He's nice, Al Gore. Survive. Global warming, survival. Oh my God, the planet, our children, oh my God. Frighten them. Draw survival, oh my God. And if they're frightened of surviving, they'll give their power away to people they think might help them survive. Give us your money, give us your carbon tax. Let's look at your foot. Hey, what's your footprint? There you go. Al Gore's got a company, you know, with a bloke called Blood. They call it Blood and Gore in the city. I think that's very appropriate. Selling carbon bloody things to people. Making bloody fortune out of this bloody carbon footprint crap. So look at this. Now, there is an influence on Earth temperature you might have come across, right? I see it most days. And it operates in cycles of what are called sunspots, when it's churning out vast explosions of energy, solar radiation across the solar system. Some of them are as big as Jupiter. Most are as big as the Earth and much bigger. They come to the Earth and they affect the temperature. Stool stands back in amazement. Do you mean the sun, when it sends out heat, heats up? Yes, oh my God. Give the man a donut. And they go in cycles. Here's the sunspot cycle for recent times. And the other planets are, or some of the other planets are also warming up. So obviously the carbon footprint on Saturn needs looking at. Now what else could cause warming? Oh yes. Bloody hell. Now, let's go a bit further back, 1862. And let's go back to the medieval warm period, as they call it, around 800 years ago, when it was warmer than it is today. Now, what caused that temperature in the medieval times? Was it turbocharged handcarts? Could have been flatulent horses. Could be. Anything's possible when you're making it up. Dobbin's got the wind. I think we're in for hot summer. And then we went from the medieval warm period, which was a time of great abundance, incidentally. It's when it gets sodding cold we have a problem. And it went down into what they call the Little Ice Age. And this is when they're picking up some of these things here, right, to where the temperature is now, and saying, oh, since records began. This is the Little Ice Age, was when the Thames froze over and they had ice fairs on it. Still see it in Christmas cards and stuff. From the Little Ice Age, sunspot activity has been generally climbing, and the red is Earth temperature. I think there could be some connection. This is from 1860. Here's the sunspot activity, here's the Earth temperature. Now, in 1940, when carbon production, and I'm not in favour of all that stuff, I'm not in favour of pollution, I'm just saying it's not causing the stuff that they're trying to claim it does for their own ends. 1940, when carbon production was much less than it is now, the temperature fell, so did sunspot activity, till 1975, to the point where the BBC were running documentaries on the dangers of the coming ice age. In the 1970s they were. And then it started climbing again. And they picked it up, it's global warming. I saw this guy, Peter Taylor, talking in a presentation recently that I was at. And this guy is no, friend of the oil companies and all that stuff. He's a former advisor on pollution and energy policy to the national governments, the European Union and the UN, as well as lead advocate for Greenpeace on occasions. And this is what he says, because he's an open-minded scientist, right brain open. Behind the scenes, there is major disagreement among scientists. There's not this consensus. The debate is over. No, you want it to be over, darling. Parallel to carbon dioxide rising, the solar field has increased by over 200% since 1900, and this is not factored into computer models. Shit in, shit out. Global temperature is not rising as predicted. In fact, it fell a whopping 0.6 degrees over the last 12 months, he said, as much as it has gained in the previous 50 years. Many of the apparently random fluctuations of past temperature, like when the Vikings grew crops in Greenland, correlate to variations in the solar electric field. Between 1983 and 2001, cloud cover, according to the International Satellite Cloud Climatology Project, fell by 4% more than enough to heat oceans and account for global warming. A spate of recent science shows that temperature oscillations are timed by solar cycles, that the jet stream is affected by the solar wind, and that past high and low points in the solar cycle correlate with past temperature swings. Got that, Al? And as he said, in recent years the temperature has actually been falling. Now we've got to explain this away, right? Global warming, Davai, frightened. Temperatures are falling. All right, okay. Well, this was the Daily Mail headline on May the 1st this year. Global warming could stop naturally for 10 years, say scientists. Oh, really? I thought it was going to go up incessantly. And why are they saying this? Because underneath they're saying, oh yeah, but imagine how hot it's going to get when it goes up again. Making it up as they go along because it's not true. There you go. Global warming. Climate is changing, climate's always changing, and what we should be doing is looking to get the benefits of climate changing and to mitigate the downside instead of getting diverted into all this crap. But we're supposed to get diverted into it because it's the agenda. It's the agenda in the virtual reality game. And so, as we end this section, everything is upside down. Doctors destroy health, lawyers destroy justice, universities destroy knowledge, governments destroy freedom, major media destroys information, religions destroy spirituality. Why? Because they are meant to do so. And it's not people around the table. They're still at the level of playing it out. It's not even reptilian bloodlines. They're still at the level of playing it out. It's not even the shadow people behind them playing it out. It's not even the other dimensional reptilians playing it out. What's the next stage? What's behind that? I don't know, but I'll bloody find out before I leave here. And how deep does the rabbit hole go? I've no idea, but I ain't there yet. But I'll be here in 35 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back David Icke.
Thank you. 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 Look at the muck in here. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me about the shirt. The other one smells like a Rethler's jockstrap, you know, after all this time. Too much information, Dave, I know. What I want to finish on is looking at what's coming from a point of view of emerging from this crap. In other words, emerging from the mind prison that we've been put into, and therefore creating a reality that we'd rather have compared with the reality that we've been living. And breaking the spell is actually pretty much sums it up, because it is a spell in many ways, if you want to use that symbolism. Our minds have been locked in to a range of perception that gives us the impression that we are limited, that we are poor little Joe Public, I've got no power, and all the rest of it. And that's exactly where people manipulating a mass of people want us to be. And when we're looking at ways out of this, Einstein's quote, which is in many forms, but this is a summary of it, encapsulates what we're looking at. You cannot solve problems with the same level of consciousness that created them. Now, what we have in the world is a series of problems created, and then they'll change a political party or they'll move another dark suit in from somewhere else, but they're of the same level of consciousness as those who created the problem, so the problem just goes on getting compounded because we've not reached that level of going beyond that and looking at it from another direction and seeing a way to change what we want to change. So the door is spinning round in Downing Street in the White House, but no matter what it looks like, the same level of consciousness is coming in and out, and so nothing changes. It cannot. And that consciousness is from the consciousness of division, of seeing everything as a partness and all the rest of it, which is the consciousness that's been in power and has been manipulated among humanity to have and to manifest reality from that perspective, into a oneness that understands that we're all one consciousness, we're all one energy, all one mind, and therefore all these divisions between us through which we're divided and ruled are just illusions. You know, if someone got a baseball bat and started smacking themselves round the head with it, we would call that crazy, madness, insane. But that's what we're doing with the conflict in Palestine, in Iraq, in Second World War. We're one consciousness that's been set at war with itself. And when I say, and again, I talk about one consciousness, I'm not talking about one clone kind of bland, everyone the same consciousness. Absolutely the opposite of that. And one way of seeing how much we've come along the road to understanding this idea of connection and expressing the uniqueness of all possibility is how much we do that, and how much we are clone-like, just following the one in front, sticking to the norms, never stepping out of line. Now, we've become clone-like, not because of oneness, we're all the same, because that's what oneness is about, but because we have disconnected from that infinity of all possibility, which we can play with and move around and get different points of observation from, and we're just playing and expressing and getting infinite joy from the infinite possibility that's there, and instead we've allowed ourselves to be suppressed into a fractional area of possibility. You know, so that's when we become clone-like. That's when we all act the same. That's when we become sheep. There's no contradiction between oneness and infinite variety, infinite diversity, which is what oneness is. So we can open our minds to multidimensional levels of awareness. It doesn't mean we're going to psychically bloody see everything. Oh, I've just seen someone over there, look, and all that stuff. But we are accessing that level of awareness, and therefore our point of observation of this reality is coming not from in this world. When you're in this world and of it, then you're buggered, really, because all you've got is this world to tell you what reality is and who you are. When you open your consciousness and move your point of observation, you are in this world physically, at least as a projection, but you are not of it in terms of your point of observation. And they're the people that stand out in society. They're the ones that people who are in this mode say, you're crazy, you're mad. No, he's different, because he's got a different point of observation to you. That's all it is. We're the same, but with different point of observation within infinity. There was a time when even this reality, I would say, we had this sense of oneness, this sense of connection, celebrating uniqueness, and joyous in diversity. But slowly, surely, maybe quicker than slowly and surely, our minds have been taken over and encased in this bubble, this disconnection from the great infinite into this body consciousness. And of course, when people come into this world now as what we call babies, and their consciousness enters this world, immediately the programming starts. Often it's parents programming children into the norms. Oh, you can't do that. What will the neighbours say? Oh, you can't do that. I want you to work in a bank. You've disappointed me. You want to go and walk in India. Well, be disappointed then. Sod off. You go and work in the bank. I'm off to India, mate. And this kind of symbolises this picture from earlier in the War Memorial in Sydney, Australia, the way we've been encased and suppressed and therefore lived this false identity, this mask that I was talking about, a false identity. We are now being offered the opportunity, for not least for reasons I'll come to actually break through this. And this is not literally breaking through something, it's a vibrational freedom. Because once we open our minds and open this, because, you know, I would say that the real Trinity ain't Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. It's left brain, right brain, heart, chakra, vortex, the center, the balance point. When these three things are working in unison, we have the balance of all possibility. We have the right brain connection out into the beyond. We have the access of creativity, of seeing a different spin on life, of uniqueness, of all these things. The left brain, which is here for a reason, decodes this stuff and brings it down into a structural level that we can deal with within this reality. And this is the balance point between the two, which takes us way, way out there into realms of understanding beyond words, beyond anything that we can understand through this level. And those three things working together, decoding reality, bring balance. This would never allow this to get involved in the stuff that we've been talking about, in control, in abuse, in war, in conflict. It wouldn't go there. If this is going to be used to function within this reality, it is on this and this terms, not on this term, on the terms of this isolated left brain consciousness that is isolated from the rest of existence, working in its own sub-world of structure and competition and all the rest of it. When these three things are working together, then we can decode reality in a way that the left brain alone could never even think about doing. And when we start to do that, when we start to open our minds, and all these phrases we use that absolutely encapsulate what we're talking about, when we open our minds and start to access and decode a much wider range of frequencies, suddenly the reality that we create, the way we see this reality and perceive it of what it is, just expands into a level of understanding that is just beyond anything we could imagine before when we're here, thinking everything's real and solid and apart and divided. And that's when the box goes on. The difference between the two is fantastic in terms of our perception of reality, and we are now in a process where this is taking place, where this box is coming off. More and more people, and the true nature of who we are is starting to be understood and expressed. When I started on this journey talking about some of this stuff, not like much as I am now, but in the same themes, It was like, you know, get me a wall, I'll give you an impression. No one wanted to know. It was crazy and all the rest of it. But over the last 20 years, I've almost been a barometer of it. I have seen this incredible change where more and more people are expanding their consciousness and going, whoa, I can see it now. Why couldn't I see it before? Because you weren't decoding reality in a way that you could see it. You were stuck in the box, stuck in the vibrational box where we all start out. And talking of boxes, these entities, this force that seeks to control us, is not an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-wise force. It is able to control us only by putting us in a smaller box than it is in. That's only the way it can do it. Anyone who wants control over people, anyone who is so insecure that they need control over people, because there's nothing more that absolutely shows blatant insecurity, extreme insecurity, than wanting to control other people and wanting to know the outcome of everything before the game starts. That's insecurity. Secure people, they kind of, okay, how it turns out, that's fine. But I'm just going to enjoy the moment and live the moment. No. Insecure people, no, how's it going to turn out? All the rest of it. And so these people are desperately insecure, and there's a good reason for that. The reptilian genetics, the reptilian brain, is very much about survival. Survival, fear of not surviving. And because of the nature of what we're talking about, these entities have a massive fear of not surviving. Everything is not about survival. This is why they want to know the outcome of the game before the game starts. Because, survival. And there can be no kind of states of flux. I can't deal with states of flux when I don't know the outcome. We've got to control the outcome. Everything is control, left brain structure. And so they've had to control us, who have the potential to be infinite possibility, having an experience in this reality, which is what we are. We have to be put in a smaller box than them. And so what they're working on is intellectual knowledge, if you like, of how reality works, and therefore how they can manipulate it, and suppressing the knowledge among humans of how reality works, so they are in a position of power. If I know things of great significance and other people don't, I'm in a position of power over them. That's why we've had the suppression of knowledge and the passing it over through the secret society network to the chosen few. Knowledge is power. That's what it's about. But it's intellectual knowledge. It's cleverness, not wisdom, that they work with. They're very clever. The way they've structured society to get the outcome they want is very clever, but it isn't wise. And cleverness without wisdom is the most destructive force on earth. It's very clever to create an atomic bomb. It's not very wise to do so. They are not the same thing. And so we're not dealing with an all-powerful force here. We're dealing with a frightened, fearful, frightened of not surviving, insecure force that needs to control, to pander to its own insecurity and fear of non-survival. So when we come out of the box, as we're coming out of the box, this force ceases to have that power over us, because we're no longer in a smaller box than it's in terms of knowledge and awareness. And I always use this analogy of the ball on top of the water, on top of the tank. You know, when you go through all these different levels of how we are attacked mentally, emotionally, and physically to suppress us and to hold us in the box, in the bubble, that tells us something about us. People don't realize. Oh, it's negative. No, it's not negative. It's extremely positive, if you want to use those terms. Because it's telling us who we really are. The level of suppression on multi-levels, in multi-ways, that they've had to go to and continue to go to hold us in servitude, shows the potential and of genius and magnificence that we really are. And that's our natural state, is multidimensional connection. We are in an unnatural state. We've been manipulated into it, one of disconnection, of awareness of that. And if you take the analogy of the ball, if you push a ball, or you want to put a ball in an unnatural state, i.e. on the bottom of a tank instead of at the top, its natural state, then you have to push it down and you have to hold it there. You have to hold it there because once you let go, boom, natural state. And so what they're doing is throwing all this stuff at us to symbolically hold us at the bottom of the tank in an unnatural state. What we think are norms and the way life is and the way humans are is actually anything but the norm. It's the way we've been suppressed into. It's not our true natural state, which is multidimensional connection in this world, experience it but not of it, and awareness of being not of it while we're experiencing it. That's our natural state. And we're now getting the opportunity as this information comes to light, and for other reasons I'll come to in a second or so, or a minute or so, that we just need to open that telescope, to open ourselves to a greater level of awareness and allow it to come in. You know, people say, when's the cavalry coming? Well, you know, the cavalry ain't coming because it's already here. It's in the space that we are occupying, in the space that we are experiencing now, are all those levels of consciousness which, when connected with, will bring us to a state of awareness and potential for creativity that we would think was beyond belief at the moment. It's there. And it's not the cavalry has to come to us, it's we need to go to the cavalry, because what it is, it's always there. We just need to open our minds so we can connect with its level of vibration. The idea of this crowd is to lower our vibration at the body consciousness level so that there is a disconnection vibrationally with higher states of consciousness. Because when you look at fear and its sub-parts like stress and guilt and all the rest of it, all this stuff they leave behind when they go into a near-body state or a right brain state, left brain shut down like Jill Bolte Taylor. When you rid yourself of those emotions, you start to realize, as these people have, the nature of who we are. But what we're looking at the moment, this time, is the opportunity to expand our consciousness so that we vibrationally connect with the cavalry. The level of consciousness, the level of awareness, the point of observation that is just there waiting for us to connect with it. So, when you're in a state of fear, and all these other sub-emotions that I talk about of fear, they are low vibrational emotions. What we talk about when we're in those states, God, I feel so heavy today. Oh, I feel so dense. Yes, because the energy field, your energy field, slows down vibrationally when we get in those states, and there is a disconnection from higher states of awareness. To do with vibrations, it's to do with frequency connections and all the rest of it. So it's up to us to open ourselves to these levels of consciousness, and not for those levels of consciousness to come down here to where the state we're in. Why? Because they can't. Because of the level of consciousness they're at, they're vibrating to a certain frequency, and if we're down here, never the twain shall meet. We need to go and connect with it. And it's when you open your mind and your consciousness and you start to make those connections, that's when suddenly you think, why didn't I see it before? I can see it now. We're in control of this, not some bloody entities shape-shifting themselves around the sodding world. We're in control. That's the great secret they don't want us to know. Absolutely it is. So this is the level at which the change will take place. And when that takes place, our awareness changes, our level of consciousness changes. This changes because this is a projection of our level of consciousness. The projection, if we start looking out there, then we're in trouble. It's in here. It's when we do that that we start getting out of the box. It's a vibrational escape and a vibrational getaway car caused by us changing and opening to a higher level of consciousness. Now, this is doing the rounds quite a lot at the moment. The law of attraction, they call it. I've been talking about this for years in terms of what you put out is what you pull back. But I think there are a lot more elements to it than some people seem to think. When you are in a certain vibrational state because of your emotional, mental state, all the rest of it, you're putting out a vibration that reflects that. It's like I call it magnetic attraction, basically. Vibrational magnetism, I call it. And that is going to lock into vibrational fields of like frequency, and it's going to draw them towards you like a magnet. So what you put out, you lock into and draw towards you. When people, you know, I've met so many people that keep attracting the same kinds of people into their lives. And I'm watching it and I'm thinking, sorry now, not another one. It's like it's just the same as that last bloke and the one before him. Why? Because what's going out ain't changing, so what's coming in isn't changing. Because what we draw into us as relationships and jobs and experiences and all that stuff is a reflection, a holographic reflection of us. We all live in our own little universes, really. There are points where we share the same basic reality, but we live in our own universes because what we're putting out is what we're drawing towards us. The question is, how do we change what we're putting out? Fear. We attract to us what we most fear. When I was a kid, I was terrified of dogs. When I was a kid. And whenever I went out, the dogs always came for me. I mean, it really, I mean, honestly, you got a complex. I lived on a council estate in Leicester, and it's full of houses now, this place, but there was a green in the centre of it. And as I walked across, I used to get the bus. It was only one stop. I used to get the bus in the end to avoid going across this green, because I went across this green, the dogs came out for me. Row, row, row. My mates left them alone. And we go, hey, bloody hell, why am I so unlucky? Why me? I'm frightened of dogs and they come for me. You're not frightened, they come near you. Why? Vibrational attraction. Same with the things we like. We can attract them. Relationships. Relationships are a vibrational attraction. We draw them in. When we sync with people, we sync with them energetically, you have a relationship. Then, for whatever reason, someone might change, and their energetic field changes, their magnetism changes, or whatever, their vibrational field changes, and suddenly it's not syncing with that person anymore. In the holographic play-out world, we say that relationship has broken down. And they've parted. Well, they've parted vibrationally. And sometimes, you know, that's good because you get things from each other and you learn from each other, and then, hey, it's time to move on and have other experiences. But it's the vibrational connection that draws them in. It's the same with jobs. It's the same with luck. Luck. Why are some people lucky and why are some people unlucky? Because what they're putting out is what they're drawing towards them. I watch in sport and football and stuff, and sports people. These people that they get so close to winning, but they never quite can win. It's almost like they're frightened of winning. And when I observe some of this stuff psychologically, it's almost as if they can't believe that it's possible for them to win. Oh no, that happens to other people. It doesn't happen to me. So when you get to that point where you're just about to achieve, somehow, in the holographic play-out world, you manifest something that actually stops you winning, even though it seems to be no problem, it's going to happen. And it's what people call having a self-destruct button. Just when you're about to achieve something, where's the button? Boom! Oh, something's happened, and it doesn't achieve what is obviously going to happen. It's because of the energy we're putting out, which is a reflection of our mental and emotional state. And one real big energetic magnetic attraction of reality is intent, I've found. Intent. An intent, this is what I'm going to achieve. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I want to do. This is what I will do. When that intent goes out, it goes out as a vibrational field. And it draws back towards us all that we need to achieve that intent. Every time. The thing is, at this point, it breaks down with so many people because what they need to experience to achieve the intent they say they want is not something they'd like to experience. So bugger that for a game of soldiers, I'm not having that, I don't want it that badly. And when we start to transform, things start to change in our energy field. When that happens, things that we were drawing towards us in the old energetic state are not making a vibrational synchronization anymore. And so again, in the holographic play-out world, relationships break down, or you lose your job, or you move home, or something happens. Your life changes in the play-out world of the projected holographic reality because what's projecting it has changed. And so when we put out an intent, this is what I want to do, I want to expand my mind, I want to open my mind, I want to connect the true magnitude of who I am, there are things that come towards you that you don't often like very much, but it's necessary to break down those structures within us so that that intent can be fulfilled. There's this DVD that's been going around for a little while now called The Secret, which is based on the law of attraction. And, you know, I think the principle, there's a lot to be said for it, but I do think it can be very simplistic sometimes, this stuff about law of attraction. The idea that if you keep visualizing a Ferrari, that somehow you're going to have a Ferrari, and, you know, and you put Ferraris all around your house. You know, I'm visualizing I'm going to get a Ferrari. Well, the thing is, maybe you will get a Ferrari. Good luck to you. Don't see myself anything in them, but that's just me. But if your journey, what you've come to experience and what you've come to do, does not sync with having a Ferrari, then you can wallpaper your bloody house with Ferraris. It ain't going to happen. It ain't as simple as visualize a Ferrari, law of attraction, brum, 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 here I go. It's the totality of the energy field that we create that draws in our attracted reality. One part of that is the range of energies or vibrations and frequencies that we are accessing. The more expanded that is, the larger our state of awareness, the more our energy field in embodiment is affected by that. That affects what goes out, it affects what comes in. What our energy field contains from all these different influences together makes the magnetic connection which we draw into us. The astrological influences our own energy field also affect the overall mix of the vibrational field that we are projecting. Because, as I said earlier, when you're born at a certain time, the energy nature of you and where you're born is affected by where the planets are, so you're going to have a slightly different or sometimes significantly different energy field influenced by the planetary and star influences than someone born at a different time. And then there's also the journey. We come in with a certain amount of coding that takes us through a journey, and sometimes maybe a challenge that we will then follow without realizing we're following it. And so when I look at my life, there are many times when I've said that. Why me? What have I done? I remember in the early 90s, I'm thinking, I only want to kind of be spiritual like, and I get all this shite thrown at me. You know, and it's like, why me? Oh my God, what have I done? I'm only trying to do some bloody help. Come on, what's going on? And then I look back And I see those nightmare experiences as my greatest gift. My greatest gift. We are often offered our greatest gifts magnificently disguised as our worst nightmares. Because we are what we are at this point, not despite what has happened to us, nice and not so nice and all in between, but because of what has happened to us. That's what's brought us to this state. And there was a time in my life, like everyone else's life, when I was, shall we say, aware of how people saw me. You know, as you do when you're a teenager and then you grow up, you're even older, you're always thinking, you know, how people see me, and you're on the telly, and, you know, I hope people like me and all that stuff. And you are, in other words, you are looking for external approval, because that helps your insecurity. When I went through the extraordinary levels of ridicule that I went through in this country, in the 1990s particularly, it was a nightmare. I couldn't go down any place in Britain without being laughed at, ridiculed, all that stuff. And yet, what it did was clear me completely, or as much as I'm aware of that need for approval, of that, here we go, fear of what other people think of me. That's what it did. So many of the why me's, we really ought to ask. Why me? Why does it all happen to me? Great question. Why does it always happen to you? Because it's here that the power is. When we realize this is where the projection's coming from, then if we change this, the projection, the holographic physical experience, must change in line with the change in the projection, and therefore our life changes. But it don't change out there, it changes in here. And my experience of life now allows me to continue to take ridicule and abuse and all that stuff, but I don't give a damn anymore. I don't give a damn. It's changed my reality. There's a lot to be spoken for about worst nightmares, because so often they are our greatest gifts. Not always, but so often. And moving to another level of consciousness is moving our point of observation from within this holographic reality, this physical reality, this suppressed reality, into that level of reality that people experience in out-of-body experiences. From that perspective, this world looks totally different. If we can move our point of observation of this reality while we're still in it, then everything changes. Because the level of consciousness changes, and therefore the problems we wish to change and the things we don't like in this reality can change, because the level of consciousness is higher than those that created the problems. So it's moving our point of observation to another level, and then everything changes here. It can't otherwise. And it's interesting, when you look at these things, the astrological influences, the level or range of frequencies that we are accessing, which we call awareness, the energy fields that we have, the auric field, which then attracts to it what it's putting out, the life journey, the why me stuff, all of them have one thing in common. They all come from within. Not out there. There is no out there. It all come from within. What the manipulators want us to do, and constantly encourage us to do, is to look out there. As Gandhi said, you must be the change. you want to see in the world. You must be, because you are the world, your world, and together the world. And therefore, when we change, the world changes. If we don't change, the world can't change, because the world is us and we are the world. What the manipulators want us to do is look out there. And one level is looking for someone to blame all the time when things go wrong in our lives. And I understand that. It seems like that sometimes. You're to blame, you're responsible, and what's that doing? It's saying, you have my power, you have my power, you have my power, because I haven't got control over my life, you have, because you're to blame, therefore you must have power over me. Giving power away, we do it all the time. When we go, hold on a second, how have I created this situation, how can I uncreate it? Now, where's the power gone? Thank you, I'll have it back. You're not to blame. I'm not even to blame. But I'm just using my knowledge now to change the reality I don't like, because I have the power, because I'm creating it. Therefore, you don't have power over my life. I have power over my life. Thank you very much. Completely different point of observation. Now I'll change my life, because you're not in control of it. I am. Luck. 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 Oh, I'm so unlucky. Why? Put it out. Bring it back. You know, I've observed so many people, bloody hell, I've observed me bloody self through my life. When you see the same recurring thing, oh, I'm so unlucky, oh yeah. Why? Why? Power back, I'm in control. So, when we look out there, and this is what we're encouraged to do, it's like looking at a movie screen, because you don't like the movie, i.e. your experienced reality, and starting to shout at the computer screen or at the movie screen. Oh, I don't like this movie! Change it, change it! You're mad, mate. It's a bloody movie. It's a projection. You can't change it by shouting at it. It's your fault! The projection is back there, or behind there in this case. That's where it's coming from. So if you want to change the movie, mate, go and find the projector, and then this must change. You ain't going to change the movie by shouting at the sodding screen. But what do? Every day we shout at the sodding screen. Because we don't go to the projector, which is projecting it. Why? Because it's much easier to think it's someone else's fault. We talk about, you know, people controlling and stuff like that. A few people can't control billions unless billions allow themselves to be controlled. Responsibility. Let's take it back here. We're holograms, projections. This whole world's a projection. It's us that is projecting it. It's a situation I call combing the mirror. If you want to comb your hair, you don't comb the mirror. Because it don't affect your bloody hair, because it's a reflection. If you want to change your hair, you comb your hair, and the mirror then reflects it. This physical reality is a mirror. And we're combing the mirror all the time. And then we say, my hair's not changing, I'm combing that mirror. This experienced physical reality is merely a reflection of that. We have the power. We just need to take it back from this level of division, apartness, can'tness, to isness, I amness. I am all that is, ever has been, and ever will be-ness. What a transformation that will make of this reality. And a part of this on a holographic level or energetic level is moving into the right brain. Not moving out of the left brain and boarding over the doors. We need that to function in this reality. But having this serve the higher reality instead of being the governor, dictating reality. And to do that, we need to start being at peace with this terrible crime of being different. If you don't want to be different, or you're not happy with expressing yourself as a unique expression of all that is, a unique point of observation within the infinite mind, then stay out of the right brain. And don't even think about transformation, because that part of us that wants not to express that uniqueness lives in there. That doesn't want uniqueness, it wants structure, conformity, rules. I like rules, I do, I love them. This wants to express uniqueness. This is me, I am free. I am a different expression of all that is. So are you, pleased to meet you. What do we say? Who are you? Oh, I'm a coal miner. Oh, I'm a journalist. Oh, I'm a 70-year-old person from Essex. No, that's what you're experiencing. Wouldn't it be great? Hello, nice to meet you. Who are you? I'm all that is, having an experience. Oh, so am I. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. How you doing? All right. That's what we are. So it's starting to let go this fear of being different, this fear of being different to the norm. Oh, what will my mother say? Or what will the mates at work say? Or what if I do? Well, I tell you what, this is my view, just my view, okay? If they, mother, father, family, people at work, blokes down the pub, can't respect your right to express the full magnitude of who you are, Sodom, mate. What's Sodom? Bloody hell. My friends, they try to make me conform. They're ever so good. Oh, really? And all this is blood thicker than water. No! No! Their families and parents and children and all that stuff, they can have great connections and have a wonderful relationship. But just because they're parents and children and sisters and brothers doesn't mean they necessarily do that. What we call brothers and sisters and all this stuff, they're holographic projections. That's what they are on this level. We are consciousness. They are consciousness. We're all one consciousness. It doesn't mean that one consciousness is more special or in relationship to another one, and so we have to conform to that one thinks because they're our parents. Sod that. Respect me, respect you. Everyone's a winner. Tell me to live the life you want me to lead on your bike, darling. This is what it takes to move out of suppression into freedom. And you're not kind of being horrible about it and saying, oh, you know, horrible and that business. You're saying, if you can't respect my right to be who I am, then you're just going to have to move aside, because I am going to be who I am, whether you like it or not. You can respect it or you cannot respect it, support it or not respect it, but it's happening, because this is me. And it's amazing when you actually take these situations on, how other people around you actually do start to come towards you and say, okay, I'll see it. And if they don't, well, they don't, fair enough. I'll see you on another dimension, we'll talk about it. No problem. We'll have all of them vibrational beers. Free your mind. Free your mind. I found this. I only found this morning. I only put these things together finally this morning. Funny enough, I'll just keep getting ideas in my head. And I found this one. Stop making excuses. That's absolutely a brilliant point. Because this is what we do. We decide that we want to do something. And then we start making excuses about why we don't do the things we need to do to achieve what we decide we want to do. So all the time we throw in little excuses in the way. Oh yeah, I'd like to do it, but the Super Bowl's on. Oh, I'd like to do it, but there's a good match on tonight. Oh, I'd like to do it, but this is happening, and so I've got to put it off and do that. Well, you know, I'd like to tell these people around me that they're not going to suppress my life anymore, and I'm going to express my full uniqueness. But what I thought is, you know, there's something coming up. I don't want to upset people, so I'll put it off. I'll do it next week. All the time we can do this. Now, we either want to be free or we don't want to be free. We're going to go for it or we're not going to go for it. Of course, there's diplomatic ways of doing it, but so often I see, and I do understand it, wanting to avoid what is necessary to achieve what people claim they want, and the excuse list just goes on and on and on and on and on. And instead of you're to blame, it's like, how can I find a situation to explain away why I'm not doing what I say I want to do? Clear your mind. This is a good one. I've done a lot of this over the years from what I used to be. You know, I have this thing which I call the deathbed experience, or the deathbed reality, even a way of putting it. You're lying on your deathbed, you've got 10 minutes to live, and you're looking back at your life. How much of what wound you up, made you unhappy, made you stressed, made your life unpleasant, you got angry about, how much of it in that deathbed experience, 10 minutes to go, actually matters? Sodding next to nothing, if that. Nothing! And it's another way that we get trapped in this out there holographic reality, which is getting attached to things that don't matter. You heard what he said about me? Oh, I'm disgusted, I'm so upset. Don't give a shit, mate. Don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. What's it matter? You know why it matters? Because you've made it matter. I think that David Icke's mad, crazy, an idiot. Thank you for sharing that with me. End of frickin' story. Right to your opinion. I have a right not to be affected by it. Doesn't matter. Thinks I'm crazy? Good luck to him. Brilliant. I don't think I'm crazy. I'm not affected by that. And I don't get stressed. Oh, how can you say that to me? I'm now getting stressed. I'm getting into a low vibrational state. Why? For something that doesn't matter. If I'm lying on my deathbed, I look at all these people that have heard this abuse at me, and all these situations, I go, yeah, it was funny, what a laugh, really. Right? And yet at the time you can get really caught in it. And if we clear our minds of what matters, because, again, what it is, it's moving our point of observation from this reality to the out-of-body reality. Because when we're out of body, none of this crap matters. You talk to out-of-body experiences. Hey, Jill Bolte Taylor, when she's having the stroke and went in the right brain as the prime reality. Hey, this is La La Land, it's lovely. Oh, it doesn't matter, all that stress is all gone. I haven't got it anymore. The trick is moving that perception of the out-of-body, higher consciousness, there is no time, no sequence, all that stuff, moving that into this reality, not 10 minutes before we move out of here, but when we're in it and living it and experiencing it, because that will completely change as we move that point of observation, the way we live our life, what we can achieve, and the way we interact with reality. So much that we think matters doesn't friggin' matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, I'm in another dimension now. What was all that went on? I don't know, I can't remember, mate. How are you doing? All right, I haven't seen you since you were, in Egypt. And what's this? How are you doing now? Doesn't matter. It's just an experience. And this is the sequence that I've found people seem to go to, and I went through. The first stage of the opening to freedom, in its true sense, is to realize we are in a situation of slavery. Because again, making excuses, hiding from what you don't want to face. You know, it's like the greatest power over people is when you tell them something they want to hear. So if you tell them that something's happening that they don't really want to think is happening, and then someone comes along and says, "Ah, load of rubbish, mate, load of rubbish." No, it's fine, honestly. You want to believe this guy, because you want to believe it's fine. And so we are in denial of the situation we're in. Not people in this room, obviously, but in general, humanity is in denial because they really don't want to face it. So much better to hide it, hide away from it. Oh, no, it's a load of rubbish, this guy's mad, mate, and all that stuff. But there comes a time, if we ignore it, when it comes in our face, and then we've got to face it. And people come to that conclusion at different points. But first of all, we face the situation we're in. Okay, now we can deal with it. It's like when you're in a situation where you can see the dictator, it's not a very nice situation, but at least you're one step ahead of being in a society that's controlled by dictators you cannot see, touch and taste, because at least you know there's something to deal with. Stage one. Stage two, choosing not to be a slave, choosing freedom, real freedom, not the illusion of freedom that we call freedom. Most people on this planet don't want bloody freedom. I meet people in the Christian movement in America. They talk about freedom, and some of them talk about this conspiracy on a 5-sense level and stuff. They don't want bloody freedom. You know, I met one once in Tucson. I was talking to him about how what happened to the Native Americans and all that stuff, and we're going on, and this guy is such a white supremacist, it's unbelievable. And I said to him, do you know, and you know, we were talking at an anti-Illuminati bloody rally, right? And I said to him, look, mate, I don't know who terrifies me more at the thought of being in power, the people I'm trying to expose, or you who's trying to expose them as well. They don't want freedom. They want the freedom to replace an imposition they don't like with an imposition that they do like, their own belief system. Crikey, I've been, you know, harangued by Christian people in America so often because I'm talking about Jesus and stuff and the Son God. Well, okay, don't accept it then. You believe that, I'll believe this. We'll have a beer, forget about it. No, must impose myself. You're not interested in freedom. So when we choose freedom, it's real freedom. And freedom, funnily enough, is not the freedom for us to do what we like at the expense of other people. It's the freedom of everyone to have the same rights as us. Freedom is not freedom for us to take the freedom to impose on others. It's accepting the freedom of others the same as we expect the freedom for ourselves. So, when we talk about banning freedom of speech, no one is against freedom of speech. It's like being against, wife violence. No one's for that, and no one's for the end of free speech. But then they start dealing with what free speech is. Oh no, you can't have free speech to say that. I believe in free speech, but that's going too far. No, you can't be a little bit pregnant, mate. Free speech is free speech, okay? You can't edit it, right? And when it comes to freedom of speech, you know, people should have the right to say what they want and all the rest of it. And anyway, don't we want to know what people think about things rather than all going on in the shadows and no one knowing what's really going on? Of course, freedom of speech is freedom of speech. It's freedom, funnily enough, for people to say things we don't like and to stand for their freedom to say things we don't like as much as to stand for freedom to say what we do like. Freedom is freedom. It's indivisible. So, I choose freedom. I'm not going to be a little bit free, I'm going to be free. And I have a simple philosophy. People say, oh, freedom, that means you do what you like. I have a simple philosophy. Do what you like, so long as you don't impose it on other people. Real simple. And people say, well, no, that would be chaos, that would be anarchy. No, it wouldn't. Be opposite of that. Well, what about people who murder people? Well, I think that's imposing your will on somebody. Do you think that might be that? I think we might just kind of, you know, and we can do this. Someone wants a party, some kids want a party. The local people don't want the noise. What happens in this world now? Left brain structure. You've got to make a decision. Are they going to have the party? Are you going to have the noise? We'll go with the residents. They've got to vote, okay? Now, what we can do, they want a party. They don't want the noise. We must find a place for these kids to have a party where these people are not affected by the noise. Everyone's a winner, sorted. Harmony. This is what society can do. Most of the problems are not real problems. They're just the fact that we don't want to sort them out because we don't want to change society in a way that will sort them out. Simple as that. And when we choose freedom, again, I choose freedom, but not when there's an R in the month there's a good match on. And not if I have to face this official bloke who looks pretty nasty. I don't choose freedom then. Making excuses. We can make excuses not to express our freedom all the time. And if we do that, then we're never going to be truly free. Then we get, after acknowledging our situation, making the choice to change, then we can start the transformation. Why? Because when we go for it, real choice to be free, then everything changes. Energetically we change. What we draw to us changes. People come in and out of our lives that add to our understanding and our ability to go down this road of freedom. Everything changes. Transformation. And it's a wonderful thing. It can be a challenge. I love this film, The Dead Poets Society. Robin Williams in this film, when he's teaching the kids and basically saying, look at the world from a different angle. He used to stand on his desk or their desks. And he was asked, why are you standing on the desk? And he said, I stand upon my desk to remind myself that we must constantly look at things in a different way. You see, the world looks very different from up here. You don't believe me? Come and see it for yourselves. Again, when we start to make this transformation, we start to move with it our point of observation of the world. And if we move our point of observation, we're going to start acting in different ways, we are going to start perceiving in different ways, and therefore, again, we've got to let go the fear of what other people think. Oh, you can't stand on the desk, it's stupid, sir. That's what so many people do. Ooh, no, I better not do that, they'll laugh at me. Boom. Real freedom, choose freedom, no excuses. And you look at the world from a different angle. You stop seeing yourself in these terms. Little me, I can see myself down there somewhere. Looking in the mirror, this is me, hey, it's good. It's a computer, it's a computer. It's a wonderful, incredible thinking energy construct with consciousness up to a point. And it's the great vehicle for us to experience this world, but it's not who we are. And if we identify with it, we identify, apart from it being a vehicle, we identify with the computer and not us. And when we move our point of observation from the fact that we're little me, and this is me, and I'm Ethel Jones and Charlie Smith, out into the greater awareness, and we observe us and the world from out there, then the world looks totally different, situations look totally different, we look totally different, and what bothers us and hassles us and all the rest of it just fades away. It doesn't matter. And this energy field changes what we draw in, and we can create changes, and we are transforming the outer by transforming the inner. As this happens, we start to expand the range of frequencies. We're decoding the levels of awareness that we are able to access to give us insight and intuitive knowing. My God, we're on our way. This is the level of the transformation. This is the level of the revolution, if you want to call it that. It's not guns, it's consciousness. And we wake up. And as that happens, we wake up and we go, why didn't I see it before? So many times people have said that. I can see it now, it's so bloody obvious. Why didn't I see it before? Because that's what you were before. And then suddenly, boom, boom, point of observation. Oh my God, it's obvious. And this is happening now, this wake up. It's happening. It can be challenging, mind. I'm not saying it's a doddle, because that sums up some of the ways I felt over the years. And last Tuesday, no, not quite so much now. But this was a great one of me in 1991. I tell you what, that really kind of absolutely encompasses symbolically my inner self. And why? Because when we start to transform, what we put out changes, what we draw in changes, and the outer world appears to collapse. Oh my God, what do we say? My life's falling apart, mate. Mine did. Because the construct going out fell, the construct it was creating fell, my experience, my life's falling apart. But what happened? As a result of the collapse of that rigidity, that false reality that I was living, as a result of that, bingo, another reality could come. Would I go back, despite everything, to what I was before I started to wake up and went through that shite? No frickin' way. No way, thank you very much. No way. Hello, good evening and welcome. Here is this sport. And there's snooker on tonight. I was him? Oh my God. No, that was him. This is me. Different. Simple as that. This is the big, big thing to get over. This is the four-letter word that controls the world. And, you know, it's fear that allows this to happen. You know, this guy's in control because they're following and all the rest of it. Now, if any of these bloody sheep said, sod this for a lark, I'm off, he's in real bloody trouble now, isn't he? Where's the point of control now? It's not on the sodding tractor. He's got 100 sheep to find. But here, oh yes, bah, bah, bah. Did you see the news last night? Yeah, bah, bah. He's in control, sitting on his sodding tractor, doing bugger all. This is the way the society works. Oh, I better not go out here, I better not go out there. No one's telling you not to, in fact, but it's the mouse in the laboratory maze. Oh no, I'm going down there, not going down there. Oh no, I'll go. All that stuff, and it means that we are in symbolically this state. And if we go, I am me, I am free. Hey, you on the tractor, see ya. And everyone does that. God, the tractor's lost his power. He's not in control of the situation anymore because we've taken control back. And if the sheep did that, this guy would have no control over them. The idea is to lock us into a belief system, or lock us into a suppressed and encased reality, and it's called fear. And fear puts you in your shell. He's ever so insecure, he's always in his shell, I'm trying to bring him out of his shell. All these bloody phrases we use absolutely describe what we're talking about, and we get stuck in the bloody box. Oh, I'm going to Oxford this year, pass me exam. Feardom or freedom? Feardom is what controls this reality. It's what controls our energetic state, our vibrational state, our density, and all the rest of it disconnects us. Freedom is what can set us free. And fear of what? As Gandhi said, today is the tomorrow you worried about yesterday. Was it worth it? Was it? I know people, they're going to the dentist and they're going, oh God, I've got to go to the dentist in 3 weeks' time. Oh my God, I'm ever so worried. Oh no, God, oh no, I can't go out and worry. No, about the dentist. 3 weeks later, they're sitting in the waiting room. Oh my God, I've got to the dentist. Oh my God. Mr. Smith, this way. Oh my God. 5 minutes later, walks out. Oh, no problem. It was all right. No problem. Spent 3 weeks of agony projecting forward. Fear of yesterday or tomorrow. Why? When we get caught in this thing about survival, it's very important, because when we get into a point of survival, we get into the reptilian brain. We lock in there, because that's our survival instincts and our survival mechanism. Survival. Survival of what? Survival of life, I don't want to die, a doctor save me, and all this stuff. There is no death. There is only life. There is only infinite consciousness, infinite awareness, infinite eternal existence within all that is, has been, and ever will be. They're the 2 points of observation. One, survive, survive, survive. One, there is nothing to survive. Chill out, mate. Okay? That's what it's like. So, there are very 2 different ways of looking at things. When we lock into body consciousness, we can lock into survival mode. Why? Because the body software has many survival mechanisms and programs within it. And that's not a bad thing, that's a bloody good thing. Because within this reality, this survival instinct of the holographic level of the body computer is a good thing. We wouldn't last long if those survival mechanisms weren't here within the computer, within the world that we live in. It's when they are the governor and take over. They don't just react in times when we're in danger, they are there all the time. Oh, I'm ever so worried. My mother used to say about a neighbour, it's being so worried that keeps her going. What? What? But so many people, and and I noticed this from earlier in my life. I could worry for flipping England. You know, I ain't standing here cross-legged on a bloody mountain saying I'm speaking to my disciples and all that shite. I have been through all this shit and continue to go through a lot of it. So when I'm talking about these things, I'm talking to my sodding self as much as I'm talking to anybody else. And this is what we all experience. It's not about this or that. God, the shite I've been through, I could, oh God, emotionally and all that other stuff. And so when we get caught in that, we get caught in body consciousness. And you get people, I call it emotional addiction. I had this at one time. An emotional addiction, you know the receptors of the cells that take in heroin and cocaine and all that stuff? They are the same receptors that take the chemicals caused by emotions, because emotions create a chemical reaction in the body, and vice versa. Hence the mercury and the fillings and all that stuff. And we can get into a state of emotional fear and fear of not surviving. It's kind of all different expressions of that, where we need a fix when there's nothing to worry about. I noticed that. I felt uncomfortable. I was almost in, emotional cold turkey at one time in my life when I didn't have anything to worry about. Because it's an emotional state, it's a chemical state, it's a drug state. And it's a body consciousness state, which has these survival programs. When we move our consciousness to this level, then we know there's nothing to survive. And so the survival instincts, while they can react on a body level to physical danger, quote, they're not constantly constraining and influencing our reality. Now, what is there to worry about? What is there to fear of not surviving when you hear this? Everything from the beginning, my birth, my ancestors, my children, my wife, everything comes together simultaneously. I saw everything about me and about everyone who was around me. I saw everything they were thinking now, what they thought then, what was happening before, what was happening now. There is no time, there is no sequence of events, no such thing as limitation of distance, of period, of place, of time. I could be anywhere I wanted to be simultaneously. What is there to fear surviving or not surviving when we move to that level of consciousness? That's the level, if we get to it, and we can come from that within physical embodiment, or what we call it, suddenly our lives transform, and if enough people do it, this reality transforms. Know thyself. That's something that we've been manipulated not to know. Don't ask questions, know the answer. When we're thinking, questions, we're actually saying to ourselves, I don't know the answer. When if we just get to that level of knowing, of intuitive knowing, you find the answer without asking the question. You just know. This asks questions, trying to work things out. Chatter. Wonder what that is. The reason, at the level of intuitive knowing, the connection to higher awareness, you know the answer without asking the question, is because instead of asking the question within isolated consciousness, disconnected from infinite awareness, you're now connected to infinite awareness. So instead of asking the question, you know the answer, because infinite awareness is the all-knowing. There's where the answers lie. Without asking the questions, you just know. I just know I've got to be so-and-so tomorrow. How do you know that? I don't know. I can't explain it. I just know. And you go, and what happens? Something happens that takes you forward. Whereas you'd have gone, no, I can't do that. No, you can't do that. You've got things to do. You've got to go to the supermarket tomorrow. I feel to go there. This intuitive level of knowing is our connection to higher consciousness. And this is, if you watch it, always at war with intuition. Nearly always. And when we go with this intuitive knowing, again, right brain, and don't let the left brain dominate. You can't do that, you've got a mortgage, and you've got an appointment tomorrow. You can't do that, you can't go to India. No, you've got a mortgage, all that stuff. This is always telling us what we can't do, because it thinks in such limited terms of structure. This tells us what we are and what we can do. And if we choose to go with it, then we start to break out of this mind prison. And I have to say, what changed my life, I say more than anything else, was when I decided, funnily enough, just before I started to have this awakening, I decided, because of experiences I had, experiences I didn't like again, but were a wonderful gift, I decided that if I ever had a situation again where my intuition said one thing and my head said another, I was going with my intuition every time. And I went with it, and I went with it, and I went with it, and you may have noticed it got me into a bit of trouble sometimes. It got me into a bit of trouble. But what happens then when you follow your intuition and you get into a bit of trouble? I got in a bit of trouble, Betty, and all that stuff. No one remembers that either. My bloody age, I don't know. This guy crosses the arms. See, I bloody told you, didn't listen to me, get into trouble. I should have listened to me. A lot of people go, yeah, I know, oh no, I'll never do that again. But if you keep going with your intuition, you keep following this knowing, these urges, these passions of what you want to do with your life and where you want to go and where you want to be, eventually the sequence of situations leads the left brain, which is an observer of reality, and if you talk its language, it can kind of come round. And it says, hold on a second, when you follow your intuition, you get into a bit of trouble, but then that led to that, and that led to that, and that led to that. Oh, it works out in the end, doesn't it? And what happens, and this happened to me around the mid-90s, what I felt intuitively and what I thought became one. So there was the war stopped. I want to do this. No, you got to do that. Got to stopped. And now they operate as one unit, because this has seen enough of what intuition does to go, okay, I can see it. I'll go with this. And it's open to anyone to do that, to stop that war between intuitive knowing, because they should be working as one unit. They shouldn't be at war. All these different elements that decode reality should be working as one unit to do this. And then we can start controlling our own reality. Knowingly, in awareness, because we're doing it anyway. And what these manipulators do, because they know this system, they impose and implant belief systems which then affect our energy field, which then draw to us decoded reality, daily experience, that matches the belief systems that have been programmed into us. They are programming our reality through us. And when we clear that out, we then can consciously start to create our own, which is the worst nightmare of the manipulators. Worst nightmare. It was in the Matrix movie when the Neo character went through the death experience and came through it and realized it was an illusion, and he stopped seeing people in the holographic world, as I would put it, as people, and started seeing them like that. When he realized it was all an illusion, that's when he was able to control his own reality. There's a lot in that movie that's true. And as we change our own energy field, we are then able to make that consciousness change available to other people. In this 100th monkey syndrome they talk about, which is connection between people. And then we come system failure in this crap. Now, I've got 10 minutes left before they throw me out. So I want to talk about this, and it comes on the end of all that I've talked about in this last section. There very much seems to be a shift in consciousness going on. When I first woke up, amazing things were happening to me, and I didn't understand them. One of the themes at that time, we're talking 1990, was that there was a consciousness shift coming. I kept meeting psychic people a lot in those days, and they kept saying, I'm getting something, I'm being told to tell you this. And again it was, there's a consciousness shift coming. There is an awakening coming. People are going to come out of the trance in effect, and it's happening now. And now as the 90s have become the new century, more and more this stuff about this shift is going on. An energy shift, which is acting like a spiritual alarm clock. And I've seen it. All over the world I've seen it. People starting to get it and wake up and see the true magnitude of who they are. This energy change is happening, and therefore those that open their minds to it are starting to access and decode different frequencies, different ranges of reality, which are starting to change their experienced reality from division to oneness. And there's a lot of talk about 2012 and the Mayan calendar and all that stuff. I have to say I'm not one of those people that say everything's going to change in 2012. I don't see that. What I see is that this is a symbolic, or more than symbolic, window when terrific change is going to take place. And this cycle that we've been through is changing into another cycle, which is going to be very different and far more near paradise than the prison that is emerging. And in 1990, I'm not really big into channeled information and stuff when, psychics take all this stuff. You can get really good ones when they really get out there, and you can get some really profound stuff which takes you on. But a lot of stuff is not like that, but some of it is. And in 1990, I experienced this, and it stood the test of time in my experience. It was a lady who channeled this consciousness back in 1990 when I was like, in la-la land, what's happening to my life? And I'll just read what it said because it's so relevant to now with the hindsight of the years that have passed. And if anyone doesn't, believe in shapeshifting, they should have seen this woman's face when she was doing this, because she became someone else. Her face, it was like, whoa, changed to a completely different face. And this is what it said. I feel you are sensing now the energies coming in, the energies surrounding your planet. This is causing many of you to ask questions. It is causing many of you to reevaluate completely your way of life, where you feel you wish to go, what you want to do. It is causing tremendous upheavals. Some of these upheavals are very confusing, very distressing, very disturbing. Some people in partnerships are finding they can no longer continue in those partnerships because their partners cannot tune into what they are tuning into. This is causing a great deal of disturbance. And I have said to this sensitive on more than one occasion that you must organize yourselves into groups to support each other. Now then, my own allegiance with your planet goes back to an Atlantean period when there were many energies being used and information and knowledge being used which were, for particular reasons of safety, withdrawn, shall we say, to prevent complete catastrophe, to prevent total destruction of your planet. One could say these were sort of emergency measures, if you like, to prevent the inhabitants of this planet from an untimely destruction. Now at that time, shall we say, this knowledge was distributed only to the few. It was taught in what you could call a temple setting, though I'm very careful about using this word. It has connotations, maybe. So let me use that word in the broadest possible sense. There were those initiated into this knowledge, there were grades of initiation, and those who passed the full initiation, these were known as the guardians of the light and the keepers of the secret knowledge. This is the context from which I'm coming. There was a time when this knowledge and the energies were withdrawn. It is very difficult for me to explain to you precisely what I mean by that, so I will let you mull these things over. As the energies around your planet quicken, this is 1990, so these latent energies, these energies which have been withdrawn, will now be phased back in. They will gradually be awakened. As the consciousness level of your planet raises itself, those of you who are working together to raise your consciousness, you will be able to hold more and more refined vibrations, and so we will be able to use you as a catalyst to be able to feed in more and more energies. Because as we change, we bring this change into this reality. As more of you raise yourselves to meet the challenge, so we can awaken more of these energies. Now, energy is consciousness, And the energies themselves contain the knowledge and the information which is beginning to surface again in your consciousness. So many of you will remember the Atlantean times. You will remember that you communicated with, say, dolphins and whales. You understood these sentient creatures. You could levitate. You could manifest things. You could cause spontaneous combustion by not miraculous means at all. Once you know what you're doing, these things follow. It is a matter of order. Now, I'm looking at a time on your planet when these energies, this knowledge is reawakened and reintegrated into your consciousness. I'm not looking at a time when this knowledge will be for the few, but when your whole planet will be awakened to this understanding, which you have simply forgotten. It is not a matter of new information. It is a matter of remembering who you are and where you come from. So you are being asked to change. You are being asked to change in a total way. It is not a matter of small changes, a little thing here, a little thing there. You are really being asked to turn yourselves inside out. There is such a massive shadow which must be cleared, and it is up to workers such as you to focus yourself on that challenge. Those of you who are in the forefront of this, you are rather like a snowplow. You are the thin end of the wedge. You really have, how shall I put it, to a certain extent, I suppose, you have the shitty end of the job. You have an awful lot to do, but nevertheless you are capable of doing an awful lot. That is why you've chosen to come. That is why you've come here for, to really shovel some shit and therefore make some space behind you to make it easier for the others. As in your human body, there are energy lines and meridian lines around your planet, through your planet, which correspond, I suppose, very much to the acupuncture lines and meridians in your body. Where two lines cross, you create a vortex, a tiny vortex if it's two. The more lines that intersect, the bigger the vortex. Therefore, when you have a chakra, you have a large vortex of intersecting energy. It is the same with your planet. Where the most lines cross, there is the biggest vortex. Now, you could say that the plexus in and around the islands that you call the British Isles is the hub of the wheel of plexuses and energies which surround your planet. It has acted in other times like a fail-safe device. In order to activate these chakric points upon your planet, the energies must all cross through the central point. They must all pass through the heart of the pattern. And it's no accident, I would suggest, that Britain and London and Scotland and whatever are one of the major centres for the hybrid bloodlines and the Illuminati on the planet, because they understand the significance of its place, not because of it's a country, but its point on this energy grid. And this is why there are more stone circles and standing stones in Britain, particularly on the western side, than anywhere else in the world per square mile. It's a very, very important place in energetic terms on the planet. And my feeling about this awakening is that this is very, very much involved. I've got a lot more to do on this, to say the least, but I'm sure that the sun is far more than a source of heat. It is a place or an opening, a gateway, where great energetic change and code changes come into the solar system, same with others all around what we call the universe. And I feel that at the elite level, not among the general population, one of the focuses on the sun, or the reasons for the obsession with the sun, is the knowledge of this, right going back to the ancient world. I also feel that the black holes and stuff are also ways that these energetic codes come in and out of this reality. So we're in a situation where there is an energetic change. More and more people are feeling it. Of course, people who are more awake are going to feel it first, but even people you thought were never going to kind of open their minds to this, now they're doing the same. Something's going on, and it's going on in the period that in the 1990s I was told it was going to go on. And we can flow with it, get in the right brain, hey man, and just go with it, and let life take us where it needs to go intuitively, or we can fight it, and in which case we're going to expend more and more and more energy, getting more and more stressful, trying to stay still and to hold on to the way things were, as if the way things were in this manipulated reality are the way things we always want them to be. So this change is giving us even a bigger opportunity to to change the nature of the way we see the world and ourselves. And I think it's no accident, the more I understand this, that it's now of all times that this great Orwellian stuff is being thrown at us in every way, in food additives and electromagnetic pollution and manipulation and all the programming and all the surveillance and all the microchipping. It's a response to the fact that they know this change is taking place and they're trying to suppress it so fewer people as possible actually start to lock into it and become transformed by it. Because when we do, we're no longer in a smaller box than they're in, and therefore they're no longer in control. And this whole game of soldiers can just break up, because it's a house of cards. It's a house of cards, and we are holding it together. When we go, whoops, thank you very much, not holding that up anymore, bang, gone. We are holding it together. That's the point. It's not that they have constructed this, they have manipulated us to construct it. You cannot solve problems with the same level of consciousness that created them. No, but the same level of consciousness is not where we're going now. We're going to another one, to change our reality. And it's a time to choose. A time to choose if we want to flow with this and become the full magnitude of who we are, or whether we want to stay in the box like little frightened mice, saying, oh my God, I can't say boo to a goose, the goose won't like it. Free your mind and let nothing and no one enslave it is a great motto for everyone, I would suggest, including myself. As Mencken said at the start of this event today, I believe that any man that takes the liberty from another into his keeping is bound to become a tyrant, and that any man who yields up his liberty, in however slight the measure, is bound to become a slave. That's how we got into this. Voltaire, so long as the people do not care to exercise their freedom, those who wish to tyrannize will do so. For tyrants are active and ardent and will devote themselves in the name of any number of gods, religious or otherwise, to put shackles on sleeping men. We have created it because we have become sleeping men and women. We can do things on a physical level which are a reflection of our changing consciousness, like ceasing to cooperate with the system of control. We've had a discussion outside the White House. We've had a discussion and we've decided this is going to happen. Mass of the people. No, it's not. We ain't doing that. Where's the power? Gone. Gone. The power is with us, and we have been cooperating with the building of our own prison. When we cease to cooperate, the prison can't be built because there's not enough people to do it if the people who are being enslaved don't do it to themselves. As Albert Einstein said, the pioneers of a warless world are the youth that refuse military service. I want to stop war. Well, don't fight then. Don't fight. If they don't fight and they don't fight, where's the war? He used to say in the 60s, what if we had a war and no one turned up? No fripping war. And you know, support our troops, they tell us. The people who say that in the dark suits are sending young kids to the slaughter just to serve their bloody agenda. That's how much they want to support our troops. Sodom. They never fight the wars. Have you noticed that? George Bush declares a war. George Bush declares a war. If he'd have been on the front line when the first bullet was fired in Iraq, he'd have been under a bed in Houston when the second bugger went off. These people don't fight wars. They send young people to fight bloody wars. When they don't, there's no bloody war. That's what we need to do. And it's like religions. So, you know, the guy in another country, the leader, he sends his youth off to war. This guy in this country sends this youth off to war. The two youth fight each other. For what? For two pairs of prats with an agenda that they even know about, probably. If we can move our point of observation from in this world to the out-of-body state, then we change our reality. And in an out-of-body state, if we ask ourselves, so often, you know, I say, I say this, what would change this world dramatically overnight is if everyone started doing what they knew to be right instead of what they thought was right for them in the moment. What a transformation that would be. All the time, we intuitively know what is right, but it's like, yeah, but what are the consequences for me? What are the consequences for me, or what's stopping this transformation of this world happening? Because, oh yeah, I think it's unjust, but if I do something about the unjustness of this, what will be the consequences for me? People say to me all the time, insiders, look, I'll give you this information, but ooh, you know, don't mention my name, will you? All right, I'll do it then. And when we get to that point where we're doing what we know to be right, instead of doing what we think is right for us in the moment, then everything changes. And what is right for us in the moment? Only what body consciousness thinks it is. In the out-of-body state, when we're in that state, are we saying, oh my goodness me, I ain't half glad that I didn't do what was right there, because I'd have had a bit of a problem here? No, we'd have said, oh, we should have done what was right there, because that was the right thing to do. That's the point of observation when we're out of this program reality. As Martin Luther King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Injustice for people we don't like is just as important as injustice against people we do. What would oneness do? That's the question. If we were in that oneness state, what would it do in this situation? Would it say, what are the consequences for me, or would it do what it believed to be right? As this man said, if it's not right, don't do it. If it's not true, don't say it. Well, okay, that's changed the bloody world straight away. As Martin Luther King said, cowardice asked the question, is it safe? Expediency asked the question, is it politic? Vanity asked the question, is it popular? But conscience asked the question, is it right? And there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe nor politic nor popular, but one must take it because it is right. Infinite love, infinite consciousness, the existence of an infinite consciousness is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. It's the imagination of that consciousness made manifest. Gandhi said, strength does not come from physical capacity, it comes from an indomitable spirit, an inspirable will. And that's the will to do what we know to be right, both for ourselves and for the greater good, because we are ourselves and we are the greater good. Getting out of this thing, fearing what other people think, fearing our shadow, fearing anything. We are infinite consciousness, having it experience. There's nothing to survive, there is nothing to fear. This is our natural state. It's about time we went back to it. As William Reich said, so I started off with this, we should not fear to enter a forest because there are wildcats in the trees. We should not yield our right to well-controlled speculation. It is certain questions entailed in such speculation which administrators of established knowledge fear. But in entering the cosmic age, we should certainly insist on the right to ask new, even silly questions without being molested. We must take that right. You want to laugh at me? Good, have a good laugh. Pleased for you. You want to condemn me for what I'm saying because it's outside the norm? Great, fine. You have a right to say that. I have a right to say this. Everyone's a winner. This is what's happening now. We're starting to wake up, and we have the opportunity now. It's a wonderful time to be alive because all these things are coming together in this point we call time, where we have the opportunity to break out of this cycle of mental and emotional imprisonment. We're being offered the key with knowledge, with understanding, with the gathering, opening awareness, and with the energy change that's underpinning that. It's now a time for us to decide if we're going to take the key and turn it, with all the implications that has for the challenges in this reality, but my goodness me, the freedom of becoming and returning to the true magnitude of who we are and leaving behind this false identity that we have been manipulated to believe is us. There it is. There's the key for everyone, all of us, me too, to go like that. It's up to all of us to choose if we're going to do it. It's about time we did, I feel. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.